Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Health and Longevity Summit. We are starting now all over the world. I see people from Chicago, Germany, Minnesota, Austria, Mexico, New York, Ohio, Netherlands, Nevada. I need to. I guess I need to try to read the YouTube handles. Right, we have L Pleat One from upstate New York. Good morning to everybody who is on the west side of the world. Toma McDonald 7340. Good morning from Reno. Darlene. J9K, hello from Hermitage, Tennessee. Ibiza, Hans van der Act, Ibiza. I am Ronan. I will be your host for the Health and Longevity Summit. I am speaking from Estonia, from the east side of Europe. So we're going to, if anybody is staying up late with me for the next 3 days of the Health and Longevity Summit, say me in the chat. I want to see who will be the night owls that are taking a precious time. I'll tell you what, is a precious time to learn about something even more precious. It's not every day, ladies and gentlemen, that we have the top scientists, the top doctors, the top researchers in the world is speaking to you from online for free about longevity and health. It's a very interesting proposition that we have nowadays, that we can get the chance of getting people who have been dedicating their entire lives to improve health and longevity, who have been who researched throughout their degrees and then masters and then doctor degrees and then PhDs, people building companies to solve the problem. And then they're all coming together over the next couple of days and sharing what they know with you. So I want to congratulate everyone who decided to take this couple of days to learn from the best in the planet, to invest in your own health and longevity. And I want to congratulate everybody who is behind the scenes organizing this summit. Everybody from the Viome team and everybody from the Summit for Impact team, because this is a monumental thing that today we can experience online from the comfort of your home, from the comfort of your walk. Is anybody moving at this time? Is anybody walking or on a bicycle? If you're moving, put moving in the chat. I want to know how many of you are already practicing some of the longevity behaviors that we are going to talk about today. Whoever we have, who else we have here? We have moving, Sarah, moving. We have fasting on YouTube from Portugal. We have Greece, Alexandro Salevras from Greece, Javier from North Korea, Katie Mazan from Georgia, Stacy Zegebart 1981 from Tucson. I was there. It was not last year, it's the year before that, speaking in a conference. I had an incredible time of that. I want to show you a couple of things to get you ready for what is happening today. This is the agenda. By the way, I wanna exchange a little bit of Portuguese, let's say, rapport building with you. I am Brazilian. That's why you hear a very interesting accent. So whenever you don't understand what I am saying, you can go in the chat and just type English, please. So that I can remember that. And in Brazil, anybody from Brazil here? If anybody is from Brazil, say beleza in the chat. In Brazil, when you meet somebody, you instead of asking this person how are you doing, you use the word beleza. Beleza means beauty. That's the literal translation of the word. But really, in Brazil, we use that word for anything positive. If you want to say that everything is good, you can say beleza. If I invite you to go for a walk and you want to agree with me, you can say beleza. If I ask you how you're doing and you want to say I'm doing good, you say beleza. To the point that we use beleza as a question. Right? Instead of saying, how are you doing? I ask you, beleza. And then you answer, beleza. There's the same word, just a different intonation. Beleza is the question that says, are you okay? And then you answer splendid, right? And you answer beleza. So that's the how we're gonna communicate during the times that we interact during the summit. Ladies and gentlemen, beleza. Put it here in the chat. I want to see if beleza from Andrea. Beleza from Dr. Beatriz. Eu gosto muito de você. That's cute. That's beautiful. What is happening in our Longevity Summit Day 1? So as you know, we have 3 days during the summit. Today, Tuesday, and Wednesday. These are the timings across this beautiful globe of when the summit is going to take place. If you're in Pacific time zone, it's from 8 a.m. to 3 p.m. approximately. If you're in Eastern time zone, 11 a.m. to 6 p.m. GMT, London time is 4 p.m. to 11 p.m. If you're here in Eastern Europe, as I am, 6 p.m. to 1 a.m. You know, I could go on and put all the time zones in the world, but you have an idea here. So we're going to have about 7 hours. So if you don't know exactly until when we are going, see what time it is right now in your time zone, then add 7, and this is the length of each one of these days. They're going to start every day on the same day. We're going to have more or less the same amount of content throughout each one of these 3 days. Today, the day is going to be divided into 2 blocks. We have block 1 and we have block 2, and in the middle there will be an interaction that I will come back together. We're going to have some conversations. I want to understand what you're capturing from each one of these sessions. And as you probably also saw on the website, the first block, today we have 7 speakers. The first block has 4 of them. We will start with Dr. Eric Verdin. There's the CEO of the Bank Institute. Then we're going to have a talk with Dr. Nir Barzilai. He is the director of the Institute of Aging Research at the Albert Einstein College of Medicine. Then the third talk today will be with David Perlmutter, medical doctor, which is probably most well known by one of his books called Grain Brain. If anybody read Grain Brain, put me in the chat over here. And then we have the end of the first block today with Christine Glorioso. She is a MIT-trained neuroscientist and the CEO of NeuroAge. So today in the first block, the main theme of day 1 is the science of aging and the longevity foundations. Every day is going to have a different theme. Today we're going to talk about science of aging, the foundation of longevity. And so you will see that all these different speakers, you can see the caliber. We were talking about doctors and scientists trained by MIT professor at the Albert Einstein College of Medicine. We're really bringing top leading experts to talk to you today. And they are going to talk about the different angles in which you see aging, but especially what you can do about it. I think what is very special about day 1 is that it has a lot of action points. And because the main goal that we have during the summit is that we will learn our next steps. Because at the end of the day, what we're really looking for here is action. right? Transformation is something that grows in the field of action. In this type of interaction, right, you are attending a summit. You're seeing some of these people that dedicated their entire lives to their research, and they are bringing all these learnings to you here. So this is a transmission of knowledge. This is part one of how your longevity, how your vitality, how your health can change. But then there's the absorption of that, and in that absorption, some things are going to land. Right? You're going to see already from Dr. Eric Verdin in the beginning, in the first session to today, a lot of different action points, and they are golden. And then you will see that some of these things are as if they were spoken to you. Some of these things you're gonna find, yeah, they are very interesting. I like that. That's interesting. And then one of the speakers will say something that it feels like they're speaking to you directly. Whenever that happened, I wanted to take notes. So if you have notes, paper and pen and things with you, put paper and pen in the chat. Or if you have something to take notes, you're taking notes on your phone, you're taking notes on your laptop, put notes in the chat. This is going to be very important because the absorption of information is just a little part. You're just throwing a net in this ocean of knowledge. Then you want to capture some things. How do you capture when there's so much input? I see some of you, Juliana, Bojack, Lisa, Christopher, Mary Johnson, Jade. That's wonderful. Because that paper and pen, computer, laptop, phone, whatever, this is what you capture, what speaks to you. So my invitation to you is pay attention to whenever somebody speaks something. Oh, this guy, he's speaking to me. How come he knows that I'm not, I'm waking up late and not exercising, and he just spoke to that. It feels like that it's landing. Whenever there's something that hits, that lands, that you resonate, take notes of that. It can be a quote or it can be an idea. Whenever we speak later, I will ask to everybody here in the chat to type the quotes or the ideas that landed to you, that they were like spoken to you and you only. By the end of the day today, I want all of us to have at least one action point. Because now we are getting what resonates. From everything that resonates, you will feel more openness to transform one of these ideas into action. And this is the purpose of why you're here. It's not to learn things, but to find a couple of things that will be transformed into action. Action is really what will make the difference for you by attending the summit. Does that make sense? Now, ladies and gentlemen, before we go on with the session number one, I want to bring onto the stage the founder and CEO of Viome and the main person behind the Health and Longevity Summit, Naveen Jain. Naveen Jain, brother, welcome to the Health and Longevity Summit. It's good to have you here. I don't know if it's just me, but I don't hear you. If everybody else hears Naveen and it's just me, you let me know in the chat here. I want to know if it's me or if it's the mic.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, loud and clear. That's beautiful.
Wonderful, wonderful. So first of all, I was going to say, what a pleasure and honor to be here. I know we have been planning on this event for almost a year, and we have assembled some of the world's most renowned scientists and doctors who have dedicated their lives to the science of longevity. And I know I speak to them all the time. And I thought, would it be so lovely to bring the expertise of these people to the masses, that everyone can actually understand what causes our body to age, what causes our body to actually start to disintegrate, what causes our body to be in dysbiosis, because our body is supposed to heal. What is causing that inflammation in our body that's causing us to actually not only feel sick, but also age? And I wanted to bring all that knowledge to everyone in the masses here. And we thought, what if we can organize a summit where we can just give this knowledge to everyone? And this could be a great way for us to contribute back to the humanity. And as we go along, we're going to have an hour or so together here, Ronan. And I wanted to, share all the things that I have learned over the last 10 years, having analyzed 1.5 million tests. We have analyzed over 400 quadrillion biological data point. And it's this massive amount of data. And everyone here is possibly have heard of AI and how AI is going to change healthcare. Well, we didn't become an AI company because it's a fad. We had no choice but to become an AI company 10 years ago when we started the company. Because every single time when we analyze using Viome, your saliva, your finger prick blood, and your stool, and I'm going to tell you all about what it is that we do. The fact is we were analyzing 100 million biomarkers. And there was no human being that could actually understand these 100 million biomarkers. So we had to build all of the AI so we are able to understand what was going on inside the human body that was causing us to be sick. And I wanted to share that knowledge with all the everyone here. And so first of all, hello, everyone. Welcome to our Longevity Summit. And I'm looking forward to sharing my ideas with you.
That's wonderful, Naveen. Thank you for all the work behind organizing the Health and Longevity Summit and all the work that Viome is playing in the role of human longevity nowadays. I would love if you could in the beginning, in the opening of our summit, tell us a little bit about what led first you to endeavor into human longevity, because you have such a diverse career. You are the kind of person who can choose what to work and what to do, and you chose longevity. And what is the role that Viome as a company is playing today in the human longevity scene in the world?
Well, first of all, Ronan, again, I want to thank everyone who is here. And I want to just share a little bit of my background and why I got into this field. As many of you may know, I am actually been an entrepreneur for over 35 years now. And this is my 7th venture. And I have always believed that, it is being a naive and novice in an industry allows you to challenge the foundation of everything that experts have taken it for granted. And I'll share with you, in terms of any of you entrepreneurs out there listening to it, how do you go about building a $100 billion company? Why it is easier to build a massive enterprise while helping billions of people live better lives, right? And I'm going to share that framework with you. But in my journey, as you can see behind me, there is a lot of space stuff behind me. And you'll see some of the space meteorites. These are the rocks that fell from Moon and Mars and beyond, and all of the Apollo stuff here. So my previous venture, I was actually working on mining the moon for helium-3 to build fusion reactors. And we became the first company ever to get permission to leave Earth orbit. President Obama signed into the law that anything we bring back, we as a company can own it rather than the country. And we became one of the few companies to get $2.6 billion NASA contract to mine the moon. And I was feeling really, really good about all the good that we could do building a renewable fuel using fusion reactors. And then my dad was diagnosed with stage 4 pancreatic cancer. And it really shook me because I didn't even know he was sick, let alone having a stage 4 cancer. And he was given only that's all he got. And it really got me thinking that here I am thinking that we can change the world, mining the moon, settling on the Mars, doing the fusion reactors, and yet our loved ones are suffering every single day. Why don't I just dedicate my life to solving this problem of understanding what causes the human body to develop these diseases? And it wasn't just the cancer that actually killed him. And of course, that was the final straw that happened. But, the fact is, as he was getting older, I just assumed, of course, he's got diabetes. He's in 70s now. Of course, he has heart disease. He has to take his statins. Of course, he's getting old. Of course, he's got a high blood pressure. He's taking his high blood pressure medicine. And these are the things that are just supposed to happen as you get old. And then I started to think about it. Is there something in the human body that constantly monitors your age and say, now you're 40, start gaining weight. Now you're 50, start developing diabetes. Now you're 60, start losing your memory. And now you're 65, you got to start having all these diseases because that's how it is to be. And it occurred to me there is absolutely nothing, because at the end of the day, our human body is simply a electrobiochemical body. There are hundreds of millions of biochemical reactions that are happening in our body. And my first thing was, what if we can actually understand at a molecular level every change that happens in the body at the onset of these diseases and during the progression of these diseases. And if we can do that, we'll be able to diagnose this disease early. We'll be able to prevent these diseases from happening and, God forbid, outright reverse them. And that was a fundamental belief 10 years ago that I thought, what if we can do that? And that could change the trajectory of how humanity is going to live. This is how we can help 1 billion people live healthier and longer lives. And if we can get 1 billion people to live a better life, not only we contribute back to the humanity that has given me so much, this is how we can also create a great enterprise by actually helping every single day, by helping people live healthier and longer lives. And that's the journey of Viome. And the interesting thing is that I use this framework, and I'll tell you all about what Viome is, but I wanted to share with the knowledge of having been an entrepreneur for 35 years, having created multiple unicorns. Way back before you were born, Ronan, I started my first company in 90s that went on to become one of the top 100 companies in the country. We were bigger than Boeing. We were bigger than most companies that you have heard of, right? That was a company I started in 90s. And I took it public, and it said it was one of the top 100 market cap company. And then I started my second company, and I sold that to HIG. And I started my third company and sold that to Goldman Sachs. And I started my fourth company and a fifth company. And here I am thinking that, this is a problem that I'm willing to die for. And that's the magic of life, is that what is it that you care enough that you're willing to die for and then live for it every single day? What is your North Star? What is your purpose in life? What is it that makes you wake up every single morning and jump out of the bed? And if you can find that thing, you can be successful in doing whatever it is that you want to do. And to me, it became my mission that I'm going to find what is it that's going on inside the human body that causes us to be sick and causes us to age. And this journey started, and by looking at what is it that people were doing and why I believed that was the wrong approach to looking at this problem. So go back and look at 10 years ago. Everyone was focused on one thing and one thing only. They were focused on trying to understand your genes. They wanted to know our DNA. And they told us that your DNA is the key, the secret to the human lives. That's the genetic code that tells you what is going to happen to your body. And if we know your genetic code, we can tell you exactly what is going to happen. And I kept thinking, maybe it is actually, they are right. But if they are right, then there's some things have to be happening. That means if you do my DNA test today and I gain 200 pounds, my genetic things have to change because I am no longer the same person after gaining 200 pounds. And it turns out my DNA still doesn't change. Then I become diabetic and you do my DNA test again and it's still the same DNA. Then I develop a heart disease and it's still the same DNA. I have a depression, I have an anxiety, and I keep developing these diseases. My DNA still is the same. And then I die. And then 100 years after I die, you do my DNA test yet again, and you find it's exactly the same DNA. Just like we're looking at the DNA of mummies and DNA of dinosaurs, right? If DNA can't even tell you that you're dead or alive, how will it ever tell you you're healthier or sicker? And that was my first thing. Wait a sec. These people can't possibly be right. That by looking at DNA, they can tell me I'm about to become sicker because they can't even know if I'm dead or alive. So that is not the way to look at the human body. There has to be something that is changing when I become diabetic. There has to be something that is changing when I start to gain weight, or when I develop depression, or when I develop anxiety, or when I develop a heart disease, when I develop a cancer or Parkinson's or Alzheimer. What is it that is changing when I start to get aging? And I realize that there has to be some other problem. And it turns out that your DNA makes RNA. Your genes are being expressed. So even though your DNA is tied up in the nucleus, every time they open up, they make RNA. RNA makes the protein, and that's what makes our bodies work. And I thought, what if there is a way to monitor that RNA? What if we can measure your gene expression? Because your genes don't change, but your gene expression is always changing. And what if we can actually measure that? And that was my first insight was, what if we can actually measure gene expression of RNA? And I thought it will be the easiest problem to solve. I will find some scientists who will know what to do. And it turned out that no one has ever done this. The second problem, Ronan, was very interesting, that 99% of all the genes that are expressed in our body don't come from our mom and dad. Where do they come from? They come from these 100 trillion with a T microbiome that lives inside our gut, in our mouth, and all over us. In fact, in the last 7 days, if you have been hearing the Commissioner of FDA, Dr. Marty McCurry, he has been talking about how gut health and gut microbiome is the key to understanding human diseases. And he talks about if you can fix your gut health, you can actually stay healthy. If you can get the right food that impacts your gut microbiome, that means don't eat the processed food, eat the food that are good for your gut microbiome, your gut health, you can actually stay healthy. And I'm thinking, oh my God, that's what we have been preaching for the 10 years. And it's not us preaching for the 10 years, Ronan. You know who started this movement? It was 2,500 years ago. There was a doctor named Dr. Hippocrates. We all know that every doctor takes a Hippocratic oath, right? You know what Hippocrates said? Just Google it. It says, all diseases begin in the gut. Let food be thy medicine. Let thy medicine be the food. One man's food is another man's poison, right? And I'm thinking, oh my God, it is not a knowledge that we invented. It is the knowledge that has been there for thousands of years, except that now we can personalize it to each individual. We now know that which person it is a food and which person it is a poison. Which food is actually a food and which food is a poison for each individual, because one man's food can be another man's poison, right? And now we can scientifically figure that out. Now, so what Viome does in a short is we actually analyze your RNA in your saliva. So if you look at the human body, Ronan, our human body is like a donut. There is a tube that goes through us, and that tube is tightly sealed. So we measure the top of the digestive tube in your saliva to understand what are your oral microbes doing when you're chewing your food. What are the functions they are performing? Your oral microbiome is now known to impact your heart disease, your diabetes, your cancer, and your Alzheimer, and many other diseases, including your sexual health, right? Is because your oral microbial activity produce nitric oxide that actually impacts your heart disease and also sexual health, right? The point is your oral microbiome now works with your gut microbiome. So we measure the bottom of the digestive tube by looking at your stool. And by looking at all of your RNA of your gut microbiome, we are able to now see what is it that your gut microbiome are producing? What are they expressing? If you're not able to digest oxalates, why should you be eating the food that are high in oxalates, right? Spinach, because that's going to turn into a kidney stone. If your gut microbiome are producing a lot of uric acid, then you should be eating food like avocado, which is high in uric acid, that's going to turn into a gout. Right? So we actually are able to see what your gut microbiomes are producing. And then we look at everything around the digestive tube by looking at your finger prick blood. So we get 4 drops of your finger prick blood. And now we analyze 100 million biomarkers. We are looking at in the blood, your mitochondria. We are looking at all of your immune system. We are looking at every single RNA transcript, whether it makes protein or it is a non-coding RNA. So we're looking at all the protein coding RNA. We're looking at non-coding RNA. We're looking at every single gene expression in your saliva, every gene expression in your stool, every gene expression in your blood. And then we take all of these 100 million biomarkers. We use AI. And now we can tell you what is happening in your body. What is your biological age? What is your immune health? What is your cognitive health? What's your heart health? What's your gut health? What's your oral health? And then we can be very nerdy. We'll give you your uremic toxin production, to your homocysteine production, to everything you want to know. And then we tell you exactly what food to eat, why you should eat them, and a science paper to learn more about it. What foods you should not eat, why you should not eat, which score it is going to impact, and a science paper that you can learn more about why we are recommending not to eat that food. And then we walk you through every nutrient your body is lacking. So we tell you that, hey, you need 22 milligram of lycopene every day. Take 28 milligram of elderberry every day. Take 79 milligram of amylase every day. So we walk you through every vitamin, mineral, herbs, digestive enzyme, amino acid, food extract. We tell you what ingredients you need in what dosage. And then we custom formulate that supplement with only those ingredients that you need, only in the dosage that you need, and we make them every single month for each individual. There is no pre-made capsule, there is no pre-made formula. Everything is made for every individual. And it comes in a packet like this. It says manufactured on, not expires on. This is made for me 2 weeks ago. Then I get my personalized probiotics and personalized prebiotics and postbiotics for my gut. I get my oral lozenges that are made for me every month for adjusting my oral microbiome. And then I have these personalized toothpaste for morning and personalized toothpaste for evening that are designed for my oral microbiome. And you're saying, look, all these things, how do you know it actually works? So we actually did multiple studies and we published them in a peer-reviewed journal. So if you go to viome.com/publications, you can see all of the several dozen papers that we have published. We showed in 6 months, when you take our personalized nutrition, your depression and your anxiety comes down by 47%. People who had IBS, they improved by 42%. People who had diabetes improved by 30% their A1C score. Then we did double-blinded placebo-controlled study, just like drugs, and we actually just publishing the result in 90 days. We were able to show that people who had HbA1c as pre-diabetic, their A1c came down by 0.42 in 90 days and they became healthier. People who had IBS constipation, 64% of the people became healthy compared to 10% people on placebo. People who had anxiety or depression, 57% of the people became healthy compared to 28% on placebo. And this is all completely blinded placebo-controlled studies using food as a medicine. Now, Ronan, another thing I was going to point out was a lot of people say it's really easy, just eat healthy food, eat green foods. And what we learned after analyzing over 1.5 million tests, what we learned is there is no such food that is good for everyone. However, there are food that are bad for everyone. So eating sugar is bad for everyone. Eating processed food is bad for everyone. Eating fried food is bad for everyone. But there is no food that is good for everyone. So avocado can be good for you or it can harm you if you have high uric acid. Broccoli or Brussels sprout can be good for some people or it can harm you when you have high sulfide gas production, right? Similarly, spinach could be good for you or it can harm you if you have your oxalates not being degraded. Similarly, we found there is no supplement that's good for everyone. And we noticed that today in a social media, it is a real problem because these influencers have no scientific background and they are simply pushing the product out there. I hear this constantly. People ask me, shouldn't everyone just take NAD? As we are aging, our NAD goes down. Shouldn't we just take NAD? And I'm telling you that what we find is NAD can actually increase the progression of cancer. NAD can increase your aging because it increases the oxidative stress. NAD can harm you because it increases the mitochondrial biogenesis, right? So the thing is, you have to measure something before you can improve it. You can't improve something unless you measure it. So we measure your mitochondrial biogenesis. We measure your mitochondrial oxidative stress. We measure your cellular senescence. We measure all of the things so we can say, is NAD going to help you or is NAD going to harm you? A lot of companies are selling these probiotic willy-nilly. They say everyone should take Akkermansia, and Akkermansia can help you improve your metabolic health. Now, you don't have to take my word for it. Just Google Akkermansia and multiple sclerosis. The Akkermansia is a number one reason to cause MS. It can be good for some people. It can be bad for others. So don't ever take things, whether it is food or supplements, without knowing how it is going to impact your body. So basic rule from this conversation is anytime you hear everyone should take this, unless your name is everyone, just don't do it. And it's that simple.
Ladies and gentlemen, I am excited for everybody who is here because this is the beginning. This is the beginning. Naveen, I want to say thank you for the work behind the summit, and thank you for the work behind the company that brings this up. And I commend you with such passion and um, big dreams and big vision that we can have nowadays. A human being, together with many others, the smartest minds in the world, addressing something that impacts the life of each one of us. Thank you to you. Thank you to your parents. Thank you to all the ancestors behind, all the way to Hippocrates. Dr. Hippocrates are giving the thumbs up right now. Um, I'm seeing a lot of people here with the expression of the amazement of the how far is our knowledge going in terms of longevity. If you already know about Viome or have experienced Viome, put Viome in the comments here, because I want to see how many of us are already familiar with it, and for how many of us is this a first connection, a first meeting. If you already know, put Viome. If it's the first time you're hearing all of this, put first in the comment. I see. Where can I get this? We're going to talk more about this, but if you go to Viome.com, you're going to find it all there. But stay with me until the middle, until the end of the first block, because I'm going to tell more to you about the different tests that Viome has with the full body intelligence and the special promotion that we have for people who are participating in the summit with me. So stay with me after the fourth speaker. We're going to talk more again. I'm going to give you all the next steps, the informations if you want. And we have a lot of people who already are familiar with Viome, and so many others that are the lucky ones that are hearing about it for the first time.
So Ronan, let's talk about now what causes us to age. What is the science of aging? What is it that we have learned about aging? And many of you are probably familiar with the Maslow's hierarchy of needs. It's a pyramid, and there are 5 steps in the pyramid, and you have to really accomplish the first step before you go to the second step and the third step and the fourth and the fifth step, right? And similarly, I have come up with this idea of there is a longevity needs, there is need for longevity pyramid. So this is the longevity pyramid that you would see. At the bottom is the nutrition, because unless you have the right nutrition, nothing matters. Because it's like having an amazingly great car, driving a Ferrari, but not putting the right fuel in the Ferrari. It is not going to drive well. It is going to break down. Having $1 million horse, but you're not feeding it right, it's not going to win the race for you, right? So if you want to be that person who has this amazing body that can be $1 million horse, an amazing Ferrari that can take you far, then you have to put the right fuel in the body. And we talked a lot about that. It is about understanding your body. And what's interesting is a food that's good for you today, it may not be good for you 6 months from now. So we actually published the paper that you can go at viome.com/publications. We showed that in 6 months, your microbiome changes enough that you have to now retest and readjust your body. So people say, well, gee, is it like, how often do I have to keep doing it? Well, it's like saying, I worked out last year. Do I have to work out again, or am I done for the rest of my life? And the point is, like a workout, it has to be a lifelong journey. Every 6 months, you have to be able to actually readjust. Every 6 months, you'll be able to actually retest and readjust. And in between 6 months, we are constantly learning about you and constantly changing our recommendation. So our AI engine integrates with Apple Health, Google Health, and we are actually seeing, so if you're not sleeping well, we say, okay, we notice that you're not sleeping well. So we're going to start to adjust your supplements and we're going to adjust your foods. If we notice that you're doing a lot of weight training, we say, okay, let's change your supplements to add creatine, branched-chain amino acid, and let's increase your intake of protein. If you're doing a lot of aerobic training, we constantly adjust in terms of calories you need, in terms of supplements you need. And as you say, hey, last couple of weeks I've been feeling this bloating, what should I do? We say, okay, here are the foods that you should be changing, and in the meantime we're going to also change your supplements since these things are not working right. So we're constantly adjusting, making N of one, and constantly understanding and changing everything. Yeah. So I think the key here is to really understand a proper personalized nutrition and retesting every 6 months to see how your body had changed. And you will notice a significant change. In fact, there is a paper that we published that we shows the people who follow our food recommendation or people who take food and supplement, the changes that happen in their scores, the underlying biochemical reaction, underlying biology change significantly. Just to give you an idea, 18 months ago, now I turned 66 now. 18 months ago when I was 64, my biological age by Viome was very low. And I thought maybe these guys are just trying to suck up to me and just telling me how young I am. I'm going to go out and do a third-party test just to validate these are right. So I went to glycan age and I measured my biological age. And 18 months ago, it was 33 when I was 64 years old. Last week, I did the test again after 18 months. And instead of aging by 18 months, my biological age came down to 32 now. So imagine that. So I am not preaching something that I don't follow. I'm telling you it is possible. And in fact, I'll be thrilled to share with you my results of how in 18 months, just by following the precision nutrition, I'm able to become even younger from 33 to 32 as I age from 64 to 66, right? And that's the beauty. 94% of our customers tell us when they take Viome supplements and they take Viome food recommendations, they have more energy. They have no brain fog. They tell us their digestive systems, 92% of the people tell us their digestive system is better, right? They tell us their skin is youthful, right? They're feeling the things that they no longer feel tired, right? They feel so energetic. They feel they're losing weight. We did in a corporation, we gave the Viome test. Viome basically was offered to their executives as a part of the benefit. And what they saw was the average weight loss naturally with supplements and food was 15 pounds. Think about that. Instead of taking GLP-1, what if your body can make the GLP-1? Instead of taking Ozempic, what if your gut can actually make Ozempic for you? And that is not a theory. You know the GLP-1 is a natural compound. So when you take the right food, the right set of fiber, not any fiber, the right fiber for your right microbiome, it actually increases the production of short-chain fatty acid butyrate, and the butyrate increases the production of GLP-1. Right? So I think what I'm trying to say is that it is a time for you to be able to experience the magic of Viome for yourself. And after nutrition, we're going to come back and talk about a little bit more in a session that I have already recorded for you. We're going to talk a little bit more about exercise, stress, sleep, purpose, all of the things that goes with the longevity. And I look forward to seeing you again in the near future.
Naveen, thank you so much, brother.
Thank you
for opening the summit for us. I'll say goodbye to you for now. And
thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's time that we start the first block of the summit with the 4 next speakers. My invitation to you, remember, this summit has way more value to you if it becomes action after that. If it is just absorption of information, it's questionable how much it is really valuable. But if you are able to capture a couple of things that resonate with you and transform at least one of them in action, now you're winning. So my invitation for you over the next couple of sessions is, whenever you hear something that speaks to you, like something that Naveen spoke that felt it was directed to your person alone, take notes of that. What was the idea? What was the concept, or what is the quote? And then in the after the fourth interview, I'll come back to you here and ask you, what are the main things that spoke to you? What are the quotes? What are the ideas? And how are the actions that are coming out of that? Beautiful. Can we? Who is in this idea with me? Put I'm in, and this is how we proceed. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the Health and Longevity Summit. And now we go on to our first speaker of the night, of the day.
I'm very excited to discuss aging and longevity with Dr. Eric Verdin. He's the president and CEO of Buck Institute for Research on Aging. Eric is an MD from Belgium and has published hundreds of scientific papers and patents, building a reputation as one of the most influential researchers in the longevity and aging field. His lab, and the Buck Institute more broadly, studies aging and age-related diseases with a focus on how lifestyle, diet, and metabolic interventions may slow down aging. So let's get started. Thank you very much for joining.
Delighted to be here.
Excellent. I would like to start with first actually defining aging, because pretty much if you have 10 scientists and physicians in the room and ask them about what aging is, you'll get 11 different answers. So can we understand what you think of as aging?
I think about aging, it's a tough question, by the way, because I think, as you mentioned, there are as many theories as there are scientists. And the way I think about aging is the slow accumulation of unrepaired damage. So the thing to consider is that as we go through life, our bodies, our cells are subjected to lots of insults. Think about the oxygen that we breathe, which induces oxygen damage. Think about gamma rays coming from the sun. Think about ultraviolet light, on our skin. Think about the effect of gravity pulling on our bones, on our skin. So all of these forces are met by a whole series of compensatory mechanism, repair mechanism. So if you get irradiated by gamma rays, this might induce a mutation in your DNA. Well, our cells have the ability to repair this mutation back to normal. Now, these repair processes are effective throughout life, and they're extremely effective because if you're lacking simply, for example, DNA repair, we know these people, the people who are affected by these mutations actually do not live very old. So we are constantly being fixed, but the repair processes are not perfect. And so they allow the accumulation of slow, almost imperceptible. I mean, you don't feel yourself aging. And sometimes you looking a picture for 5 years earlier and say, yeah, I look younger. But so what happened during that period is the slow accumulation of damage in your protein, in your DNA, in your lipids, in your fat, in your tendons, in your skin, and so on. And we see this as the net result.
I think that's great. So now the question is, so once the damage occurs, is it possible to reverse it, or should we mostly focus on slowing down that damage?
Well, there are two big schools about dealing with the aging process. First school is, can we repair the damage that has occurred? And there's growing evidence that aging is not as fixed as we used to think. We have evidence in animal models for true rejuvenation. And there was recently a paper published in actually non-human primates in rhesus macaque, which is a small monkey, showing that you could actually reverse aging parameters that we can measure. So that's one thing. The ideal situation, in my opinion, is to actually prevent the damage or slow the damage to occur at a much lower rate than normal. And so we think about the field is divided by two camps. These camps, by the way, are not opposed to each other. They're just two ways to look at the same problem. One is to optimize your life so that you can actually slow down your rate of aging. And the second one, once the damage has occurred, to actually identify therapeutic modalities or even lifestyle interventions that will allow you to reverse some of the damage. And I think the field is moving in parallel against both fronts. And hopefully, what lies in the future will be a combination of both.
I think that sounds great. Would you agree that in general, prevention can be mostly achieved via nutritional and lifestyle modifications, and then maybe reversal will be more heavily dependent on pharmaceuticals? Or what is your opinion on that?
Both. So the first thing and the most important thing for your audience to consider is the relative role of your genes, your genetic background, what you've inherited from your parents, and your lifestyle factors, and nature versus nurture. And so we know that there are both factors actually play a role. What has recently come to light is the fact that lifestyle factors, non-genetic factors, are actually much more important. And in effect, latest numbers are more than 90% of your health span, your healthy years of life, and your lifespan is determined by lifestyle factors. Only about 7 to 10% by genetics. Now, that means you can't blame your parents for not living old. I mean, that means it's on you, it's on me. It's an incredibly empowering message in some way, because it tells you that the way you choose to live is going to determine the way you age in the long term. Now, this is true for most people, except for a few lucky ones who come from families where there are many centenarians or many very old living people. We tend to find in these families who are living very old the presence of more protective gerogenes, so genes that are protective against aging. And we find, for example, today, when you look at centenarians, many of them have had lifestyle that were nothing particular. Many of them have smoked, have drunk too much. So it's and quite often this is used as an argument by people to say, it doesn't matter what you do, you just have to be lucky and have the right genes. It's true, but it's the important thing to know that it's only for a very few people, very small fraction of the population. For the rest of us, it's what you do that determines how well you're going to live. And now you talked about nutrition and so on versus drugs. I really sort of divide what we call the pillars of aging into 5 different categories. One would be nutrition. Number 2 would be physical activity or exercise. I don't even like the term exercise. I like physical activity because it turns out that just walking or even gardening already is helpful in terms of your health. Sleep is a big one. Sleep and stress mitigation. Human connections is actually the most important one, and that's the one that's the hardest to study because it involves all kinds of attributes that we cannot really quantify. I tell people, just think about the number of people who would say they love you, and who really care about you and with whom you are in close contact. These are the type of connection that will make you live longer. I mean, we're just a few days after Thanksgiving, which at least personally, being at a family dinner surrounded by your children and your friends is just one of the most powerful things that you can do for your health. And I tell people, whatever you do in terms of other nutrition and physical activity, make sure it doesn't interfere too much with your ability to interact, in a relaxed way with people you love. And then the last one is drugs and supplements. And unfortunately, a lot of people would love to have a quick fix. But my nightmare version of what the Buck Institute could stand for is to be known as the organization that invented a pill that makes everybody a couch potato. So I tell people, the foundation is all the factors that I've talked about so far. The supplements and the drugs will come, and they might be here already, and we can talk about this later, but they will play an important role in the future. Exactly but on top of everything else, in my opinion, should optimize the other ones because they're much more powerful. And I've made the point that we will not have a drug more powerful than physical activity and exercise against aging, probably for the next 10 to 20 years. So my message is more, do everything you can right now based on what we know that works, so that 10 to 20 years from now, when the drugs are coming, you will be in the best position to benefit from them.
Absolutely love this. I think this is so important, and this is the core of our discussion. I would like to just summarize it. So one of the most important takeaways is that unless you're one of the very few lucky people that have a very protective genome, 90% of your aging is going to come from your lifestyle and nutrition and not from your genetics. So you do not use the excuse of, hey, I have an uncle who smoked and drank and lived to his 90s, right?
No,
so
don't do this.
you cannot count on that, right? And then the 5 pillars of health that or slowed aging that you discussed that people should focus on are nutrition, and then physical activity of essentially any kind, solid sleep, that would be probably, I guess, 7.5 plus hours, right?
Yes.
And then human connections, very important and very challenging, especially in these days of virtual everything. And then last is supplements and medications, but those are currently not as important, and they will never replace all the other effects.
That's my hope, because we know, there's incredible value to be gotten from the first 4.
Yes.
I also, maybe I'll make a special pitch for sleep, because I think it is one that many people are having trouble dealing with. We live in a world with artificial light, and now, which already disrupted our ability to live with the circadian rhythm, the rhythm of the sun, which, by the way, is the environment in which we have evolved for billions of years. Our lives are, think about how, the fact that we're sleeping at night does not happen by chance. This is how we've evolved. And so I encourage people to really pay attention to this one more closely, because in my personal cases, it sort of allows me to deal with everything else. I know that if I don't sleep well one night, the next morning I don't feel like exercising. I'm more tempted by the sugary pastries. And so I always tell people, I start with sleeping, and then everything else is much easier.
Great. I'd like to ask you, you're an MD, so you're a physician. I'd like your opinion on the following. I hear and read a lot of cases where people have, let's say, metabolic disease. So let's say they have just type 2 diabetes or fatty liver disease. They go to a doctor and they ask the doctor, hey, should I change anything about my diet and exercise? And a very common response these days from doctors is, it's genetic. There's nothing really you can do about it. Just take the medications we give you, and that's the best you can do. What would you say to those people, which seems to be a lot of people in the United States?
First, I think we have to recognize the difficulty. So I don't want any of my answers to be construed as sort of callousness or lack of empathy or understanding in terms of the challenges that people have with respect to maintaining their weights or staying, exercising, and so on. So there are life circumstances, factors that we call the social determinants of health, that make it very hard for some people to actually do all the things that we say they should do. When we speak about exercise, if you're working 3 jobs to feed your family, exercise is probably the last thing on your mind. If you're living in a food desert where there is no access to fresh vegetables, again, very difficult to eat healthily. So the field of longevity, in my opinion, does not talk enough about these social determinants of health. Unfortunately, we know what those are, but we do feel as scientists, a little bit sort of unable to change those. These are more society decisions in terms of how do we create a society that is actually healthy for people, because we know that when the society itself is healthy, the people become healthy automatically. I was recently at a place in the Middle East where there's an enormous obesity epidemic and diabetes epidemic, and I could not walk anywhere. There was no sidewalks. There's no places for people to actually walk. So you have to take a car to do everything. America has a bit of the same problem in some places. It's a culture that's driven by automobiles, and so people are having a hard time, exercising and walking in a normal way of life. So I think as a society, I think we should really spend a lot more time wondering how do we actually make our society more healthy, so that people are enticed to become healthy even without knowing it. So this is really, to me, one key area that we have to focus on. I don't know if it answers your question, but this is really clearly one thing that we could do a better job and really become more aware. Now, the obesity epidemic in the US indicates a real problem with our society, both the fast food, a lot of other factors, and fast food and physical inactivity. So the question is, how do we change this in the future? I don't have all of these answers. I know what does work, and we try to say, what we know are the factors that will make people healthier.
Okay, well, let's talk about those. So, can you just tell us now, what are your longevity practices, and which longevity practices you would recommend for people who want to do something and have the ability to do something in terms of changing their nutrition and lifestyle?
So nutrition, we can speak about each of these different buckets that we mentioned earlier. The first thing for people to understand is I look at these as specific account. Think about it as a bank account, okay? Or investments. Each of these categories, nutrition, physical activity, stress, or human connections, is a place where you can make selective investments, okay? Just in the way we talk about finance, we talk about diversification. That means if you're exercising a lot, I talk to people who will tell me, I exercise a lot, therefore I don't need to watch what I'm eating. And that's probably not true. We have some evidence that if you take each of these accounts individually and you stack them on top of each other, you get added benefits. That is, you might get an extra 5 years of life from being a regular exerciser, but you're going to get another 3 or 4 years of life, extra life, healthy life, if you're actually eating well. And if you're sleeping well on top of it, it's going to go further up. We know that total can be up to 15 to 20 years of extra healthy life. And I've made the statement that today, based on what we know, without any supplements and without any drugs, most people could expect to live to 90, 95 in good health. Now, this is very different from what we have, the situation we currently have, where most people will live to 65 in good health. And they start having problems. By 70, they have at least 2 chronic diseases of aging. And by 75, 76, this is the average life expectancy. So think about from 65 to 90, there's a lot of extra healthy life there for many of us to get. And so if we go, I'm happy to talk about each of them individually. Let's start with nutrition.
Let's give the audience some really practical advice.
So it's a big one because it's extremely complex. There is not a week that goes by where there's not an article in the press saying you should not eat this and you should eat this, and there's this diet versus that diet. First point is, I don't believe in any specific diet. There's some very sort of contrary evidence supporting whether you're more healthy if you're vegetarian versus vegan versus omnivore. I think there are extremely long-lived people who are omnivores. I think there's lots of evidence in terms of who we are as an animal species that points to the fact that we are omnivores. I Also, and but there's some really clear rules in terms of what is healthy. Vegetables, rich, diverse, colored vegetables, natural organic meat that is not treated with pesticides or antibiotics or growth hormone, not an excess of dairy product. So really colored, rich food. Michael Pollan has a wonderful book that describes what to eat. He has very simple rules, such as do not eat anything you can buy in a gas station. And so that if you just picture this in your head, you will see all the potato chips and lots of really processed and unnatural food. He also says don't eat any food that your grandmother would not recognize as food, or in which the list of ingredients is higher than 10. So it really points to the fact that there are wonderfully tasty food that you can eat, that are based on olive oil, on natural fruits and fruit. So that would be the number one aspect of food. Is for me the diversity and there being true foods. I can indulge from time to time in ice cream. This is a highly processed food, but it again, we talk about investing. You don't need to invest every day, but the more you invest, the faster your health capital is going to grow. So I'm not a sort of absolutist in the way, that everybody should be eating perfectly all the time. You can make exceptions, but your average diet should be pointing to something more healthy. The second thing about food, which is critical in my mind, is we know from aging science that there's one pathway that regulates aging and that is linked to food. It's the glucose-insulin pathway. So glucose is sugar and insulin is the hormone that our body makes to utilize that sugar. It turns out the lower your insulin level is, the better off you are. So the question is, how do you do this? The key thing there is to avoid what we call fast carbohydrates, fast sugar. And I will give you a list. And if you're eating any of those, you probably should reconsider. All fruit juices, apple juice, orange juice. You would be amazed by the number of people who think that they're actually doing themselves some healthy thing by drinking fruit juice. There are no safe amounts of fruit juice. It's pure sugar. You might as well drink a Coca-Cola, Coke, or Pepsi or whatever. Those should be eliminated from your diet. Now, you could eat an orange, which is very different from a glass of orange juice in terms of how it's metabolized by your body. And I tell people, if you enjoy fruits, eat the fruit. Do not eat the juice. Do not drink the juice. All cereals, same thing. Cereals are pure bowls of sugar. I would say most parents would not give their children a glass of Coke in the morning for breakfast, but if you give them a glass of orange juice and a bowl of cereal, you're doing exactly the same thing. So breakfast, in my opinion, should be savory. Eggs, salmon, some low complex carbohydrates such as whole wheat bread, some cheese, some yogurt with some fruits. So these are all examples of, we should go away from these highly sugary breakfasts. The other thing that, if you want to go one step further, is to actually learn how to recognize what do you eat in your diet that actually makes your blood sugar spike. So the whole idea here is that when you eat a fast sugar, like orange juice, for example, this will cause a massive influx of sugar in your bloodstream. Your pancreas in your abdomen will respond to this, will see this as an alarm signal, and will liberate a hormone called insulin. And what insulin does is it's like a lock and key type of mechanism. It will allow this sugar to be taken up by the cells in your body to decrease the blood sugar level. Now, the problem is when our bodies are not equipped, we have not evolved to deal with enormous amount of sugar. Okay, so if you have a glass of orange juice, it's probably about 10 times more than what your body can handle, and it reacts almost like in a panic. It will actually liberate too much insulin, and the net result of this is that your blood sugar is going to crash after 2 hours. And guess what happened when your insulin level and goes down and your sugar goes down, you're going to be hungry. And so you restart the cycle. And you're going to be hungry, especially for carbohydrate. And so many people, when you are measuring their blood sugar over the day, you will see it oscillating nonstop. That's the recipe for obesity. Now, the way to determine where your blood sugars are is to wear something called CGM, continuous glucose monitor. These are now available over the counter. You can buy them. And this CGM, you will put it on your skin and you link it to your phone. It will show you your blood sugar in real time. So you can become educated in terms of what is triggering these blood sugar surges in my blood. And what you will learn is what many of us have learned, like fruit juices really cause enormous spike. Many tropical fruits, I'm thinking pineapple, dates, kiwis, will cause similar spikes. So I argue with people that you should try to stick with berries. Strawberry, blueberry, raspberry are much lower in sugar than most fruits, and they maintain a much more healthy metabolic status. So these would be my first few steps if you haven't thought about your food. Now, when I recommend this to people, many people tell me I'm losing weight by myself without actually dieting. That's the thing. Once you trigger insulin secretion with a blood sugar surge, you actually are, the role of insulin is to transform sugar into fat. And so if you decrease your insulin, you're going to decrease the amount of fat. The last recommendation that I would make in terms of nutrition is the idea of fasting. Many of us spend too many hours of the day feeding. And in effect, most of us should spend about 12 hours fasting and 12 hours eating. So if you get up at 7 in the morning and you start with a savory breakfast, your last meal should be at 7 o'clock at night. Okay, so that would be a 12-hour window of eating. The rest, you should not eat anything and be in a true fasting state. Now, the reason why fasting is important, it is a process during which you're digesting food, but also repairing. We have all kinds of, we talked about what aging is the absence of repair or the damage of repair. The moment during which your body repairs itself is during the night when you're fasting. And so the longer you allow this period of not eating to occur, the more your body is going to be able to repair itself. So this would be really for nutrition.
I think that's great. So I think that's great advice. And fasting for 12 hours should not be difficult for almost anyone to achieve, really. No. Just don't have those late night snacks, basically. That's kind of the biggest sort of thing.
Exactly. And quite often, when people say, well, how do I do this? I say, well, it's quite easy. You just, that little cup of ice cream that you might have at 10 o'clock at night or a glass of milk before going to bed. Try to eliminate them and really strictly have a 12 hours with no food, only water, and see how your body changes. I can guarantee you, I've had a number of people I've advised on this simple change who see, within the year they've lost 7 to 10 pounds without changing anything and without being hungry.
Right. Let's talk just a little bit more about sugar, because that seems to be a very central topic here. What if someone is measuring their glucose response using a CGM and says, I can eat anything I want. I can down a can of Coke, and in 2 hours, my sugar goes back to normal. My insulin response is perfect. There is no issue with my blood sugar spiking because in 2 hours, it goes back to normal. But what I've read is that just our body processing that large amount of sugar could cause oxidative damage, even if it goes back to normal. Can you maybe put in your opinion here?
Yeah, absolutely. Well, I can guarantee you, if you're drinking a full can of Coke or Pepsi, I don't want to be discriminating here, which, by the way, I can enjoy. I'm not an absolutist. I can enjoy a good glass of Coke like anyone else. I just don't drink it every day, not even every week. So the key really here is to also look at the spike. It's not so much whether your blood sugar goes back to normal after 2 hours, is what is the intensity of the spike, meaning that your blood sugar will increase, how high does it go, and what's your insulin response? So there's something called a GTT, a glucose tolerance test, that you can actually conduct that will show you how your body is responding to such a load of sugar. And that's exactly what they do. They give you a bolus of glucose, which is a form of sugar, and they measure your glucose response in your blood and your insulin response as well. And it doesn't look good for anybody. I can only say this. And obviously, the younger you are, the more likely you are to be responsive and to have a normal response. But with age, this capacity degrades, and we see the results. The people who are not following these types of recommendation over time show accelerated aging.
Yeah. Okay, great. Let's talk about personalized nutrition. You know that Viome is all about personalizing nutrition, especially reducing the glycemic response by personalizing nutrition. Can you tell us a little bit about how you came across Viome and what your thoughts are about personalizing nutritional choices, even within the omnivorous diet?
I think, this is a clear example of having more information makes you more aware. And I think for me, this is why I encourage people to use products like Viome and Insight Trackers and others, is to really make sure that, many of us are navigating through our health in a blind way, not really knowing. I think the beauty of these tests is to gain insight and try to see, okay, what is the response that is happening to you? And now the reason this is important is on an individual basis, because I'm making here a series of recommendations that might not necessarily completely apply to you, is the fact that we are all different. And the role here is the microbiome, which is the key player there is your microbiome, which is the set of bacteria that are living in your colon, in your intestine, and which help in metabolizing glucose, sugar, and other plants and so on. So identifying, how you respond, not necessarily your neighbor. For example, I'll give you a good example. A banana is something that some people will spike with. Some people have no spike. So if you are wearing a CGM, you're eating a banana and you don't spike, wonderful. You can keep eating bananas. It probably indicates your body, your microbiome has the ability to deal with that sugar load. For some other people, it might cause a horrible spike. I found out wearing a CGM that I cannot eat dates and figs, which are two fruits that I actually love, but obviously they're loaded with sugar, and I'm really a poor responder. So I suspect most people are. So I would say, products like the Viome assay and so on are really critical for people to learn how to recognize what am I made of. This is a whole concept that we call personalized precision medicine. So the idea is that we're not, there are some things that are pretty bad for everybody, but there are many things. There are many gray zones where some person might respond to a certain food in one way and another person in another way. So the personalization, I think, in the future is going to be critical.
Yeah, fabulous. Yeah, I mean, that's what we're working on every day, and we've done lots of studies on that and now running clinical trials. Okay, let's cover one more topic. I know you have experience and expertise and opinion about immune system aging and how that fits within aging. And I've seen that you're interested in adding immune aging as sort of a mainstream. And I've had some discussions with many people, obviously, about aging. And what I've heard multiple times is that, people will argue, well, if we push back aging clock, you have to die of something. You're going to eventually develop a chronic disease. So maybe what nature has done in these blue zones is sort of the most optimal solution, which is you don't actually develop any chronic disease. So you don't suffer in any way. But as your immune system sort of slows down, at some point in time in your 80s and 90s, you will get an infectious disease, and in 3 days, you'll be done. And that's basically it. So you've lived a healthy life, you didn't suffer, and then a pneumonia overcomes you and you die. But obviously, we don't want that to happen in the 60s, right? So can you talk to us a little bit about this immune aging, and specifically What can people do to slow down the aging of their immune system?
Yeah. So let me first, I'll address the whole idea of health span versus lifespan, because I think that's what you spoke about, this idea of, sort of living very old and essentially, being sick and dying. So that's what we define as health span, is the healthy years of life. Okay. For most people in the US, it's until around 65. If you're 65 years old in the US, 70% of people carry one of the chronic disease of aging: heart attack, they've had a heart attack or a cancer or a stroke or macular degeneration, osteoporosis, Alzheimer's, Parkinson's. All of these diseases that we see in older people around us are actually extremely prevalent. As I mentioned, 70% of people age 65 carry at least one of these. When you reach 70, 70% of people carry two of these conditions. And eventually, they will die by 75, 77. So that means that most people spend 15% of their lives, 65 to 75, afflicted by one of these conditions. And this is why when you ask people, do you want to live to 90? Most people look at you in horror saying, this is, aging is miserable, and I don't want to go through this for the rest of my life.
Yeah.
Now, what makes me think that we can actually change this equation? Because what we're proposing is for everybody to live to 90, 95 in good health. That is a dramatic change of that equation, that aging does not mean being diminished and sick. And we have around us, everyone in your audience knows someone who is aging incredibly well, either because of genetics, and that's the minority, or because of lifestyle. And typically, we see this around us when we study them. The people who are very active physically, the athletes, the people who have biked or done sports their whole life, you just look at them and they're aging very differently. Now, we also know the centenarians, people who live to 100 today, they not only live longer, but they spend a much smaller fraction of their life afflicted by all these conditions. So your typical centenarians will live to 95 in good health and will have a 5-year compression of morbidity type of end. So within 3 or 4 years, they will pass away. That's your average centenarian. So we know that we can do it. Some of us can do it. The question is, how can we transform everyone? So when I ask people, do you want to live to 90, 95 in good health, just surrounded by your family, your friends, maybe still working if you're in good shape? Everyone raises their hand. Everybody wants that. Nobody wants, another, whatever starts at 65 until 90, another 30 years of misery. So to me, that really is the key thing that we're working on, is this compression of morbidity, making people live healthy longer. Now, what does the immune system have to do with all of this? The immune system is one of two what we call distributed organs. So we think immune system, and you're probably thinking about the blood, you're thinking about the bone marrow, the lymph nodes, but the immune cells are actually present in every one of our organs, even in your brain. So the immune system is a diffuse organ that patrols all of our other organs to make sure that everything is in order. Now, we have evidence now that we can measure aging of different organs using simple blood assay with a company called Vero that we've been working with. They have the ability to recognize aging, to measure your age in each individual organ. And what they found using this tool is that there are two organs that are predicting your lifespan. That's the immune system and the brain. And it's not that your central nervous system. It's not that surprising, because these are two organs that are influencing the rest of the organism. So if you have an old immune system, it's going to induce secondary aging everywhere, in your liver, in your lungs, and so on. So we've become particularly interested in my lab in really understanding what are the factors that determine immune aging. How can we slow it down? This has obviously two different implications. One is there's a version of the immune system, it's called the innate immune system, which becomes hyperactivated, too busy when you age. And this is what people call inflammaging, or if you heard the term inflammation linked to aging, we call this inflammaging. So this is actually this was a very strong predictive factor in terms of who was going to die after COVID infection. We knew that people who had high inflammaging tend to succumb to COVID-19 much more than others. The other arm of the immune system is what we call the adaptive immune system. This is the one that makes you respond to vaccine. This is the one that protects you against viruses and bacteria. And that one actually is not hyperactive, it's actually decreased in its effectiveness. So that if you get vaccinated after age 70, your response rate is much lower. And so a lot of our work is really trying to understand why is that, and what can we do to restore your adaptive immune system and slow down your innate immune system and have a much more youthful type of immune system. I think it's going to be critical for healthy aging.
Well, that's super fascinating. Obviously, from the scientific standpoint, are there any recommendations you can make to everyone as to what to do about it? Because I have one, for example, but let's hear from you. Are there any practices that people can do today to slow down their inflammaging and to accelerate their adaptive immune system or make it more robust?
Well, the immune system is one organ among many. And again, these are the same factors that we talked about earlier.
I see.
Your nutrition, your physical activity.
Okay.
I should add, one that we haven't talked about yet is your stress level, which really can negatively affect your immune system. Remember that if you have pain in one place in a joint, and there's inflammation in that joint that causes the pain, one of the treatment is steroids. The reason you're getting steroids is because they are very powerfully anti-inflammatory and they suppress your immune system. So the same thing happens if you have too much endogenous steroids because you're stressed and you don't manage the stress well, or if you're eating poorly. So all of these systems are really tightly interlinked. And I would say all of the rules that we've talked about earlier that apply to global aging certainly apply to the immune system.
Okay, I think this is a super important and very common topic. So let's say someone says, okay, how do I measure my stress level? What are the ways that we can measure stress so that once we measure it and we find out that it's high, we can implement different strategies and then measure again to see if they work or not?
Well, there are multiple ways. There are ways that your physician probably uses to measure, for example, your chronic inflammation. There are a number of blood tests that your doctor can conduct to see if you are inflamed, chronically inflamed or not. That would be giving you an idea of where you stand. And we know if you have chronic inflammation or inflammaging, this will put you at risk for heart disease, for Alzheimer's, and so on. So
can you list specifically which blood tests you would recommend for this?
Yeah, a good example is CRP, C-reactive protein. There's one that I think is one certainly that people can use. There are other more simple markers that people can use. For example, if you have wearables, some of your audience might have them.
Yep, absolutely.
Looking at your HRV, your heart rate variability, will give you an idea of your autonomic stress. The two nervous systems of sympathetic and parasympathetic are in balance, and your HRV is a reflection of this.
Okay.
There are multiple ways that you can do this.
But many watches these days have HRV built in, and they'll actually report stress level, which is a combination of heart rate and HRV.
Yes.
And because when you're exercising, if your stress level goes up, you know that that's connected to the exercise. But if you're not exercising and your stress level goes up, then it's likely that you're exposed to some other stress.
Exactly.
We recommend those basically as pretty good sort of guidance for stress levels.
Exactly. And I can tell you just one bad night of sleep and my HRV is down. Or alcohol, again, one disruptor of sleep, but also really lower your HRV. So there's many things to learn in this respect.
Okay, what about these cortisol tests that are ordered either via a doctor or via direct consumer? Do you recommend those?
Yeah, I totally recommend these. Cortisol is a hormone that's a marker of stress. So remember that stress also is not always something that we're very good at measuring, or at least assessing, because I had a number of people tell me, well, I don't feel stressed, or I've had, exercisers, people tell me, well, I work out every day, and then when you measure their cholesterol level, their cortisol level, you realize they are chronically stressed. So stress is not always something that's very easy to quantify from a personal point of view, and having a cortisol level, which is typically measured at multiple points during the day, because remember, cortisol is a very strong diurnal variation, so it changes during the day. You need cortisol, by the way. It's not something bad, but it's important to have a variation according to normal rhythm. And so I encourage people to do this. I would personally, unless you're a physician or you have a physician friend, this is not something I would do by myself with one of the available tests online. I would do this with a physician and do it in a way that someone can help you interpret the results.
Okay. Well, I found out recently that many health insurance companies will actually pay once a year for a lot of these preventive tests.
Yes.
I'm actually going to a blood draw tomorrow, and they're actually paying for IL-6 and TNF-alpha, which...
Even better. I wasn't going to mention them because I thought they were a little too specialized, but
I thought so too, but apparently once a year you can actually get those done. I checked with United Healthcare, so and that's going pretty deep, a little bit deeper than CRP.
Absolutely, and I totally agree. As I mentioned, I did not bring them up because I thought they were like too specialized, but IL-6, TNF-alpha, CRP, there's another one called D-dimer. There are many that are, and including others that we're in the process of developing, that really to try to dig in deeper, because immune system is a one word or two words, but it's a very complex system. With we recently did a study. We can enumerate more than 500 different species of immune cells in the blood of anybody at any point. So we've only scratched the surface in terms of understanding what all of these cells are doing, and their role in inflammation and aging and so on. But we're moving in that direction.
Okay, great. I'd like to mention on this topic how to improve the immune system. I think that this is a way to improve the immune system, because I learned a year or so ago that butyrate produced in situ in the colon by the gut microbiome actually transcriptionally stimulates conversion of CD8 plus T cells into memory T cells, and that's a required signal for that transformation, which means that if your gut microbiome is not fed fiber or prebiotic at the time of infection or vaccination, your CD8 cells may die, and you may basically erase the memory of that infection or vaccine. And so
I love that story, because I think, and I can speak a little bit more about this. So butyrate is a so-called short-chain fatty acid. It's only one. There are many, propionic acid and so on. They are produced by your microbiome in response to precursors, what we call probiotics. And the reason why this is important is half of your immune system is actually located in the wall of your gut. So, which seems to be incredibly, important not to ignore this, because this is where your immune system goes and gets educated to all different metabolites. So it is direct contact with your food. So we know if you're eating enough fiber, for example, you will produce a lot of butyrate. In the lumen of the intestine, they can reach incredibly high concentration, and your body has evolved to actually to sense this and to recognize it. For example, butyrate will increase your secretion of GLP-1. Remember the Wegovy, the GLP-1 agonist type of drugs that everyone is talking about now, who, by the way, seems to have profound anti-aging effect. You can stimulate your own endogenous GLP-1 secretion without taking a drug, by increasing the fibers in your diet. I mean, if that's not exciting. So the other thing that I find remarkable in this respect is there was a study that came out that really changed the whole field of fiber and what fibers to eat. What they were able to show is they actually did a study where they took three groups of people, humans, and for 3 weeks or a month, they put them on three different diets. One was a single regular diet, continue eating we've been so far. The other one put on a simple fiber, and the third group were put on a fermented food, and their goal was to eat 5 fermented food per day. When we think fermented food, I'm thinking kimchi from Korea, sauerkraut from Germany, yogurt, kefir, kombucha. So all of these food that have live culture. And what they observed was actually in the case of these cultures, the work of the bacteria has already been conducted, so that there's already butyrate and propionic acid and lactic acid in those cultures. What they found is even 3 weeks to a month of this change in dietary regimen already had a profound effect on inflammation. And so that, for me, is actually something that I do in my everyday routine, is I make sure I have 5 servings of a fermented food every day, because we know it really helps in tamp down the inflammation associated with aging.
Wow. And I think that every Blue Zone has a version of fermented food, whether it's dairy or vegetables.
Yes.
So that's really supportive. Okay, well, we are out of time. Eric?
That was quick.
Super, super exciting to speak with you. Thank you for all the knowledge.
My pleasure.
I hope we can interact in the future.
Absolutely. Yeah, delighted to be here. And thank you for the great interview.
Great. Thank you. Have a wonderful evening.
Thank you.
Welcome, everyone. And today we're joined by Dr. Nir Barzilai, the director of the Institute for Aging Research at the Albert Einstein College of Medicine. His work is reshaping our understanding of aging, and through research on centenarians and leading clinical efforts like the TAME trial, he's showing what it might look like to live not just longer, but healthier. So welcome, Dr. Barzilai.
Thank you very much. Nice being there. And actually, thank you for spreading the gospels that we're going to tell you, because the revolution is about spending time in your health rather than spend time on your diseases. And we'll talk how we can do that.
Yes, very exciting. So let's dive right in and ask the first question that I ask everyone, which is, how do you define aging?
Well, I was afraid of this question. There are 2 ways to answer. The one for this audience, right? And I'm expecting you not to be scientists, because if you're scientists, you wouldn't appreciate the way I talk. We talk, differently. But for non-scientists, the definition of aging is really, I tell the story of this couple who lives in the Midwest of the United States, and in a house, and the wife turns to her husband and says, "Honey, why don't we go upstairs and make love?" And the husband says, "Sweetie, I cannot do both." Okay? That's the functional definition of aging. I hope I didn't hurt anyone's feeling here.
That's a great one. I've never heard of that one before.
For me, in the lab, it's something else. I can measure in a blood test 5,000 different proteins. Those are components that we have in our blood. Those are the components that do all the action in our body. And what I see when I'm measuring that, and I'm asking what is changing between age 65 and 95, I see lots of breakdown of proteins, of proteins, which means that somewhere between when we get old and become older, somewhere there at age 50, depends, everyone is on age, we're starting to break down. And I think this is a definition of aging, and this is the thing we want to stop most of all.
Okay, great. And I just want to clarify that when we talk about proteins breaking down, we're not talking about the dietary protein. We're talking about very specific proteins that we produce that carry certain functions in our body, and those are very important from the functional perspective, correct?
Absolutely correct. But I would say, saying that, I would also say the reason the proteins that we're measuring are sometimes proteins of cells that died in different parts of our body, and they're going into our blood system. So we can actually measure not only your age, your biological age, but we can measure actually the age of your organs. Okay, it's corrected. If you're slow ager, your organs will be slow agers, but sometimes one of them leads. And it's important for us because this breakdown that leads from whether it's the brain or the liver is the one that might be leading your aging, and we want to of that.
Yeah, that's basically like saying something's wrong with your car, and we're going to identify the parts that are bad. We're not going to measure every single other part, and we're going to fix the parts that are the weakest point.
Correct, so, but you can also measure if it's a Ferrari or a Volkswagen.
Yes, great. Okay, let's now dive into a broader topic, which is, can you please give us a summary of your research efforts? So sort of like thematically, give us a description of your background, scientific background, and how it's related to aging and anti-aging research.
I want to start before my scientific makeup, because I actually discovered that aging is important when I was 13. Most kids, when they look at their grandparents, they say, oh, where did they come from? I mean, what happened to them? They don't see themselves being their grandparents. And I did, okay? I did. And so this aging stuff, this looking at my grandfather slowing down, bald, where it's not bald, it was white, and obese. And when I saw that, I kind of realized that that's where I'm going. And I was like, how does that happen? So then I go to medical school, and in medical school, they teach us that you can take a blood test and you can determine somebody's cholesterol and sugars, right? And you can measure blood pressure. However, if I'm going to a movie theater and I'm looking around, I don't know who has sugars and cholesterol and blood pressure, but I know who's young and who's old, right? And you discover that the people who are older also happen to have more of the cholesterol and the sugars and the blood pressure, but still, the biology that's fascinating, what happened to those people who get old? And then I went to my residency, and I had an attending that whenever I talked with him about a patient, I would say, this is a 70-year-old woman. And he would stop me and said, does she look younger or older than her age? And it took me a while to understand that if somebody looks younger and older than their age, it means something. In the case of this woman, maybe all her systems were totally gone and there's nothing I could do with her, although she's young. And there'll be a 90-year-old man and, just a little bit antibiotic, send him fast home and he'll be fine. He'll live until 120, okay? But I think that all of us understand intuitively, okay, that some people, their aging is slower than others. Some people, their aging is faster than ours. You know it. We know it by looking at our friends or our parents' friends or our grandparents' friend. But the fact that there's a chronological age, your birthday, and your biological age is how fast you're aging, is kind of clear to everyone. And that meant to me that there's some flexibility, and maybe this flexibility is something that we could use and do something about it.
Control it. Yep. Okay, great. That's a great story. I've never met anyone who thought about aging and anti-aging at such a young age. Okay, so I did a bit of background search, and so I have some topics specifically to discuss. So let's talk about apolipoproteins, please. That's one of your scientific focus areas. And I guess most people know now that apolipoproteins are involved in cholesterol metabolism, and they know that ApoB is one of the best, if not the best, biomarkers of cardiovascular health. Can we start there and expand on this topic?
Well, we can start there and stop there, okay? Because we know a lot about it. We know that when it's high, we should take something to lower that because it will prevent cardiovascular disease and cardiovascular mortality, right?
Okay.
But this is a specific disease, okay? I'm not talking about this disease. I'm talking about what does it take to actually become 100 years old,
yeah.
Okay? And the lipid fractions that we're talking about is two other things. First of all, we're talking about the good cholesterol, which is the HDL cholesterol. Okay, we're talking about that. And we're talking about another lipid component that's called triglycerides, and we're talking about them. And beside what bad cholesterol does to the heart, the good cholesterol, the HDL cholesterol, and the low triglycerides have effects on the heart and the rest of the body. And we've discovered their importance. It's not that it wasn't known before, but we discovered that they're important for people to get to the age of 100. And those components are being regulated by genes, right? That's how we have genes, and those genes manufacture proteins, and those proteins have an action, right? And that's what we're looking at. That's why we're interested in genetics. And we discovered that a big proportion of our centenarians have mutations in certain genes that cause their HDL cholesterol to be high and their triglycerides to be low, okay? And they're the one that are associated with longevity. And they're the one where a treatment was designated to them based on our research. Now, let me pause, for example. I said our research is genetics, and we show that they have the genes, and those who have this mutation in the genes, these changes in the genes, have high HDL cholesterol and low triglycerides. And you would say, but what? If I don't have the gene, what are you going to do me? You're going to transplant the gene to me? And the answer is no. Most of those genetic discoveries can be translated into a medicine. And the medicine will do with the genes what it needs to do with the genes.
Okay.
So the two treatment for, I'll just name it, it's a CETP inhibitor and an ApoC3 inhibitor. Both of them have been developed as a drug, past phase 3 trials, and Merck, one pharmaceuticals, and Ionis and other pharmaceuticals are figuring out how to use them to better our overall health.
Okay, great. Okay, so let's dive a bit deeper there. So what I mentioned, ApoB.
Oh, I'm trying not to be deeper, and you pull me back. Okay.
Yeah. Let's get a little deeper. So I'm talking about. So let's talk about the lipid panel. You mentioned things that most people are going to be very familiar with because these are all parts of the lipid panel that everyone can get today. ApoB is a little bit more exotic, but if you request it, you can get that. But let's break it down. So what you're saying is that high HDL is good and low triglycerides are good. Does that mean that, so those are good for overall healthy aging? ApoB being high or low only affects cardiovascular disease risk, correct? Okay, now let's talk about total cholesterol and statins. So based on the logic you just presented, people who take statins, do they lower the good cholesterol and the bad cholesterol, or they only lower the bad cholesterol?
No, and I'm happy to go deeper with that.
Well, statins are very popular these days. They're being prescribed like candy. So let's talk about it.
I know. And let me start by saying that those statins are really important drugs, okay? Are really important drugs because cardiovascular disease is a major killer, and they have profound effect on lowering cardiovascular events, myocardial infarction, heart attacks, and death from cardiovascular disease. The drugs that I prescribe that were developed for aging are different in the sense that what we are using to prevent aging is going to, when you give them to animals, the animals would live longer. Okay? If you give statins to animals, the animals will not live longer. Let me just say that animals, when I'm talking about mice or rats, actually every animal on earth, they age similarly to humans in the sense their skin, their hair, their skeleton, they get diseases with age, maybe not the same diseases exactly, but they get cancers, they get other diseases like that. So animals and humans share this biology of aging similarly. And for us, testing drugs and see what happens to mortality of animals help us kind of understand if it's important or not. So when we give statins, when we give Lipitor to animals, they don't live longer, okay? There are other drugs that we give to animals that they live longer because they target the aging. Statins do not target the aging. I would say more than that. One of my papers, probably 2 decades ago, was one of few papers that discovered that statins are actually risk for diabetes. If you take statins, you have 30% increased risk for diabetes.
Yep.
And it's interesting because statins change cardiovascular mortality because they prevent heart attacks, but they don't change overall mortality. So how is it possible that you change cardiovascular disease and not overall mortality?
Right.
Because you may be dying from something else.
Yep.
Okay, like diabetes.
Yep.
So again, statins are very important. Okay, eating up B and cholesterol are important, but if you need them, you take them. We're talking about something else. We're talking about drugs that are likely to affect not only your heart, not only your coronaries, but many organs in your body.
Okay. All right, great. So one of the focus points of this longevity summit is going to be nutritional and lifestyle. And so can you please comment on, are there any nutritional and lifestyle practices that people can adopt to increase their HDL and to decrease their triglycerides?
So let me be generalized first and not talking about this HDL and triglycerides. By the way, okay, let's just be generalized. There are really 4 things, and I'm saying 4 things. You can do 8 out of them, right? But 4 things that we think, and that's the big word I'm using, optimize, things that you can optimize. And that is exercise and nutrition and sleep and social connectivity. Why? Because all of them have underpinning for the biology of aging, which we're trying to target. Now, each one of them is a whole story. But when I'm saying optimize, I'm saying you did 7,000 steps today and it's 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Why don't you go and take another little journey with 3,000 steps? We can always, and I'm not saying maximize, I'm saying optimize, because if a 90 years old did 15,000 steps, you're not going to make him run the marathon now. Okay. So you have to optimize. And this is something that it is up to us once we understand that doing that will prevent us from getting sick. Let me just pause also and just explain what I just said. Aging drives diseases. It's not that you get disease and you get old. You get this biology that I'm talking about, this biology, and this biology drives diseases. What we're trying to do is we're trying to target this biology before you have disease. Okay, we now know that we can interact before. And I'll give an example of that and remind me to go back to exercise. But you can be born with changes in your genes that are rare but not totally uncommon. The change is called ApoE4 to those who heard that. ApoE4, if you have 2 copies of ApoE4, you're at risk of Alzheimer's disease. Okay, you'll get Alzheimer's when you're 60, 70, you'll be dead when you're 80. But when you're born, you don't have any cognitive function problems, and not when you're 1 year or 10 years or 20 or 40 or 50, okay? You need the biology of aging to interact with your genetics. And I could say it of every other organ. And that's why it's important for us to interact with aging before you get diseases. That's why we want to optimize your exercise. And optimizing your exercise is different at every stage of your life. Okay? We know from orthopedic surgeons that if you break your hip and need a physiotherapy after repair, it's different if you're 40 or 50 or 60 or 70. The physiotherapy is different because the needs and the way our body, our muscle react are different with age. Say that you need to do everything when you're old. You need to do cardiovascular exercise. You need to train your muscle. Your muscles have to be strong. You have to work on your flexibility and balance. All those are important at every age, but maybe the ratio between them changes with aging. And I'm not going to say more here.
Okay.
The second point is nutrition.
Let's get back to exercise just a little bit. So I think everyone understands that cardio exercise as well as resistance training are important for slowing down aging. The point I would like to understand is I hear people saying, my lifestyle currently does not allow me to get to 10,000 steps, and it doesn't allow me to go to the gym for 3 or 4 hours a week. The question for you is, how bad is it to stop at 7,000 steps per day? Do you get 70% of the benefit, or do you get far less, or get even closer to 10? Talk to us a little bit about, if you can do less than what people say is optimal, should you just give up on it and don't do it, or should you do it anyways?
No, first of all, I'm not. You'll probably get better people to talk about the exercise. Okay, I want to talk about the principles, and I think the principle is everything that you can do is of benefit. In fact, your question really fell into why I say optimize. Okay, not every person can optimize. It's very individual. And very individual diet also. Look, I'm doing 16-hour fasting every day at least. Okay? That's not for everyone. There are people who swear they cannot live without breakfast. Okay?
Sure.
I don't necessarily buy it, but people feel that way. Okay. It's the same thing with other diets. Look, you can decide to become a vegetarian. And vegetarians are healthier than other people generally. Okay? But if you are going to decide to be vegetarian, you're at risk of exchanging proteins that you got with carbohydrates. And if you have now more carbohydrates, you're going to turn obese. And if you're turning obese, your rate of aging is going to go even faster. Okay, so now I'm not saying that everybody gains weight when they're vegetarian, but there is an optimized diet that we all have to find and adopt. Some people would love Mediterranean diet. Some people would like low carbohydrate diet as long as they eat steaks all the time. And there are variety of diet, variety of approaches. And the only thing I want to say about them, that it's personalized. And you shouldn't stop searching, but you'll find, if you're persistent, you'll find a diet where you can live with progress.
Yeah, I mean, that's what Viome does. We actually inform every person with their own biology what diet they should be consuming or specific foods to be consuming or not. Okay, so that's a fine nutritional advice. Everyone needs to personalize their diet, and they can either try different ones until they hit the one they like, or they can do all kinds of testing, including food sensitivity testing and testing to get information about. Okay, great. So going back to diet and high density lipoprotein, so good cholesterol and low triglycerides, are there any nutritional practices that people can do specifically today? Let's say someone just got their lipid panel test results and their HDL is low and their triglycerides are high. Are there any specific foods or practices, nutritional practices, that trials have shown to improve those two biomarkers?
Unfortunately, not. The only thing that can help, HDL is very hard to change. Triglycerides is very sensitive to if you're going from obesity to normal weight. Okay, but by the way, obesity drives aging. Okay, during COVID, if you were over the age of 80, your chances of dying was 180 times more than if you were 20 years old. Okay, that's how important aging is. But if you had COVID at any age, your chances of dying were 8 times more than if you're not obese. So, example of how obesity really drives aging. And certainly triglycerides is very sensitive to obesity. It's also sensitive to nutrition, but much more to obesity than to nutrition.
Okay. So basically, to lower your triglycerides, you simply need to reduce your BMI.
Correct.
Well,
I'm sorry, there are other medicine for triglycerides, not for HDL. There's other medication for triglycerides. Okay, there are fibrates and several other drugs that you can do that. But I'm saying, as far as your healthy lifespan, it's better not to be obese, and that will take care of your triglycerides.
Understood. Okay, great. Let's now get into metformin. This is a super hot topic, and you're one of the leaders in the field in understanding metformin's effects on aging. And so even today, it doesn't seem to be clear whether metformin slows down aging in humans, especially non-diabetic humans, or not. Can you please give us your summary of the field?
Well, there are 4 drugs, okay? There are 4 drugs that have shown very convincingly to be what we call gerotherapeutic, that if you take them, it will decrease your rate of aging. How a drug like that makes it, what is in the drug, what is in the story that would convince? There are the preclinical data. Preclinical data means what can you find on cells and animals that help you prepare a drug for a trial, okay? And the preclinical data in metformin is that they change what we call the hallmarks of aging. We biologists agree that there are 12 hallmarks of aging. Hallmark means it goes back when you age, and if you correct it, your animal will live longer, and if it's human, will have less mortality in a clinical study. That's the thing. So you have to give it to animal and show that the animal live longer. From a clinical side, you want to show that the drug that was designed for a certain disease also prevents other diseases. You want to show that the drug that was made for another disease also prevents disease-specific mortality, but all mortality. And this has been shown for metformin, for SGLT2 inhibitor, for GLP-1 agonists, and for biphosphate. We can talk what person out there, but those are 4 drugs that have showed on a scale to 12. They have 12 points from really good studies to show they are really targeting aging.
Okay.
And metformin is one of them. So I want to say first, metformin originally was a drug that targeted aging. It's an extract of the French lilac, but it's not nutraceutical because you have to do something with the drug, with this extract. And in the 1920s to the 1950s in Europe, it was used to treat arthritis, to prevent flu or death from flu, to prevent even malaria. It was used because people realized that it's doing something. At the same time, people also realized that people with diabetes on this drug have lower doses, and that's why it became an anti-diabetic drug. Now, you give it to diabetics, you see that they have less cardiovascular disease, they have less cancers, they have less Alzheimer's, they have less mortality. Okay? All of this has been shown on metformin.
Yep.
And it's been shown in many, many studies. And it's been shown that it happens in non-diabetic either. In fact, metformin is, I think the most convincing data is what happens with COVID. When COVID happened around the world, people noticed that those on metformin die half of the time of people who are not on metformin, and they have half the hospitalization. And so this is just observation. This means nothing. Maybe something else is responsible for that. So there was a clinical trial where they gave metformin to people, diabetes, not diabetes. It's an anti-diabetes drug. It doesn't lower glucose in normal people. So they gave metformin within the first 3 days of COVID and decreased hospitalization and death by 50% and long COVID by 60%.
Even in non-diabetics, basically.
Oh, non-diabetics, mainly non-diabetics. And the point here is that metformin changes all the hallmarks of aging. When you give it to animals, they live longer. And when you give it not for diabetes, it still works fabulously because it targets not only metabolism, but immunity too. And it's the stronger to do with this. Metformin has been repurposed for obesity, not the best drug anymore for that, for macular degeneration, for prevention of diabetes, for COVID, for PCOS. In other words, metformin is such a good drug that people are using it for many, many, many reasons, and there's a lot of data about it.
Great.
I just reviewed a paper, those in diabetes, but diabetes is an age-related disease. People with diabetes continue to age. We're treating their aging, not only their diabetes. You have twice a chance, if you're diabetic, you have twice chance to get to age of 90 on metformin than if you're not on metformin.
Right. That's a big difference. What about the concerns that metformin has serious side effects, including inhibition of mitochondrial function?
That's metformin acts. Okay. I was never asked it this way. First of all, side effects. So look, every drug in the world ever developed, okay, is saving 100 and killing 3. And maybe the numbers are different, okay? But if they're FDA-approved drug, at least we know about that, and we can make an effort to give it to the people who need to take it. Metformin mechanism of action is to prevent something in mitochondrial function, change not only the metabolism, but change all those hallmarks of aging. It lowers oxidative stress, for example. It improves metabolism. There are several things that this action is doing.
Okay.
And this is its anti-aging effect. Okay. You cannot do it without it.
Got it.
Now, but that means something. Okay, that means something. And the major thing is that those effects of metformin are good when you're old, and they're not good when you're young. Aging, we called it antagonistic pleiotrophy. I'll explain what it is. Not everything that's good for you when you're young is good for you when you're old. Okay, we talked about cholesterol. High cholesterol metabolism is good when you're young. You need to build your brain cells and your gonads, and so you need that. But if you have high cholesterol metabolism when you're old, you'll clog your arteries. It works the other way around. Not everything that's good for old people is good for young. For example, one of the things that metformin is doing is lowering very important growth hormone. Now, growth hormones are always good when you're young, but they're not good when you're old, because when you're old and you break down, I described how you break down when you're old, you're not going to expend your energy on growing. You have to expend your energy on stopping this breakdown, okay? So metformin is good for that. It lowers this energy, but it's not for young people, and it's not for young people who are athletes or trying to build their muscle, and they need the mitochondria to work at the Vmax capacity, okay? But that's not the case with elderly. The elderly benefit.
Okay, that makes sense.
I even done a study, because there was a study that maybe is part of what's circling out there, that shows that if you take elderly people and exercise them with and without metformin, with metformin, their muscle actually doesn't grow as much as without.
Right.
And they had biopsies of those muscles, so we took the biopsies of the muscle, and we learned the biology. And we learned that what metformin is doing is really decreasing those transcripts, this biology that will make the muscle grow on one hand. But on the other hand, it improves the quality of the muscle. It makes the muscle young.
Okay.
Because for me, it was just a minute. When they published the study, they showed that as far as function, there was no difference. Those small muscles worked fine.
I see.
So in my hypothesis, every gram of muscle must be better if less muscle does the same. And that's what we found. The biology of the muscle got better. So there's a trade-off. But I want to tell you, metformin is not about muscle. Okay? Metformin is about cognition. It's about metabolism. It's about immunity, okay? And not everything is as good as others, but the overall is that it prevents diseases, it prevents mortality, and that's why it's commonly used as a drug that targets aging.
Okay, great. Yeah, these are all important points, especially about the muscle. You basically, the takeaway there is that, yeah, the muscle doesn't increase in size, but it maintains its functionality in terms of strength and endurance. So metformin doesn't impede those. It just impedes the ability to grow physically. Okay. Let's talk about just a bit more about metformin. So you're saying that even healthy people can benefit, but only older. So just in your practice, do you prescribe metformin and recommend metformin to a certain population above a certain age that's healthy, or you don't do that?
I'm not a longevity doctor. I'm not practicing that, okay? I have a longevity doctor because I don't want to have a fool as a client. But I'm also careful because I'm the president of the academy of the people who are doing research. And so I'm really staying out of that. But I am promoting the fact that there are 4 drugs out there that are FDA approved. And the point, if they're FDA approved, it's legal for any doctor to prescribe them, because FDA means that they're safe. So you can use it for many purposes, and there are many purposes that metformin have been used and other drugs have been used.
Okay.
So that's what I'm telling you. I'm not prescribing.
Okay, got it. So if you don't mind, can we go over your longevity stack in terms of foods, supplements, exercise, and Any other things?
Yeah, and I'll say the most important thing. So I'm exercising an hour every day, and twice a week I also am training, mainly cardiovascular, but twice a week I'm also doing muscle and flexibility
Okay.
in the gym or with trainer.
Okay. So
And I'm doing it every day.
Okay, so cardio exercise every day for an hour, resistance training twice a week for an hour.
Right.
Okay, great.
As far as nutrition, so when I started my research, I had old rats in my lab, and actually, what we tried to do is there was one thing that worked all the time in all animals. If we took brothers into two groups, some ate whatever they want and the other got less to eat, caloric restriction, they live healthier and longer. And we kind of said, that means that you need to eat less for breakfast, less for lunch, and less for dinner, right? But that's not what we've done. We brought the food in the morning. Our animals were hungry. They ate the food within an hour, and then they were fasting for 23 more hours. So in fact, it wasn't only caloric restriction, it was fasting also. And when we fed those animals throughout the day, they were thinner, but they didn't live much longer. So fasting was really important. And that's where the term intermittent fasting came to. And that's why one of the most common intermittent fasting is 16-hour fast. We don't know, and maybe we'll never know if it's enough, it will change mortality, but there's a lot of evidence that at least from a metabolic health perspective, this is working very well. And it has changed my life. I lost weight, I gained muscle, and it somehow was very good for me, specifically. So it's working for me. And also it's working for me because, I never dieted before, but I suspect that if I would go on a 3-month diet, I could break any day. But if I'm like, I have another hour of fasting, I'm not going to break. It's easier for me. Not only that, the reward is that I eat whatever I want, right? Okay. Now, you find out that it's not that now I'm eating the breakfast that I didn't eat. No, I'm eating less, okay? But the advantage is because I fasted, I'm still eating what I like. So I recommend it. As far as sleep is 8 hours in a dark room. It doesn't mean that I sleep for 8 hours. I sleep somewhere between 6:30 and 7 hours, but I wouldn't if I wouldn't be in a dark room without machines and without trying to fall asleep, not television binging and all those things. And social connectivity is really important. There's lots of studies that I just seen of taking people and getting them to do arts or to be together. It decreases mortality by 30%. I mean, kind of striking data. So you can optimize all of those. I don't have problem with social connectivity, so I'm fine. But those are the main things that are doing. I should tell you another thing. As I said, I have a longevity doctor. Sometimes I'm doing something else or I'm trying something else, in which case I'm asking, what test shall I do before? For how long will I do? What test do I do after that?
Yep.
What's the go stop? And I'm learning on myself because eventually it will be personalized what's going on. But of course, I'm not ready to share with anyone because you might be the 3% that die, right? So I'm just learning and hoping some of those things that I'm testing will be proven to be helpful for everyone. That's why I'm testing them.
Understood. But let's go back to testing. So what would you recommend if someone is in their 50s and 60s, they're generally healthy, what kind of tests and with what frequency would you recommend people do?
So again, I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to do the recommendation. I'll just give you some principles.
Okay.
What I'm trying to do in my research now is to determine what we call biomarkers of aging. Okay. I hope convince you guys that there's a biological age and chronological age, and it's not the same.
Yep.
So, but with cholesterol, we know, right? We know if it's high cholesterol, if we take statins in 3 months, the cholesterol will be lower, right? What is the equivalent in aging that is much more complex because it has to take into account a lot of diseases? And there are lots of tests that are doing that. By the way, I had 10 of those tests. I'm anywhere between 20 years younger than my age and 4 years older than my age. And that tells you everything you need to do about those tests. Although I'm exaggerating a little bit because the other 8 tests are agreeing of how old I am. And every one of the tests is significant for something. So I don't want to say they're not normal, but they're not standardized. But this is not really the problem of having tests. The problem is that you want to have a test that if you tell your patient you should exercise and take metformin, right? That he can come back in 3 months and show that he's 2 years younger now. That's the test that we need. And we're actually developing these tests. I just got a big grant. And I said there are 4 drugs. We're taking clinical studies that have ended of those 4 drugs, and we're looking what happened within a year of therapy to millions of biomarkers, okay? Now, all those drugs are going to change their own biomarkers, but in the middle, there's the biomarkers of aging that they will change. So what I'm saying is you can measure lots of things, and we all know what the things are, and they're important to your health. But the next stage, which will happen probably in 2 years, I mean, it's coming along already, but will happen in about 2 years, is that we have those biomarkers that everybody will be able to agree and to measure, and you would know what will be your rate of aging. For me, it's also important because I'm helping in developing drugs, and we want to see in a phase 2 study, that's a 3-month study, if the drug actually changes the biological age. So
Okay.
this is all exciting and coming, and there are measures that you can take now that have value, but they're not always predicting of, they can tell you you're older than your age, and you'll say, I'll exercise, but it's not going to tell you necessarily that you have made progress, unfortunately, until...
Right. Thank you for sharing that. Have you come across Viome before? Have you used Viome personalized nutrition before?
No, I have not.
Okay, well, we need to talk about that afterwards. Okay, so I think we've covered all the topics. So I would like to thank you for that wealth of knowledge sharing.
Can I say 2 things that I think are important?
Please.
The first that I want to make point is that so our centenarians are not only living longer, they're living healthier. They get disease 30 years later. Not only that, they're sick very little time at the end of their life. That's why I'm so interested in them, because we have this capacity to live longer, healthier, and die one day. Okay, that's the goal, and I think we can reach this goal. But the CDC also showed that the medical cost in the last 2 years of life of somebody who died at 100 is third of those who die when they're 70s, let's say, third.
Wow.
And we started talking about longevity dividend, and now we know more about it, because what I describe is people that they are not in the hospital, but if they're not in the hospital, what are they doing? Well, those older adults are traveling, they're shopping, they're building houses for their kids. So there's economical value of extending our health by years at a time.
It's a win-win-win.
And so what I'm presenting here is an economical plan. And actually, the politicians are listening to us now, because that was important for them to know. We'll say for 1 year health extension, the economical value of that is 36 trillions of dollars a year. So we
Wow.
cannot not do it. Okay, we have
Wow.
to do it. We have to start treating our health rather than treating our diseases. The second point, this is not only about older adults. This is about people who survive cancer. You know, we're giving chemotherapy and radiation to cancer. That's aging, all the body. So they need help. You know, kids with cancer get heart attacks on their 30s. So they need help. People with HIV get diseases 10 years earlier than their cohort. People who are disabled, and so they eat more, they move less. Um, um, Down syndrome is an aging syndrome. We're using the knowledge in aging to increase the lifespan of vegetables and fruits. Okay, that's also an aging problem. And if we want to go to Mars, okay, we're not going to Mars before we solved aging, because on the way there, we'll get disease because of cosmic radiation and we're not coming back. So targeting the process of aging is important for all humanity, and it's how we move on economically and scientifically.
Love that. I really love that, and the most important idea to me is that we can compress the number of years of mortality. So compression of morbidity. That to me is really the most attractive thing, is that you can live a longer lifespan, but the most important thing is you're going to live a longer health span, and then you're going to get sick and quickly die. And that's good for you. That's good for the society. That's good for younger generations and so on. That's really a benefit for everyone. So really, thank you for sharing that.
You're welcome.
So thank you for all your wisdom and knowledge, and we'll be happy to see you the next time.
Terrific. Good luck to you, and thanks for, as I said, spreading those gospels. Spend time on your health and not on your disease.
Thank you very much. We are very, very lucky to have Dr. David Perlmutter with us today. He's a neurologist, author, and public speaker, best known for popularizing the idea that nutrition, especially carbohydrate quality, gut health, and inflammation, plays a central role in brain health and chronic diseases. So welcome, Dr. Perlmutter.
I'm so delighted to be here. I'm looking forward to our conversation.
Great. So let's dive right in. And the first question I have for all of our speakers is, how do you define aging?
Interesting question. I mean, we can define it mechanistically by some of the cardinal features of aging, like proteostasis, telomere shortening, various other issues, DNA changes, etc. But I think I'd like to be perhaps a little bit more philosophical and define aging as the acceptance of the changes that occur within our minds and bodies with time.
Okay. Wow. That's an interesting angle. Okay, great. Okay. So let's dive right in. And you've written several books, and you argue that nutrition and microbiome play a major role in our health. And as the audience knows, I'm a co-founder of Viome, and we believe the same thing. So we're on the same boat here. But I'd like to hear from you, your perspective and your knowledge. We would love for you to share your knowledge about the impact of nutrition and microbiome on our health.
Well, I guess that gives me the launch pad here.
Yes.
And, I have to say that the idea that nutrition might affect our health and pave the way for wellness or illness is really something that's been accepted in health-related endeavors only until quite recently. So, I mean, you go back to Hippocrates, the emphasis was made on the quality and quantity, I guess, of food. And it's something that we've always known. When I say we, I mean general population and certainly those individuals involved in provision of healthcare. It's only quite recently that we've turned to better living through chemistry to help us get out of our woes as it relates to illness. You know, the idea I think that's being perpetrated upon us these days is an idea that we can pretty much live our lives however we choose, eat whatever foods we want, and there will certainly be a medication that will be available to us to help us through and help us regain whatever metric we think is important in terms of relating to our health, whether it's body weight, blood pressure, or even blood sugar. So we're in a world now that pretty much, I think, tries to convince us to discount the value of our nutritional choices in favor of really pushing us towards just accepting a medication to deal with the problem. And it really is very challenging to see that happening. You have nothing more to do than watch the evening news, and the level of aggression in terms of direct-to-consumer advertising on the part of these pharmaceutical companies is breathtaking, when I think the mission really needs to be to keep people healthy, and certainly addressing the perversion of modern nutrition and hoping for a better health outcome is something I think we all would consider to be an important goal. Why is our nutrition so front and center in terms of our health? A multitude of reasons, and certainly, Momo, you hit on one very important issue, and that is how our nutrition affects the diversity, the functionality of our gut bacteria, and then secondarily, how does that health, diversity, and functionality relates to our overall body health, our systemic health, which I think is, a profound relationship that we're only beginning to get our arms around as we move forward. The idea that our health and resistance to disease could be influenced by what's going on in the gut, specifically as it relates to our organisms that live there beyond bacteria, but viruses and fungi as well, is still an area of discomfort as it relates to mainstream medicine. And yet it should not be, because, in my world, we see so many diseases that are fingerprinted with respect to what we see in the gut in terms of the microbiome. And we recognize direct mechanistic relationships between what goes on in various disease states and what we do see when we analyze the gut microbiome. So it's leading edge. It's incredibly empowering. And I think the most empowering part of everything that we've talked about thus far is the idea that we can leverage diet to improve the microbiome as a powerful lever to pull in terms of regaining our health and allowing us to be more resistant to disease.
Great. And I'd like to just comment on your first statement that the advertisements on TV are trying to make people believe that there's a pill for every ill. However, that's not the case. There are many chronic diseases for which there is no current solution. For example, Parkinson's disease. We all know that Michael J. Fox has been deteriorating for 25 plus years, and there is no solution. Dementia and Alzheimer's also has no solution. Multiple sclerosis has some partial solutions, but there are many people who go into the secondary progressive and primary progressive MS, and there is nothing that modern medicine can do. And we can go down the list of these diseases for which there is no therapeutic available. And I think that there are ways in which we can minimize the risk of those diseases, especially, I would say, dementia and Alzheimer's.
And I would agree with that. And I think that, to be fair, when we say there's no treatment, for example, for Parkinson's, there is no treatment for the underlying condition. We do have some pretty good therapeutic approaches to dealing with the manifestations of Parkinson's, i.e., the slowness, the rigidity, the tremor. There are medications that have been developed that can be, in fact, quite useful, but we don't
slow it down, right?
Yeah, well, it doesn't slow down the disease progression, but that's targeting the smoke and not the fire. These drugs are used while the disease continues to worsen in the background, meaning that more and more drugs are required. And similarly, we don't have really anything that treats the underlying progression of senile dementia of the Alzheimer's type, Alzheimer's disease, the number one cause of dementia in the world. There are symptomatic treatments that can help with things like agitation, but we really don't have a good approach to dealing with the underlying problem. That said, we're now in a place of understanding that there's a great convergence mechanistically of what in the heck is going on that leads to these really devastating neurodegenerative conditions like ALS, Lou Gehrig's disease, Parkinson's, Alzheimer's, Huntington's, and you mentioned multiple sclerosis. And really, across the panorama of brain degenerative disorders, we're now seeing that indeed the brain's immune system, characterized by specific cells called the microglial cells, playing a very strategic and important role in all the neurodegenerative conditions. So these microglial cells are now front and center, whether it's Alzheimer's, Parkinson's, MS, any neurodegenerative condition. We recognize that the immune system is playing a central role. And, it gets interestingly back to the microbiome, because we now recognize a direct communication from the microbiome that influences whether this brain's immune system, the microglial cells, are going to be supportive or they're going to be destructive. They're going to be either nurturing neurons and synapses, or they're going to be the evil twin leading to destruction of basically the brain, the synapses and the neurons. And really that's the real fundamentals of what's going on upstairs, is that we have neurons and their connections to the synapses. So the idea that our microbes in our intestines are manipulating either positively or negatively the functionality of our brain's immune system, and that's going to play out either as having a wonderfully functional brain throughout our lifetimes, or pave the way for us to really be at the mercy of a neurodegenerative condition, puts a heck of a lot of more spotlight, not only on the importance of the gut microbiome, but in terms of, more importantly, what we can do to keep that microbiome healthy and on our side.
Great. I'd like to ask you a very specific question, which is, one day we are going to identify all root causes of dementia. We're going to know exactly what are the different mechanisms that lead to the disease. Have you done an exercise of your own where you're thinking about what those root causes could be? Have you hypothesized those root causes?
Totally. In fact, that I have a new book coming out called Brain Defenders.
Okay.
That is really exactly what you just described.
Let's dive deeper, please.
You bet. And it everything converges on how it affects those microglial cells in the brain. Are they friend or foe?
Okay.
Are they supportive or are they destructive? Are they the good twin or the evil twin?
Can you please just explain to the audience what are the functions of
I will. And
Yeah.
so the microglial cells, the brain's immune system, we have a tendency to think of the immune system as that's the system that kicks in when we're exposed to a virus or some way that the immune system has to protect us. But the reality is, on one side of the equation, the immune system is there doing maintenance work, shoring up these synapses between neurons, making sure the neurons are happy and functioning well, keeping the blood-brain barrier, for example, intact. That's the upside, the good, we call it the M2 side of the immune system. When it shifts to the M1 configuration, then that immune system, those microglial cells, turn their backs on us and they destroy our synapses. They destroy neurons. They threaten the blood-brain barrier. Now, there are multiple inroads to shifting those microglial cells from being supportive to being destructive. You mentioned that the day will come when we understand all of the inroads to dementia. And in fact, we're already well along on that journey to understanding what those inroads are. It can be inflammation. It can be changes in the gut microbiome. It can be metabolic disturbances like diabetes, obesity, hyperlipidemia. It can be threats posed by heavy metal exposure, various types of infection, various viruses, for example. It can be any cause of inflammation in the body, like periodontal disease, from periodontal disease all the way to leakiness of the gut. anything that induces inflammation anywhere in the body, or a toxin, or elevated blood sugar, or insulin resistance, all of these things converge and are received as signals on the cell surface of our brain's immune cells, and tells them either that things are good or that things are threatening. When they get threatening signals by inflammatory chemicals or toxins in the environment or infection or heavy metals or any number of things, they shift from being friend to being foe. So, Momo, what I've just explained for you is a very deep convergence of all of these incredibly diverse inroads that threaten the brain, ultimately converging on one pathway. And that is how all of these inroads, whether it's inflammation, infection, heavy metals, elevated blood sugar, all of them play out in terms of how they affect the brain's immune system, and will either program the brain's immune system to be threatening or allow the brain's immune system to be supportive and pave the way for a healthy brain that supports us and is along for the ride for our entire lifetimes.
Great. So there's many factors that influence the balance of M1 and M2 state of these microglia cells. And can we dive deeper into what are the practices that just anyone without any sort of a doctor or any symptom or any need to think that they have dementia, what can people do in their 20s, 30s, and 40s to try to maintain that balance towards M2? What are the daily nutritional and lifestyle practices?
Well, before I get into those, let me commend you because what you just said, I think, is profound. And that is that we need to engage this program in our 20s and 30s and 40s, because the changes that are occurring in the brain that are the seeds for Alzheimer's, for example, begin in our 20s and 30s and 40s. And we don't begin to see the manifestation clinically in terms of memory loss, loss of executive function, et cetera, until a lot of stuff has already happened metabolically in the brain. So you're absolutely on target by indicating that the time to, as John Kennedy said in his inaugural address, the time to fix a roof is when the sun is shining. And that means, for the purposes of our discussion, the times that we need to begin engaging, what we'll get to in a moment, a brain healthy lifestyle program in our 20s and 30s, maybe even in our teens, maybe in our adolescence, maybe even when we are infants, and maybe it even relates to when we are before we're even born. So that said, that's perhaps another discussion, but what are the points that we need to make? And I think first and foremost, it's about reining in our body's metabolism. And that means keeping our blood sugar under control, keeping insulin functional, reducing inflammation, reducing what is called free radical stress, or the damaging effects of chemicals called free radicals. And I think that our lifestyle choices are fundamental in making this happen. This is a brain healthy lifestyle program that means certain things. It means getting enough restorative sleep, not just quantity of sleep, but quality of sleep. And, these days, with everybody metricizing every bit of their biology, it's not that hard to wear whatever device you want to wear, whether it's an Apple Watch or an Oura Ring, and determine not just how long you're sleeping, but what's the quality, and make adjustments to improve the quality and quantity of your sleep. Maybe you're having coffee with your evening meal. Maybe you're watching TV or working on your computer late at night and exposing yourself to blue light, which inhibits melatonin, and therefore you can't sleep. Any number of factors can influence the quality and quantity of your sleep. Exercise in particular.
I have a question.
Yes, sir.
On the sleep, if for people who are not metricizing everything, if they're not sleepy during the day, even after like a lunch, they're not yawning, they're not slowing down, they're still fully functional, is that a clear sign that they've gotten enough high quality sleep, or that can be misleading?
No, not at all. And I'll tell you why. Just a particular example. If you don't get enough what's called deep sleep, and then we're looking at least an hour and a half of deep sleep, you probably aren't going to feel that the next day. And the importance of the deep sleep part of your sleep cycle is that that's when your brain activates a system called the glymphatic system, which is involved in basically cleaning the brain, helping remove things that don't need to be there, misfolded proteins, et cetera, basically taking the garbage out. And frankly, if a person is saying, well, I don't feel sleepy during the day, that's not a good way of understanding, again, the metrics of what's going on during the sleep cycle. We know that REM sleep, for example, is the time in our sleep cycle where we consolidate memories. And again, not having enough REM sleep might not necessarily manifest as being sleepy the next day. People may not be sleepy the next day because they're drinking 4 to 5 cups of coffee a day and really, keeping that from happening. So I'm a big advocate of either getting a formal sleep study as part of a general evaluation, even though you may not think you have sleep apnea or restless legs or anything like that. And even more simply getting one of those types of devices, and you don't have to wear it every night, but from time to time, get a sense as to how well you're sleeping, how long you're sleeping, how well you're sleeping, how long it took you to fall asleep. Other aspects of your sleep that I think are important that you get on these devices include things like heart rate variability. That's really, I think, a very important metric of your overall balance between parasympathetic or digest and relax type nervous output versus being more fight or flight, sympathetic types of activity. So, and that can be improved based upon lifestyle choices like meditation, like exercise, etc. So I think we've undervalued sleep in terms of a lifestyle choice related to overall health, related to metabolic health, related to blood sugar balance, insulin functionality, related to inflammation, and certainly, importantly, related to the health destiny of a person's brain. So sleep, if we spend 8 hours of sleep, 8 hours of our day in sleep, that's a third of our lives. We don't spend a third of our lives exercising and or eating or any other lifestyle issues, but a third of our lives are spent in this one lifestyle area, and that is sleep. That's how fundamentally important it is.
Yeah. Do you have any recommendations for any simple devices people can buy that can measure all the metrics? So you mentioned deep sleep, you mentioned REM sleep, and you mentioned HRV. And I know people whose watches can measure HRV, but they don't know how to interpret it. They don't ever look at it. And so would you recommend a few of these devices? And would you also say that something like ChatGPT can make recommendations as to what to look for in these readouts like deep and REM sleep and HRV?
I think I'll answer the last question first. I think that ChatGPT can give you wonderful information in terms of the implications of these readings, and also provide recommendations in terms of what you can do to improve them.
Wow.
Generally, we want our HRV to be higher. A higher score on the heart rate variability is a good thing. The heart rate variability measures the distance between heartbeats. People can imagine what an EKG looks like, and measures that distance. The more there's variation in that short period of time, it turns out that has good positive correlation to various health metrics. Now, as far as the devices go, the new Apple Watches will give you that information, as will the Oura Ring. And yeah, I think people don't have necessarily a great familiarity with what all of these metrics mean, but there are apps that come along with these various products that can give you not only the interpretation of the meaning, but beyond that, what you can do to improve your scores. But beyond that, you've mentioned getting on ChatGPT to explore what it might look like. So I actually have my recording right here. I happen to have been looking at it from last night, and it's showing how well I slept, what my sleep various parameters were, and indicated what my heart rate variability was as well.
Great. Thank you so much. We can now move to the next topic.
Okay. So I guess that's a cue for me.
Yeah.
And I'm not taking these in a particular order, but I think one of the people always say, what do you think is your most valuable supplement that you would recommend? And my answer is exercise. So exercise beats any pill in my book in terms of being good for the brain and good for metabolism. And before I get there, I just said something that I want to unpack a little bit. Good for the brain and good for metabolism. When we talk about metabolism, we're generally talking about things like your blood sugar, insulin sensitivity, and to a lesser extent, we're talking about other metabolic markers like blood pressure, the size of your waist, what are the levels of your blood lipids. But by and large, I think the big issue is your blood sugar control. And why does that matter to me as a neurologist? It matters because that is such a powerful issue as it relates to what makes a good brain go bad. You know, if you become a type 2 diabetic, and that's pretty well, you know, along the continuum of poor blood sugar control, you've increased your risk for Alzheimer's that you quite well categorized earlier in our conversation as having no cure by 3-fold. Now, by and large, respectfully, becoming a type 2 diabetic is a choice. It's something that we are seeing more and more these days, which is an indication that it's not a genetic issue. It relates to things in the environment, like our food choices and other aspects of our day-to-day choices. So here is a variable that is directly under our control, affecting, 11.6% of the American population. And even the idea of prediabetes affects about a third of the American population. And the troublesome part about that statistic is that 90% of those people don't know that they're pre-diabetic. They're already threatening their brains. They're already on the continuum to becoming full-on diabetics and having a 3-fold increased risk for this incurable disease. So the reason that we got to talking about metabolism just now is because the play out of having problems with metabolism, and we'll get back to exercise in a moment, is that it is directly sensed by the brain's immune cells and shifts them away from being M1 friendly to being M2 threatening, and paves the way for all manner of brain degeneration. Now, I indicated that becoming a type 2 diabetic is associated with an increased risk of Alzheimer's by about 3-fold, and also a risk of becoming a Parkinson's patient by about 80%, increased again, another disease for which we have no cure. So we got to this part of our discussion in the entree to exercise. Exercise is a wonderful way to reduce this metabolic mayhem that is so prevalent around Western countries these days and really spreading throughout the world. Exercise is the gift that allows us to enhance how insulin does its job, to bring our blood sugars under control, to help us sleep better, getting back to the first lever that we've already described, and really to allow us to rein in this metabolic mayhem, by enhancing insulin functionality. Exercise further directly targets the brain by allowing our brains to produce more factors like something called BDNF, brain-derived neurotrophic factor, that is basically a tonic for the brain, a tonic for enhancing the growth of new connections between brain cells and even new brain cells themselves. Yep. This happens when we exercise. That's why we want to engage in both aerobic exercise and resistance exercise to strengthen our muscles and even to increase the size of our muscles. The more our muscles grow, the more brain supportive chemicals they produce.
Okay, that's fabulous. I think everyone knows exercise is good, but let's unpack that a little bit. So one of the things that you mentioned 2 effects of exercise on brain health. One is a direct via supporting the anti-inflammatory state of microglia and improving growth of neurons. And the other is indirect via metabolic health, because metabolic illness is such a high risk factor. Via this metabolic direction, my understanding is that if you want to reduce your blood sugar spikes, they happen after a meal. Does that mean that the biggest effect of cardio exercise would be following a meal to reduce that post-meal spikes, or anytime exercise is fine?
Well, that's a very interesting question, because exercise, you said cardio in particular, will raise your blood sugar. So again, for people who that is surprising, one might wear a continuous glucose monitor and then run around the block a few times, and what you're going to see is your blood sugar is going to come up, not down. So the sense that you're going to drive your blood sugar down in the near term by exercising is inappropriate. It doesn't happen.
Okay.
But in the longer term, when we exercise, we increase the body's production of things like AMP kinase, which helps insulin do its job, helps us really shift to more of a fat burning type of metabolism, allows us to use fat as a fuel source, and allows our metabolism to basically recalibrate. But to be fair, that doesn't happen in the immediate term as it relates to exercise.
Okay, thank you. And then in terms of the direct effects, what I've learned is that lactic acid and indole both are metabolites of microbiome, but we also produce lactic acid as humans, but microbiome also produces lactic acid. And both of those can have direct positive effects on the central nervous system. Lactic acid can be an actual food source for neurons. And just recently, I read a paper where indole, produced specifically in the intestine, stimulates neural growth, basically new growth of neurons in the central nervous system. Can you comment on that and expand on that area?
Sure. Let's I mean, the work with respect to indole is evolving, but I think that we're seeing a lot of research related to indole and indole metabolites in terms of their effects, not just in the brain, but throughout the body. And to get back to your first question about lactate being a fuel, I think most of the research looking at that isn't necessarily looking at lactate produced by exercise as it is focused on lactate produced by astrocytes in the brain, another supportive cell, if you will, and how that then can be provisioned for neurons as an alternative fuel. And not that lactate produced in the muscle doesn't have an effect, of course it does. I think most of the research is looking at lactate as a consequence of that delivered to the neuron via the astrocyte.
Got it. Okay. So anything else on the exercise? Can we talk about maybe?
Yeah, I mean, I think there's a lot that goes on with exercise. I think the main players, of course, the metabolic downstream positive effects. There are positive effects even on the microbiome induced by exercise that can help with changes in the microbiome that can lead to reduction of inflammation. Muscles that are exercise produce a series of chemicals that are called myokines, muscle-kine, that have effect, that go places and do things. And in a sense, we begin then to envision muscle as being an endocrine gland because it's creating chemicals that act at a distance. And that really defines an endocrine gland like the adrenal glands or the pituitary gland. So various myokines are produced, including interleukin-6. You mentioned lactate, irisin, cathepsin. And these chemicals, irisin in particular, has some pretty profound metabolic effects in the body, doing two things that I think are very important vis-a-vis our conversation today. First, irisin that comes from muscle during exercise helps to convert white fat into brown fat. And what does that mean? It basically helps to convert our body fat from being a pro-inflammatory tissue, a tissue that increases the production of inflammatory chemicals, to brown fat, which is much richer in the energy-producing mitochondria. It's so rich that actually it changes its color and helps to stabilize our metabolism and even things like blood sugar. The other thing that irisin does is it actually makes its way to the brain, and there in the brain, it induces the production of something I mentioned earlier called brain-derived neurotrophic factor. It's not as if BDNF is actually produced in the muscles. It is not. Well, it is, but it acts locally. But brain-derived neurotrophic factor in the brain, which grows new brain cells and enhances and shores up our synapses, is a consequence of being stimulated by irisin that does make its way through the blood-brain barrier. Now, interleukin-6 is another myokine. that is produced when we exercise. And more of it is produced if we have bigger muscles, hence the idea of, building muscle being good for us. What does interleukin-6 do? And interleukin-6 is actually the intermediary between exercise and something I also mentioned earlier called AMP kinase, or a signaling pathway that helps insulin do its job, helps us burn fat for fuel, and helps overall balance and improve our metabolism. So it is coming from muscle via exercise, targeting this pathway that then leads to better metabolism. There's several other things that exercise does. It improves mood, and that encourages us to exercise further. It also increases the production, importantly, of something called nitric oxide. And what does nitric oxide do? Two very important things. First, nitric oxide is involved in what we call vasodilatation, meaning that the opening up of our blood vessels. And that happens in the brain as well. What could be better than having better blood supply throughout our bodies, to our hearts, and to our brains? The other thing that I think is less recognized about the action of nitric oxide is that it's fundamentally important for how insulin works within the blood vessel. So for insulin to do its job, nitric oxide, which is helping lower our blood sugars, driving glucose into the cell, nitric oxide turns out to be very important in terms of enhancing that activity.
Okay. I think that's great amount of evidence that exercise is good for us. Now let's talk about
exercise is good for us. Let's leave it at that. And you don't need to buy anything except a pair of sneakers. Well, I don't even think people know what that means anymore. Athletic shoes.
Athletic shoes. Okay, but let's talk about some practical advice. So one of the things that I hear from people is a pushback that says, I've watched YouTube videos and they say, in order to grow muscle, you have to do 20 reps per week. You have to have 4 or 5 gym sessions and so on. And I don't have time for that. Right. So I think let's clear that misconception. Can you talk about, is there some kind of a threshold where you have to achieve that threshold in order to derive a benefit, or is any exercise good, and is even a little bit exercise better than nothing?
Well, first, let me refer to a study that appeared in 2023 in the Journal of the American Medical Association, where they addressed this problem, and this question rather. And what they found was that the brain benefits in terms of dementia risk reduction, what they did, they studied people for a 3-year period of time, and they put on them a portable device called an accelerometer. And this was pre-Apple Watches, Fitbits, etc. And you remember these accelerometers that people would wear, pedometers, and every time you took a step, it would click or something. Yep. And that was the technology that they used. The study was actually carried out several years ago. And what they found was the greatest risk reduction for dementia correlated to the number of steps a person took in a day happened at around 9,800 steps a day. So the magical 10,000 steps a day was validated in this study. But beyond that, what they demonstrated was that the benefits began immediately. Taking, I'm being a little bit hyperbolic here, but, even 10 steps a day. I mean, we all take more than 10 steps a day. But engaging in any exercise level in terms of the steps per day had benefit. So for anyone, there's real meaning in the idea of getting started. Every journey begins with the first step, in this case, quite literally.
Yeah.
The second thing is a fascinating study came out, and I wrote a blog piece about it last year, that looked at the various kinds of exercises that people do. Is it resistance training? Is it primarily aerobic? And what they found was really quite interesting, that the variety, in other words, both of those disciplines, seem to have the most brain benefit. And that stands to reason, because the aerobic part of the equation, I think, is going to increase certain parts of what's salubrious about exercise, specifically the nitric oxide part of the story. And the resistance training, of course, is going to give you a bigger pharmacy in your body from which to receive these wonderful chemicals that I talked about earlier called the myokines. So I think that whether it's 2 days of aerobics and 3 days of resistance, or vice versa, mixing it up, whatever's comfortable for you, is the way to go. I think you've got to do both. I do both. I generally do one exercise type per day. I do go to a gym and use equipment. I find that I can train certain muscles, and specifically emphasizing my legs. You know, what's the biggest reservoir in your body for creating these wonderful chemicals? It'd be the biggest muscles, and you're going to find those in your legs. So, you know, people tend to exercise their upper body muscles and more than because of how it looks, right? You want to look good, take your shirt off or whatever, look in the mirror, and that's what seems to sell. But the reality is that exercising with resistance training your legs is really much more effective, or, you know, somewhat more effective in terms of what we're trying to achieve here. Okay. And then 3 to 4 days a week, I do something aerobic. Either I use an elliptical machine or I run. So,
okay, that's a great practical advice. So basically, in summary, exercise as much as you can, because every little adds up and every little is helpful. It's not, you don't need to hit 10,000 steps in order to observe any benefit. Even 1,000 steps is better than 0 steps. Mix up cardio and resistance training. And if you have enough time to hit all your muscle groups, go ahead. But if you have enough time only for a limited set of muscles, then work out basically the biggest muscles, which are in your legs.
That's right. But let me just clarify one point, and that is, you said exercise as much as you can. And interestingly, referring back to the 2023 JAMA study, the benefit of exercise in terms of its relationship to dementia was what we call a U-shaped curve. That if you can imagine a U, with no exercise, you're really high up on the left side. With the 10,000 steps, you're at the bottom of the U. Then what happened? Higher levels of exercise actually began to demonstrate some diminishing return. In other words, once again, higher risk for dementia. So I think the take-home message there is that you can overdo it. And, you know, people who are really aggressive with their training, you know, this may be a situation that might not necessarily, just because some is good, more isn't necessarily better. So I think it's important to pace yourself unless you're training for a particular event. I mean, many people train for an event. I know what it's like. And, you know, certainly training for a marathon, I you know, been there, and you push yourself, and, you know, in retrospect, might not have been so helpful for me, you know, to be getting up at 4 o'clock in the morning and running 18 miles and trying to do 7-minute miles, you know, all well and good. But I think that there could be some potential downsides to that in the long run.
Okay, great. Okay, let's get into nutrition, because that's another super important factor. So let's maybe, if you don't mind, start with the macros. So you are very well written in terms of the carbs, and let's unpack carbs, because they seem to be grouped always as one type of food, which I don't think is the case. And if you can touch upon fats and proteins, your recommendation for those.
Well, let me first try to get an understanding. What do you mean it should be grouped in one way, but you don't think that's the case? I'm not sure if I understand.
Yeah, sorry, I didn't explain that. I mean that a lot of influencers group carbs into all carbs into just carbs. Meaning,
I know where you're going. Good point.
Right.
Yeah, and I'm glad you brought that up, because if for my world, the other macronutrient would be fiber, but the reality is that fiber is a carbohydrate, basically. And so therefore it's clumped into the carb group. And therefore, when people say, you know, no carbs whatsoever on XYZ diet, that means elimination of fiber, and nothing could be more threatening for your health. I mean, there are people who go full on carnivore and eat nothing but animal products. There are no animal products that contain any fiber whatsoever. To me, that seems a little bit threatening in the recognition of the important role of fiber, dietary fiber, in terms of nurturing our gut microbiome, bacteria specifically. So, that's where you're going with that, and I'm all in. I think you made a very good point. You know, the other thing about carbs is that there are good carbs and bad carbs, and like there are good fats and bad fats. So I think context is really important, and clarification is important as well. That processed carbohydrates, now called ultra processed, back in the day. It was just basically, the idea that carbohydrate foods could be manipulated in such a way that they would have a longer shelf life, etc. Now we call these ultra processed foods, are exquisitely threatening and quite different than the carbohydrate you're going to be consuming in an unprocessed form as one might consume when one eats fruits and vegetables. So I think your point, again, is very well taken in the idea of castigating carbohydrates out of hand as a group. And I think it's a very, very important distinction between those carbohydrates that have been manipulated, because in the course of their manipulation, a product is created that dramatically threatens our metabolism, specifically our blood sugar control.
Great.
So I know that's where you were going. I'm hoping that's where you're going. And I am very much on, subscribing to that discussion.
Great. Can you comment on healthy fats versus unhealthy fats? There's quite a bit of controversy surrounding seed oils, for example, canola oil. Now there's this animal fat and so on. Where is the evidence?
I think the evidence reveals that perhaps the notion of all seed oils categorically being health threatening was a little overdone. I think the issue isn't so much that oils come from seeds. It's more about how the oils are manufactured and or rendered, perhaps is a better word. But I think manufactured, it covers it in terms of the negative aspects of producing those oils. So I think one, as a consumer, needs to be a little bit more aware of how these oils are created and ultimately bottled and provided to you.
Okay.
By and large, when we look at an oil like canola oil, I mean, that was originally an oil that was created for the lubrication of mechanical devices. And I think that the degree of processing that goes into the creation of something like canola oil is worrisome because of the way that the very delicate molecules of the specific fats that it contains are damaged and disfigured. And similarly, we see a lot of seed oils that have been incredibly processed to the extent that their shelf life is therefore extended, but they are literally dead products that can be threatening. So when we go to the grocery store and we walk down aisles of processed oils, generally from seed, in clear bottles, i.e. the oils exposed to light, with shelf lives that, are 6 months to a year, that's an oil that has been modified away from its natural state to the extent that it will stay on the shelf and be available for quite a long time. That changes what that oil is able to do in our bodies and provides an oil that can be more threatening, as opposed to other plant-based oils like avocado oil and certainly olive oil and some nut oils that are created in such a way that they have not been heated excessively, and that they end up being packaged in such a way that they're not going to be damaged by light. Even getting back to how they were even created in the first place. Where did they come from? Did they come from a crop, an agricultural concern that is aggressively using herbicides like glyphosate or other type of herbicide, paraquat? Or not? Or are they organic or grown in such a way that they're not exposed aggressively to threatening chemicals? So that said, I think it's important to understand that our bodies are desperate for fat. I mean, fat, as you mentioned, is one of the 3 macronutrients. Your brain is 70% dry weight fat, and it's made from the fat that you consume. It doesn't come from anywhere else. And therefore, we've got to be very selective about the quality and, to a lesser degree, quantity of fat that we consume. Animal fat has a tendency to be the place of bioaccumulation. In other words, the place in the animal where various environmental threats like toxins can be accumulated. Therefore, when we are consuming animal fats that come from animals that are not in a good environment, we're going to then consume those potentially toxic and health-threatening issues, chemicals, that the animal is exposed to. So if you're going to be consuming animal products, I think getting a sense as to how they were raised and what they've been exposed to is really very important. And then, when we talk about the value of dietary fat, in my world as a neurologist, I think we've got to take our discussion to the really central role that the omega-3s play in balancing metabolism, in reducing inflammation. And I think specifically DHA in the brain being really fundamentally important from a structural perspective, building the brain from the fats that we eat. What a concept. And also doing two other important things, DHA, docosahexaenoic acid, stimulating the brain to make what we talked about earlier, BDNF, that trophic chemical that nurtures the growth of new brain cells and synapses, and also reducing inflammation. So this DHA that we get from fish oils, from algae, algae-based oils if we're vegetarian, and from other marine life, and even from animals too. There are various animal fats that contain some amount of DHA, works as an anti-inflammatory. And, a central mechanism in terms of what makes a good brain go bad, because again, gets back to targeting that immune system that you and I began our discussion with, is this mechanism of inflammation. And again, to be sure, as it relates back to things like even the gut, this inflammation can come from anywhere in the body.
Yeah. Okay, great. Let's do a very quick coverage of the protein. Can you tell us what you believe people should be taking in terms of protein intake? The type of protein, plant versus animal, and the amount per day.
So I don't think I need to really do a deep dive into plant versus animal, provided that the essential amino acids are contained in a plant-based protein approach. So perfectly fine with me. I think there are, in looking just at the protein, when we look at certain other issues, like, for example, vitamin B12 and iron, I think as things that ride along with the protein, I think you're going to have a better exposure to at least those two if you choose more animal-based protein. But that can be fixed by, and vitamin D for that matter, that can be fixed by supplementation. So if you're on a purely plant-based diet, having all your protein from plant, I'm totally down for that. Keep in mind that you want to keep an eye on your iron level, your vitamin B12 level, and certainly your vitamin D level as well. And these are things that should be checked, I think, in everyone in terms of very bare bones laboratory studies. So to me, I don't care where the protein comes from.
Okay, great. And what about the amount, daily amount? What is your recommendation?
Well, that changes seemingly based on what influencers are saying week to week. Typically, what seems to be a good starting place for the discussion is 1 gram of protein per kilogram of ideal body weight. Okay. So if your ideal body weight is 70 kilograms, then having around 70 grams of protein a day is a reasonable place to start. Now, I know that many of my colleagues are advocating for more and more protein to build more and more muscle, and I tend to personally go up to more. I tend to go for about a gram per kilogram. Or more than that, 1.2 to 1.4. So I'm eating more protein. I'm having, probably 80 to 90 grams of protein a day.
Okay, but that's still moderate relative to some recommendations of.
It is. And again, there are various people who are saying, we've got to really be eating a lot more protein. And I think the notion of improving muscle size and, to a lesser extent, functionality and resilience, but I think size per se tends to push people into thinking that they want to eat more protein. That's the answer. And it really isn't the answer, I think. I think making sure that your hormones are where they need to be and having a supplemental creatine monohydrate and then doing the work, doing the exercise is really what needs to happen.
Yes, the hardest part. Okay, Let's now get into personalized nutrition. I mean, this summit is organized by Viome, and we're all into personalized nutrition. Can you tell us about your exposure to Viome products and personalized nutrition and evidence, and just give us your view of that whole field?
Good. So let me transition then away from our previous discussion. What was that discussion? What you and I just talked about were these broad stroke recommendations for everyone. And I put the "for everyone" in quotes because that's just not where we are today. Yeah, we want people to dramatically reduce, if not eliminate, their consumption of ultra-processed foods. I think that could be one of the very few global recommendations for people. I think everyone needs to be aware of the fact that they desperately need lots of dietary fiber. Now, beyond that, the amount of protein, carbohydrates, and fats that an individual needs, those are the macronutrients, and certainly the micronutrients takes us into this realm of the individual. What does that person need, and how do we determine that? Well, I think, first of all, looking at an individual's genetic profile can give us some clues as to what they might need. Do they have any unique genetic, what we call polymorphisms, that might predispose them to not absorbing certain nutrients or being at risk for having elevation of certain things because they need more of a certain vitamin? Let me give you an example. Some people have genetic variants such that they don't metabolize B vitamins very well, right? We call this MTHFR. I don't mean to be I don't want to be too much in the weeds, but some people require a different form of B vitamins, methylated B vitamins, in order to be healthy, to keep their homocysteine levels down. Some people have variations in their vitamin D receptors such that they need a higher level of vitamin D to stimulate those receptors, or variations in how their bodies convert cholesterol in the presence of sunlight to make their own vitamin D. And these are good things to know genetically, but also you would want to look at their vitamin D level. But I think what's really exciting is the ability, and you alluded to it, to look at, using tests like Viome, what are the metabolites? In other words, what are your gut bacteria producing? Not just which bacteria there are, how many of these bacteria there are, how do we categorize gut bacterial diversity? But rather, okay, we get that, but where does the rubber meet the road? The rubber meets the road. It's not just what bacteria are there, but what are they doing? That's what really matters, because what they're doing is influenced by your choices, by your lifestyle choices, primarily what you eat, but your sleep as well, and your exercise as well. So many of our lifestyle choices directly impact not just the diversity of our gut bacteria, but their function. And that's really important, because at the end of the day, the function of our gut bacteria plays a huge role throughout the body in regulating our metabolism. And our metabolism, in my world, is front and center as it relates to what we've been talking about, the brain and the brain's immune system, and how it basically is the arbiter of our brain's destiny. So the idea that we can look at our gut bacteria and measure it in terms of metabolomically, what it's making, and then beyond that, now that you have that data, to be able to make changes in your diet that are unique for the individual. This is personalized medicine at its finest. To make those specific changes to change what the gut bacteria are doing, such that your metabolism improves, your production of a variety of chemicals, your production of certain chemicals and vitamins and things that influence distant areas in your body, like short chain fatty acids, that influence how our genetic code is read throughout the body. This is leading edge in science, and very, very empowering and very exciting.
Thank you. Yeah, I agree with all that. Just a paper came out just yesterday showing the effects of cadaverin, which is a metabolite produced by bacteria in the colon from the dietary protein. And cadaverin, when it's absent completely, is not good for us. When it's present to us at a certain level, it's actually healthy for us. It actually induces this anti-inflammatory macrophage state of M2, as we discussed before in microglial cells. The same thing happens in the gut. But when you have too much cadaverin produced, because there's too much dietary protein reaching the colon and you were not able to digest it, meaning you overate it, then that cadaverin stimulates pro-inflammatory signals and shifts those macrophages from M2 to M1 state. And now all of a sudden you can have gut inflammation. And so this is just one of hundreds and hundreds of functional outputs of the microbiome where just the presence of the bacteria itself would not be able to tell you anything. But that combined with its metabolism, you can actually read out what is the metabolic output and how it's controlling our immune system. So
yeah, and I think what you just described is this notion of good and bad bacteria in the gut. And I would be the first to tell you that years ago when I wrote a book called Brain Maker, which dealt with the gut bacteria, that I to some degree was guilty of that, but tried to describe that it's the context. I mean, each of us has within us right now a variety of Clostridial species, and when we think of Clostridium, we think of Clostridium botulinum, which makes botulism, and Clostridium difficile, C. diff, which is an illness that people get that kills 28,000 Americans annually. But yet, the Clostridial species are also doing good things, maintaining the mucus layer. And so it's about context, it's about balance, and fundamentally what we're talking about right now, it's about their function. And so the idea of being able to look at the metabolites in terms of what is happening functionally, metabolically, I think is next gen. I think that's really where we need to go. Not just looking at which bacteria are there, but I think what we're learning now is what are they doing?
Exactly. That's what Viome's test is about. It's a functional test. So, okay, we've had a great discussion. You have shared so much knowledge. What do you recommend in terms of our viewers reading in terms of your books? What resources should they go visit?
Oh, gee, I would say to visit me would be Dr. as in Dr. Perlmutter.com. I guess you could put up a graphic. drperlmutter.com is my website. Yep. My new book that focuses on how we can control our brain's immune system through our lifestyle choices and how this basically determines our brain's destiny is called Brain Defenders. It's just gone on sale. It is going to be published in a few months. But it looks at things like the microbiome, exercise, sleep, all of these inroads to, I think, gaining control over the brain's immune system and therefore our brain's destiny. So that's my latest work.
Fabulous, fabulous. Thank you again for sharing your knowledge today. And
my pleasure. Thank you for having me.
We are joined today by Kristen Glorioso, MD, PhD, a neuroscientist, entrepreneur, and co-founder and CEO of NeuroAge Therapeutics. With a background spanning neuroscience, AI, and aging research, she's focused on translating cutting-edge longevity science into practical tools and therapies, especially around brain aging and dementia prevention. So welcome, Kristen. Very excited to have you here.
Thanks, I'm excited to be here.
Great. So my first question for all our speakers is, how do you define aging?
So there's chronological age, which is just your birthday age. So everybody is familiar with that. And then there's all of the things that happen as you age that are deleterious. So increase in disease risk, increase in inflammation, increase in cholesterol in the brain, decrease in cognition and a loss of volume in the brain. And so those all correlate with chronological age, but they also move at different rates in different people. And you can intervene on them. So the combination of all of those correlates that are problematic for that happen with age is how I would define biological age.
Okay, that makes sense. Yeah, so it's basically accumulation of different risk factors that are known from studies to contribute to onset of diseases.
Yeah.
Okay.
And that change with chronological age. Yeah.
Right. Okay, well, can you please introduce your company, NeuroAge, and sort of via that, tell us about your interest. You have a specific interest in dementia, and so sort of give us a brief intro about why are you interested in this and what are you doing about it?
Yeah. So I have a family history of Alzheimer's disease. That's why I started the company. So when I was a kid, my grandmother suffered with Alzheimer's for 7 years. My grandfather took care of her in the home. This had a really big impact on the whole family. It's, I think, even harder on caregivers than it is on the people suffering from the disease themselves. And now, unfortunately, it's in the next generation. And her daughter, my aunt, is late stage with Alzheimer's in her 70s. And I myself have a genetic risk factor for Alzheimer's disease. So I have ApoE4 allele. It's the biggest common genetic risk factor for Alzheimer's. It puts me at 2 to 3 times the risk as the general population. The good news is that what my previous research out of MIT showed is that if you're 5 years younger biologically in your brain aging than your chronological age, you're 6 times less likely to have Alzheimer's in the future. And you can mitigate most genetic risk factors entirely. So you can be at the average risk even if you have 1 or 2 of those ApoE4 alleles. Not quite true for the familial forms of the diseases. Those are a little, those rare forms that have big mutations are less amenable, but you can still push them out in time by slowing down your brain aging. So what NeuroAge does is we have a test that can tell you how old your brain is and your future risk of Alzheimer's disease and other diseases that are age-related in the brain as well. And then we offer personalized recommendations to slow down or reverse your brain aging. And the way that the test works is we combine brain MRI, so your brain actually shrinks with age. It's a really good measurement of how fast your brain is aging, with blood biomarkers that are unique to the company, and cognitive testing. So reaction time, tests of memory, these things change in the worst direction with age. We put that together. It's a very accurate predictor of how your brain is aging, and it gives us a lot of information on what you can do about it. So certain parts of the brain, different types of exercise, different supplements, different dietary interventions work better to increase hippocampal volume versus cerebellum volume, for instance. So we give these really tailored recommendations for people. And I'm using the test myself to try and lower my own brain age.
Of course. And so I would say one big takeaway that I think people should take from this conversation is that just because you have genetic predisposition does not necessarily mean that you will develop the disease.
Exactly.
So not everyone with these genetic traits develop Alzheimer's. And is it currently known? Has anyone studied large groups of people who have the same genetic markers, some of whom developed the disease and others didn't, to understand what have the healthy ones done that the sick ones didn't, so that we know these risk factors that are besides the genetic risk factors?
Yeah, there have been dozens of papers published on dementia risk and people with genetic risk factors and what people have done to slow it down. So we know that, so we have the 9 pillars of healthy brain aging, and those are really rooted in science. Those are rooted on randomized control trials. So we know Mediterranean diet, for instance, that's a big one. We know coffee and tea, and that's not because of the caffeine, but that's the polyphenols. So in the diet category, berries. So there's a lot of dietary studies. We know that exercise is huge. Even if you can do, 5 minutes of easy jogging or 15 minutes of brisk walking a day, that cuts your dementia risk by 40%. And so there's a lot of details on what exercises to do and how much and what type. Sleep is huge. If you sleep less than 5 hours a night, it triples your dementia risk. Also, community, reducing stress, staying mentally active, taking care of your general health, in particular your cardiovascular and metabolic risk factors, mental health. So untreated major depression can accelerate brain aging and put you at risk for dementia. And then environmental factors. So that's plastics, that's pesticides. Parkinson's is actually predominantly an environmental disease. It's only about 15% genetic. So the rest of that risk is due to environment. So those are some of the interventions, and then those can really be tailored to people's genetics and to their other biomarkers.
Okay, great. That is a lot of information to unpack. So let's go back a little bit and just unpack it a little bit. So you said Mediterranean diet. If I Google definition of Mediterranean diet, is there like a consensus on what that is, or are there different versions?
There are some different versions and there's variants. So some people do a keto Mediterranean is one version, which is low carb. But in general, what a Mediterranean diet is it's high on fruits and vegetables, especially across the rainbow. So many different types of fruits and vegetables, and lean proteins. So seafood in particular, chicken. And then the fats from that diet are predominantly from olive oil and from other omega-3 and polyphenol-rich fat sources. So there's not, so those are the basics for Mediterranean diet.
Okay, and then you mentioned exercise, and I think that this is one of the points where people will see a podcast or they will read and it says you need to exercise, 5-6 hours per week of cardio and HIIT training, and you need to go to the gym and all that stuff. And that's overwhelming. And many people say, I just don't have the time or the desire or the motivation to do that. And then you come in and say, even 5 minutes per day of brisk walking, or 15 minutes of brisk walking, or 5 minutes of running. Can you give a sense of how, so let's say you get full benefit if you do exercise 5 or 6 hours per week. How much of that benefit can you derive by very simple, like you said, 5-minute daily runs or 15-minute daily walks? Are we talking about 10%, 50%, 80% of the benefit?
Yeah, so this is in the UK Biobank, which is a large population study of 500,000 people. It looks like about 2/3 of the benefit can be from that 5 minutes of jogging or 15 minutes of brisk walking. So you lower your dementia risk by about 40% if you do just that minimal. Now, slow walking is not the same. So you do have to get your heart rate up a little bit for it to be impactful.
Okay.
And you lower it by 60%, about 60-65% if you do up to an hour and 20 minutes a day. So it is better if you do that hour and 20 minutes, but you go from 40% to 60%. So
right. I think the main takeaway is do as much as you can, and don't think that just because you're not getting the full benefit, it's not worth doing a partial, because it's not a linear correlation. You can get most of the benefit by doing a little bit of work. And the main takeaway is your heart rate has to go up. So slow walk is just not going to do it.
Exactly.
Okay. And then we talked about sleep. You mentioned if you get less than 5 hours, that's quite a dramatic thing. But I mean, people shouldn't get 5 hours and 15 minutes, right? They should be getting more than that.
Yeah, it's a U-shaped curve. So the sweet spot is 7 to 9 hours. And for dementia, 7 is perfect, is what we see. For cardiovascular disease, 8 is perfect. So I don't know why that is, but 7 to 9 is a good target.
7 to 9, close enough. Okay, great. So those are all helpful tips. Now, at my company, we study the oral microbiome quite extensively, and I've read and we have data to show that specific toxins, gingipains produced by an oral microbe, are linked with Alzheimer's. are you guys doing anything about that area in terms of connection between oral microbiome and risk of disease?
So that would be in the general health category. And so we do recommend that people take very good care of their mouths, including, seeing a dentist every 6 months, making sure that if they do have harmful bacteria, that they're working with dental professionals to address that.
Nice.
You can also see it in some of the blood biomarkers. You can see increased inflammation, like a CRP score, if people have some of those more deleterious bacteria in their mouths. So we do recommend that to people. We're not currently testing oral microbiome, but we do like to partner with people that have some of those complementary testing.
Okay, yeah, great. So now the next topic is supplements. There are a lot of supplements that are out on YouTube and other sources. Can you speak a little bit about maybe your favorite supplements for preventing neuroaging, and maybe highlight 2 or 3 that are heavily promoted that actually don't have evidence behind them?
Yeah, so I wrote a Substack on this, so the top 25 supplements for the brain. So you're welcome to see my full notes on this.
Okay,
and I ranked them by experts that are recommending them. So Dale Bredesen, Andrew Huberman, Peter Attia, Dean Ornish. And the top 5 that seem to be recommended across the board and have a lot of good evidence for them are omega-3, vitamin D, vitamin B complex has a lot of evidence for it. And then I'm trying to remember the other couple, but it's they're all basically vitamins, and then creatine is kind of the next level down as having evidence, as well as curcumin turmeric has some pretty good evidence. There are some that I think are very promising, but we just don't have enough good human clinical trial data yet. That includes things related to mushrooms, so both psychedelic mushrooms and regular mushrooms. So lion's mane is one that's commonly recommended. That one I cook with because it's a tasty mushroom. It's a good way to get it. And then psilocybin is sort of an emerging category as well that I think is really interesting. There's Parkinson's disease trials being run with psilocybin, and we've seen mouse data that it improves memory and extends lifespan. So those are some of the ones I would highlight. But I think it's important for people to not just supplement, but to test first. So, you should there's a U-shaped curve for vitamin D, right? And the brain, for instance. So you need exactly the right amount of vitamin D. So I wouldn't just blindly supplement. I would first test your levels of everything.
Okay, let's unpack that a little bit. So a U-shaped curve means that there is such a thing as too much vitamin D, meaning that there is an optimal range of vitamin D, and then too little or too much are both associated with an increased risk of Alzheimer's. Is that correct?
And cognitive decline, yeah. And lifespan, actually, mortality.
Okay. So. And so if people are doing their normal lab tests and vitamin D is in the normal healthy range, is that sufficient, or are there separate criteria specifically for cognitive decline?
That's perfect. So having a level around 50 is what everybody should shoot for. And being much below that or much above that are both bad. It's the same thing for B vitamins as well. So you also you want to titrate those exactly.
Okay. And do you have maybe a few supplements that you think are basically promoted heavily on the internet, but they don't have any evidence behind them for slowing down cognitive decline?
So one that I recommend against is metformin. So that is very popular in the longevity space. And the reason that I recommend that is that it's a complex 1 inhibitor in the mitochondrial electron transport chain, which is maybe a little technical, but there are known pesticides that do the same thing. So rotenone, which cause Parkinson's. And so when I when I did a deep dive on the literature surrounding this, what we saw is in some of these studies looking at metformin, there was a small but significant increase in risk of Parkinson's in these human clinical trials, which is in line with the mechanism of metformin. So that's one that I really recommend people don't do. If people are on metformin for diabetes or pre-diabetes, I would recommend a GLP-1 instead, because we do see a lot of accumulating evidence for neuroprotection with the GLP-1s.
I see. I thought that recently a trial came out of Novo Nordisk showing that it failed to improve cognitive decline or prevent cognitive decline, GLP-1. Can you comment on that study, please?
Yeah, so there's been some conflicting studies. That study, of course, was a disappointment. I haven't had a time to post about that yet, but so that was not one of the most recent GLP-1s to come out, and so it was an older medication. It was also not a prevention of dementia study, but it was a dementia treatment study, and it was in people that were pretty far along. So, a lot of the criticism of that study is we need to be treating people either very early in the course of disease or running studies for prevention. If you do look at the diabetes studies and looked at GLP-1 versus other diabetes medications in which they were matched for how well diabetes was controlled and they were matched for weight, people taking the GLP-1 did have less incidence of dementia. So there is reason to think that would be helpful. So I think that the jury is still out on whether those are neuroprotective or not.
Okay.
But certainly I don't have the same concerns as I do with metformin.
Okay, sounds good. So metformin is one. Any others that you would highlight as people should really think about before consuming?
That's popular that people should think about. I think that, if there isn't a lot of human data, people should really make sure that any supplement they take is well tested from a reputable source, doesn't have safety signals, has been around for a long time. And, so I would make that kind of blanket statement about any of the popular supplements that are out there, third-party testing, and understanding the literature.
Okay, great. Thank you. Let's go back to the genetics a little bit, because there are genetic markers that are protective, and there are genetic markers that increase the risk. So these are ApoE proteins, versions 2, 3, and 4. And we discussed a little bit that version 4, it presents a higher risk. And for those, we're going to definitely spend time and talk about all different ways that we can reduce the risk and include we're going to discuss your tests and so on. But for those people who do a genetic test and they say, oh, I have 2s and 3s, I don't need to worry about Alzheimer's. Is that a true statement?
No. So even though ApoE4 is the biggest risk factor, and by the way, it's only about 30% of your genetic risk. So there's, more than 100 other variants that contribute to that risk. And so there's some people with ApoE4 that are less at risk than they think, and some people that don't have ApoE4 that are more at risk than they think. And if you look at the total number of people that have Alzheimer's disease, 60% of them do not have an ApoE4 allele. So that's just the math around how many people have ApoE4 versus Alzheimer's. And if you live long enough, so if you live to be 95, there's a 50-50 chance of anyone having Alzheimer's. So it's really something that everyone needs to be aware of. And this lifestyle piece is huge. So, people that have brains that are aging faster or lifestyles that are less healthy are really at high risk, even without that ApoE4 allele.
Okay. And so what would you say then the purposes of doing a genetic test for ApoE allele? If it sounds to me like, independent of what your genetics tells you, because the environmental factors weigh so heavily towards that disease, you should probably just go ahead and implement those strategies in your daily life, independent of your genetics. Is that a fair statement?
That's absolutely true. The only exception is people that have two ApoE2 alleles are probably protected. I think they only have a lifetime risk of 20% no matter how old they get. So they might be able to have a bad lifestyle and end up being Alzheimer's free. Although they'll probably have problems with other age-related diseases, including heart disease and diabetes. So still good to work on lifestyle.
Okay, great. Yeah. And let's just also make a small connection here with cholesterol, because ApoE proteins actually are involved in cholesterol transport, correct?
Mm-hmm.
And there's been decades of information saying cholesterol is bad, you should reduce it. But now, more recently, there's information that says that healthy aging actually requires cholesterol, and that if you compare people who are older, who are healthy versus not healthy, the healthy people have higher cholesterol. What is your input to people? Like, what should they do about cholesterol with this conflicting information?
Yeah, it's fascinating. So I recently taught a class, and we had a whole class discussion on this, because optimal cholesterol levels, even in year 2025, are still a matter of debate. And the reason they're a matter of debate is that if you look at mortality studies, you see this U-shaped curve with cholesterol levels, where especially in older adults, the ideal cholesterol levels are higher than the recommended in observational studies are around 220 to 240, which is higher than the American Heart Association recommends. But if you look at what's driving that, it's because people that are older that have very low cholesterol levels, often they have either cancer. Cancer is very energetically demanding, and that drives their cholesterol down, or they have dementia. And if they have dementia, they're not, oftentimes, unless they have a really good support system, they're not getting the proper nutrition, they're not feeding themselves, or forgetting to eat, and that drives cholesterol down. So there's some confounding factors. And if you use genetics to look at causally, so there's a technique called Mendelian randomization, which uses genetic risk scores to look at levels of cholesterol. In those studies, having less cholesterol, there isn't a U-shaped curve. It's a linear relationship where having less cholesterol is better, and it kind of gets around those confounding higher artificial lowering of cholesterol by cancer and dementia. Now, where it gets a little tricky is that if you get to really low levels, especially in younger people, I don't know how to reconcile that data. So in people 20 to 30 years old, there is still this U-shaped curve, and the optimal levels are around 180. That's about what is recommended anyway. But young people with very low cholesterol levels have increased mortality rate, and I'm not sure what confounding variables are happening there, because it's unlikely to be cancer and it's unlikely to be dementia in that age group.
Okay, so for the non-scientific audience, I would like to just interpret what you just said, is that it sounds like it's risky to keep your cholesterol above 200 based on these studies that may not have analyzed the data properly, and that you should still try to keep it under 200, but maybe not too low, which is not going to be a problem for most people anyways. Is that a fair statement?
Yeah, I come down on the side of kind of splitting the difference and trying to stay, in the recommended levels, like 180 to 200. Some people biohackers are really pushing their cholesterol, and Peter Attia is recommending to really have these low cholesterol levels. I think if you've had a previous heart attack, or if you know you have blocked blood vessels, that might be appropriate for cardiovascular risk. But for the average person, I think that's risky in the other direction.
Okay.
There's also a lot of controversy around statins. I'll just make a couple comments about that.
Sure.
So, it's being demonized on TikTok, statin use. There was a warning by the FDA in 2012 about cognition and statin use, but in 2025, a really big meta-analysis came out which is like the most rigorous type of clinical study. It's a meta-analysis where looking at dementia risk, and there was 30% less dementia risk in people taking statins, and it was 13% even in people that already had low cholesterol levels. So there appears to be really good evidence for statin use and dementia prevention, particularly rosuvastatin, which doesn't cross the blood-brain barrier. So a lot of people are worried about cholesterol in the brain, but your brain makes its own cholesterol, and rosuvastatin does not cross the blood-brain barrier, so it's actually not affecting cholesterol levels in your brain.
Okay, thank you. And then let's just dive a little deeper into this cholesterol, because for cardiovascular disease, total cholesterol is very noisy and not very predictive of mortality and cardiovascular disease risk. What is the most important part of the test is the ApoB, which is basically the number of low density lipoprotein particles. So for cardiovascular disease risk, ApoB is the most important biomarker. Does that factor into cognition at all, or just total cholesterol?
Yes, definitely. So ApoB is also something that we track along with LDL and HDL, so and Lp(a). So we recommend people really do a comprehensive cardio panel to see how they're doing in all those categories.
Great. Okay, I think that's a lot of information there. Okay, so now let's talk about your tests, please. So your battery of tests includes an MRI. Is that MRI with contrast or without contrast?
There's no contrast and no radiation.
Perfect. So yeah, people are very concerned about contrast enhanced MRI. So your test is a 3-part MRI. Next one is a blood test that's looking for biomarkers of cognitive decline. Can you tell us more about that test? People go to a Quest laboratory and get their blood drawn, or how does that work?
No, this is a new test. It's specific to NeuroAge. It's based on my research out of MIT, and before that as an MD PhD student. And it's what's known as a organ-specific aging clock. So we're able to see brain aging from the blood using 52 RNA levels of genes. And so we're looking at RNA in the blood, and that's tracking the hallmarks of brain aging. So we're able to see a neuron signature from the blood.
Okay, and where do people go to provide a blood sample for that test?
We have an at-home kit. It's a Tasso device, so it takes about 1 ml from the arm, and they send it back in.
Perfect. So it's all at home. And the MRI, does it have to be done in a specialty facility, or almost anywhere is fine?
Yeah, so we're partnered with a Stanford spun-out company called BrainKey for that, and they have a set of sequences that they use. It can be done on any 1.5T or 3T machine, but we have to make sure that the machine is set up with the correct sequences, because it's more thorough than a typical brain MRI that you would get even from Prenuvo or Ezra or one of those places.
Got it. And then last but not least is you have cognitive tests, and these are done online or in the office or at home?
Yeah, so people can just do the cognitive testing on our website. So at neuroagetx.com, we have a test of reaction time. So there's 5 tests. They take 30 minutes to complete. They're really well validated, so they've hundreds of publications on them. They include reaction time, tests of memory, various tests of memory, names and faces. So that's one that I don't do that well on, trying to work on, remembering people's names and faces. And there's one on focus, which is just to make sure that there isn't something confounding the results that are to do with people's ability to have attention on the testing.
Okay, great. Okay, so they receive some kind of a test result, and you were saying earlier that based on that biological age that you compute, which is specific to central nervous system, you can actually basically completely cancel out the increased risk due to genetics, and maybe even pull back more. And so if the first time you test, you do not observe that, then you can implement all these nutritional and lifestyle strategies, and then you can retest, let's say, a year later, and hope that it will actually be, slowing down your aging, and you can just do that on a yearly basis, correct?
Yeah, exactly. And we've had some of the first results came back. So I was able to decrease my brain age by 1.2 years in the last year and a half, which is great. I increased the volume of a brain area called the hippocampus. That's where short-term memories are stored. That's the Alzheimer's area. So I was able to increase that area by 1%, which doesn't sound like a lot, but normally the brain shrinks. So I actually gained over 2 years of biological brain age from increasing my hippocampal volume. And we've also had some of our first beta testers do the same as well. And so people are able to actually grow their brain back on MRI, which is really incredible. And that's just with lifestyle interventions.
That's great. So it's nutrition and lifestyle.
And some supplement recommendations as well.
Okay.
Okay.
Great. And so let's dive into one more topic, which is of interest to the general audience, which is many people call Alzheimer's disease type 3 diabetes and claim that controlling your blood sugar levels and insulin resistance is very important because it's a risk factor. Can you please comment on that topic?
Yes. So I think there are many different risk factors for Alzheimer's disease, and inflammation and metabolic is one of them. I wouldn't go so far to say it's the only thing. I wouldn't say it's type 3 diabetes, because I also think there's a huge input from cardiovascular risk factors as well. So it's as important, if not more important, to make sure your lipids are under control and your blood pressure as it is to make sure that your glucose is in the normal range. So I would say all of those are correlated to aging. So slowing down your overall biological age is going to be helpful for protecting your brain.
Okay, great. One last topic before we get into personalization I would like to cover is, I read that the glymphatic system, which is basically like a cleaning system for the brain, which is very important for maintaining cognitive capabilities, that it actually cleans the brain better if we sleep on the sides, and not as well if we sleep on our back or stomach. Do you have a comment on that?
Yeah, that's fascinating. So glymphatic system, I think, is really interesting. It's one of the reasons why sleep is so important for dementia prevention, because it clears out some of those toxic proteins, amyloid and tau, from the brain. What I know from Martin Kowalski, who's a Stanford sleep researcher who's spoken at some of our meetings and lectured at some of the classes that we've co-taught. He recommends side sleeping as a sleep expert. And the reason he recommends that is to avoid sleep apnea and snoring, which really decreases your sleep quality. So I don't know about the glymphatic system in particular, but I do know that indirectly, if you're improving sleep quality and avoiding sleep apnea and reducing snoring, that you're going to have better quality of sleep overall, which I imagine would improve your glymphatic system.
Okay, great. Okay, let's now get into personalization. So as you probably know, Viome is all about personalization, and we have lots and lots of points to make there. But let's talk about how you are able to personalize human diet, and what is known out there about how to personalize the diet specifically to target cognitive decline.
Yeah, so we know that Mediterranean diet has the best evidence for it. We also know some things about various dietary. So people with ApoE4 alleles tend to be hyper responders to dietary fat intake. So there's 4 or 5 other genetic risk factors that mean that you're a hyper responder versus a hypo responder. So most people, 75% of the population, if they eat high cholesterol foods, their liver does a good job of regulating that, and you'll keep the same cholesterol level even if your dietary intake is of some of these high cholesterol foods. Hyper responders have a harder time clearing that dietary cholesterol. And so that's one way you can personalize diet is by looking to see if you're a hyperresponder or a hyporesponder.
Okay.
Another genetic factor that we test for is the MTHFR gene, which raises homocysteine levels. And so for people that have that gene, they need increased B vitamins in order to decrease the homocysteine. Homocysteine is a risk factor for stroke and for vascular dementia and for Alzheimer's disease. So genetic factors play a big part in that.
Okay.
Another thing that aids in the personalization is actually the brain MRI. So if you're looking at which brain regions people show less volume in, there's certain foods that or certain dietary patterns that are helpful for increasing brain volume in one region versus another.
Fascinating. Going back to homocysteine, there's some kind of a connection with protein intake because of the pathway that leads, degradation pathway that goes from homocysteine. Can you comment on the protein intake and what your view on that is?
Yeah, that's a very controversial topic. What optimal protein levels? I tend to, well, first of all, I think everybody should be measuring their homocysteine, and they should be measuring, their inflammation and all of their markers to be able to see on an individual level how they're responding to different diets. But I tend to come down on middle of the road sort of recommendations for people in terms of protein intake. Yeah.
Okay, and what is that middle of the road? Do you have like a semi-quantitative recommendation, or sort of just don't overdo it, or?
Yeah, I'm failing to remember the exact numbers, but is it,
Okay.
I think, yeah, I can follow up with some exact numbers, but I don't
Sure.
remember them off the top of my head.
Sure,
Yeah.
sure. Yeah, the numbers we've talked about so far is extreme people like Peter Attia and others, they will recommend something like 2.2 grams of protein daily per kilogram of body mass, which ends up being like 200 grams of protein per day for a lot of people. And then I recently interviewed Dr. Walter Longo, who is like one of the main longevity researchers in the world. And he actually is the opposite. He says we should be eating low protein because these traditionally healthy diets in Japan and the Mediterranean, they consume very little protein. So he consumes only 60 grams of protein per day, 3 times 20 grams. And I consume 3 times 25 grams total. So only 75 grams of protein. And I'm able to grow lean muscle mass, no problem at all. So I think that there's a huge range here. And so you're saying moderate, don't go to one or the other extreme, basically.
That's where my thinking, it could evolve, because one of the nice things about NeuroAge is that we're doing intake surveys on what everybody's doing. So eventually we're going to be able to use the genetics in combination with those surveys to be able to causally say this diet works better for this biomarker profile and this diet works better for this biomarker profile. We're not there yet. And I do think there's some really extreme opinions on both sides. And so when I see people coming down on such extreme points of view, especially people that are very credible, like Peter Attia and Walter Longo, I tend to say, okay, maybe we should split the difference, at least for now.
That makes sense. One more quick topic is, can you tell us what you know or what the audience should know about the permeability of the blood-brain barrier, and whether your blood test measures that with these biomarkers, and whether people should read about it or be worried about it, or just sort of ignore the fact that it exists?
Yeah, so the blood-brain barrier is what prevents toxins and other things from your system from crossing into the brain. So your brain has this sheath that prevents certain things from going in or out of the brain, and it breaks down with age. So it's a marker of biological aging. It's a marker of chronological age to have that blood-brain barrier break down. We can see blood-brain barrier breakdown indirectly through measuring white matter hyperintensities, which are little cardiovascular changes, little inflammation areas. that are next to the ventricles in the brain. So it's an indirect measurement of what's getting through that barrier. And so when we see people that have white matter hyperintensities, we recommend better control of risk factors that can lead to blood-brain barrier breakdown. And so those include high blood pressure, high cholesterol, metabolic risk factors. And so sometimes people are testing perfectly fine in the rest of their body, and then we see those white matter hyperintensities on a brain scan. It's why I think getting a brain MRI is a really important part of testing.
Okay, got it. Okay, let's just spend a little bit of time about personalization. Have you run into Viome and Viome products and Viome tests before? Are you familiar with?
So only indirectly. So I'd love to, explore what it would look like to work together, but we haven't really started that conversation yet.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, what our tests do is we measure the biochemical activities of the microbes in the oral cavity and the intestines, and then some of these very important metabolites that regulate our inflammation and our metabolism and mitochondrial function that are very well documented in the literature or that we have published on our own. We are able to fine-tune and personalize the diet. So, for example, we have a glycemic response model where we can predict basically how high the blood sugar will spike after a meal for each person, just based on their gut microbiome functions. And then we can measure things like LPS production and butyrate production that basically control our inflammation to some degree. And then we talked earlier about gingipain production in saliva, right? And how combined with gingivitis that allows leakiness basically can send some of these gingipains into the bloodstream and potentially into the brain via a permeable blood-brain barrier. It sounds like, based on what you said, the blood-brain barrier just becomes leaky as we age. There's nothing that you need to specifically do to damage it. It just becomes leakier. And so as we age, more and more of these gingipains can then translocate into the bloodstream and then into the central nervous system, where they can contribute to amyloid beta plaques. So these are all kinds of things that we are doing on our end, but we're not specifically targeting dementia or cognitive decline. Can you tell us a little bit about how you're able to personalize people's diet based on your tests? Some examples. We already covered a couple.
Yeah. So I think people that so we recommend, for example, omega-3 testing. So that's another thing that we have all of our clients test. And so if we see people have lower levels of omega-3 or poor omega-3 to omega-6 ratios, then we recommend supplementation or an increase in fish or flaxseed or walnuts or other things that contain a high amount of omega-3. So that would be one recommendation. Also, certain supplements are actually found in foods. So, for example, ligostilotide is found in parsley and dill and lovage. And so you can supplement that, and there's animal data to show that it decreases risk of dementia, but you can also just consume more of those foods. Lion's mane is another one. So if we see people on the cognitive testing showing problems with memory in particular, we would recommend adding lion's mane to the diet. So those are a few ways that we customize.
Okay, great. Okay, so basically, let's summarize. So you have this cutting edge technology that can profile people in the United States only, correct?
We're in 4 countries now.
4 countries. So for people who live in those 4 countries, they can go get tested and get this highly specific, dementia risk and biological age related to the central nervous system and cognitive decline, and they can get recommendations from you. And those recommendations focus on nutrition and lifestyle. Do they include pharmaceuticals or not?
So they don't. We have recommendations for different types of cholesterol medication or GLP-1s, things like that. But we are just recommend them and then have people work with their doctors to see if they're right for them.
Understood. Okay. For people in other countries besides those 4 countries who don't have access to NeuroAge tests, but they do have access to these regular tests, regular lab tests. It sounds like getting their genetic data is semi-useful, meaning that at a minimum, it'll inspire them more, sort of drive them more, put a little fire into them if they have more of the 4 variant ApoE4, whether they're single allele or both alleles. But the general labs can still be helpful in that they want to have as low CRP as possible. They want to have cholesterol somewhere around 180 to 200 with ApoB that's low, let's say under 100. Is that
yes. Yeah.
Okay. And they need to have low cardiovascular and metabolic disease risk. So they need to control their blood sugar. They need to basically not smoke. They need to not drink. And then they should get, go ahead.
I mean, I think up to 1 drink a day is fine. That's where I personally come down on that. And red wine is better than not, but 0 to 1, I would say.
0 to 1 per day. But smoking, not at all, right?
Not at all. Although, what's interesting is that smoking is bad for cardiovascular health and therefore bad for the brain, but there are controlled trials being run right now on nicotine. So I do think we're going to see nicotine being neuroprotective in the future, but not in an inhaled form of it.
Right, because smoking brings in so many other carcinogenic and toxins, whereas nicotine is a specific compound that can stimulate our metabolism. And then we're going back to nutrition. So in general, Mediterranean diet is very helpful. If you do have diabetes, Mediterranean diet may not work as it is. So you may need to reduce the carbs, but still stick with whole foods and so on. And then sleep, we covered. You just need to get between 7 to 9 hours of sleep and sleep on your sides. One part we didn't highlight enough is mental and mental state. We talked about how people with depression have a higher risk and they need to try to get it as much reduced as possible, whether that's exercise or medication or nutrition. And last but not least, you mentioned early on, reduce stress. That's kind of a tough one for people who are stressed out in their personal or professional life. How important is it to reduce stress for cognitive decline?
It's extremely important, and you can also measure cortisol levels in the blood. So cortisol is the stress hormone. If you put cortisol in a dish with neurons, it shrinks them. It actually shrivels them. So it's actually very toxic for neurons. So controlling stress is very important. And so we recommend that, particularly a lot of our clients are high-powered people that have stressful jobs. And so we recommend that, really prioritizing getting out into nature, deep breathing, meditation, maybe making some tough choices about time management and about who's in their lives who may be causing them a lot of stress. So these areas need to be more emphasized than they are, because oftentimes we see people with perfect diet and exercise that are still not doing well with their brain aging, and their stress levels are through the roof. And that's a big cause.
Okay, so don't stress. All right. Well, it's been a huge pleasure. We've provided a lot of useful information. Thank you very much. And we'll talk more about a potential collaboration with Viome.
Thank you. This was really great. Appreciate the opportunity.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's give a real-time round of applause to all the doctors, all the speakers, the scientists that so generously gave their time and said, hey, I'm gonna share years of my career for free for a whole hour for everybody. It's a beautiful thing, even though we are all here virtually. For the ones connected to the energy, send send a thought of gratitude to these people. Why they're doing their work, they're dedicating their lives to a certain career, and then generously say, yeah, I'm going to be there for 1 hour for free. I'm going to share the best that I can with the best of my abilities. And from our side, we start getting all these inputs to see what resonates. And I was following the chat as I was also reviewing the sessions, and then I saw the conversations about the mushrooms here in the comments, right? The metformin. So is metformin good or is metformin bad? Right? These things happen here, and then you had Hoti Toddy, not knowing why their name is Hoti Toddy, and a lot of things happening here, and by the way, for some of you that asked me before, this is not because I want to look like bone of ox, but it's a blue light blocker. I am right now in the Eastern Europe time zone. I'm in Estonia. That's my office at home. And to me, it's already 10 something p.m. So I'm staying up late. If anybody here is staying up late with me, say me in the chat. And so one of the things that was highlighted in so many sessions was the importance of sleep, right? Dr. Christine right now just said how important it is for the prevention of dementia and Alzheimer's. And I don't think there was a speaker that didn't mention that. And this is one of the things that whenever I have lights in the studio, that I'm doing calls late at night, is some of the things that help me get my late sleep with higher quality. But now I want to ask you, ladies and gentlemen, remember that I had asked you first. I had who was here in the beginning and remember the Portuguese word that I shared with you, the Brazilian Portuguese word. If you remember, put here in the chat. I want to know who was here with me in the beginning and remember that. We're talking about memory here. Let's do a quick memory test right now. Jade's like, did it start with a B? Yeah, you're onto something. Beleza, beautiful people. Beleza, beautiful people. Here you go. Beleza. Right before we went to the speakers, we had a conversation with Naveen, Jain. I asked you something, right? People who had paper and pen, people who had something to take notes. What I asked you was to take notes of what spoke to you. You heard many things right now, many inputs, and beautiful. I saw some of you that said how beautiful that we can have all these different views that sometimes they feel contradictory because there are people looking at the same thing from different angles, and how beautiful can have the diversity of thinking. How strange and perhaps dangerous would be if we had everybody agreeing with the very same thing, right? From A to Z with no, right? They will be few suspicious, right? And some things, they are information and some things are speaking to you. What spoke to you? Put it here in the chat. What was the powerful quote or the powerful quotes, or if you couldn't take note of the quote itself, or some of the power concepts or powerful ideas that you said, hey, that guy over there, David Perlmutter, he was speaking to me. It's not possible. It's not that he was speaking to Dr. Momo. It feels like that he was going to my house and saying to me directly. If anything landed like that to you, put here in the chat what stuck with you for during these past 4 sessions. To me, a couple of things stayed. Dr. Eric Verdin, very first one. He said, he was talking about blood sugar. Many people talking about blood sugar here. I said, you don't give a glass of Coke to kids during breakfast. But have you thought that if you give a glass of orange juice and cereal that it could have given the same amount of sugar is something to think about. It made me think about. There are a couple of things that we see as breakfast food and very healthy, but if you look at it, especially on the sugar quantity, you start saying, yeah, there's a point. Of course, they're not the same thing, but there is a very good point there. Another thing that got very clear. Also, Eric Verdin said this, but everybody probably touched on that or probably highlighted that. What Dr. Eric said is, we will not have a drug more powerful than physical activity against aging, probably for the next 10 to 20 years. I don't think that was, Dr. Christine Glorioso, this last speaker of the first block, talking about that dementia. She said exercise is huge. It doesn't say exercise is pretty good. Exercises are nice to have. Exercise is huge. For Dr. David Perlmutter, specialist in brain, he said exercise is the gift for the brain. It kind of reiterated that. This is a message being pressed, a button being pressed. Everybody's going there saying, hey, exercise. Now you look at your current lifestyle and say, is this speaking to me? Is this an opportunity? Or am I completely perfect here? Or can I improve? Maybe my activity, maybe my walking, maybe my strength training. Can I start that? Can I improve how I do it? Can I start some type of cardiovascular training? This is for me to reflect upon myself and say, what is there for me? Because all these scientists and doctors they're emphasizing this thing. It must be a sign for me to think about it. One man's food can be another man's poison. What Darlene just posted over here. This was Naveen Jain, right in the beginning. There were other things that were in the part of exercise of nutrition, especially David Perlmutter was talking about the correlation between eating and type 2 diabetes or blood sugar. A lot of people talking about blood sugar and insulin. He said that it is associated with a 3-fold increased risk of Alzheimer and about 80% increased risk in Parkinson's, the type 2 diabetic profile. There's very, very much connected with the foods that we eat. And here, Azarfi 1070. I think this is something that I also took note. Dr. Nir Barzilai said that, right? Sleep, nutrition, social connection, exercise. We talked about these 4 pillars. I think Dr. Eric talked about 3, sleep, exercise, and nutrition. And you will see throughout this entire summit, scientists and doctors going around some variation of that. You will see that if whatever background they have, for the most, scientific to the most practical, they will mention a couple of things that are always there at the center of health and longevity. Exercise, nutrition, sleep, and then some will include social connection, some will include mental state, inner stillness. Some will say Zen, like Dr. Momo will say, that there's the whole inner state of things. And the whole point is, if you are here attending a longevity summit, and you are thinking on how to improve your vitality, extend your life, live better, live with more, experience the human experience in a more beautiful way, are you thinking of these 4 pillars first? If you are thinking of that little detail of the amount, we can think about other things as well. The environmental toxin, the air pollution, the plastic that I use, all these things, they have influence. But it seems that there are few things that they have more influence. And if I don't have my game on these 4 pillars, then it's time for me to prioritize those, because here the return is higher. That's the message that is hidden behind the words between all these people. So this was from Azarfi, 1070, which I think makes a lot of sense. Now, some of you asked in the beginning when Naveen and Jain was here opening the summit, how do you do to measure your gut microbiome to understand, the one man's food is medicine and the other is poison? How do I understand the food that is medicine for my body and avoid the ones that don't make sense? And so, is anybody interested in knowing more and open to knowing more about how you can measure those things with Viome? Put here in the chat who is interested in knowing more, or who wants to learn more about how they can measure their microbiome, understand their unique biology, understand what types of food are medicine for them, what types of food are maybe inflammatory for them. Put me in the chat if that is you. I think the main point for me, I work on the realm of health, longevity, vitality, fitness for many years now. And one thing that I think about is that our attitude towards health is very different than our attitude towards our work. Yeah? Our attitude towards our work is very structured. We have meetings, and we have yearly visions and quarterly visions and goals, and we have plans, and people have their roles, and you have a time of the day that you're dedicated for that. We take this very seriously. And that's why career goes so far, right? We make money, we build things, we build companies, and the world goes forward. But then all of that is powered by our health and our well-being. And everybody knows, if you have a room of 100 people and you ask who agrees that health is your most important asset, everybody raises their hand. But why don't we apply the same attitude? Why don't we also put a structure? Feels like career, we are super structured. And then health, we kind of improvise. We don't learn about, we don't pay attention, we don't measure things. But in your career, you're measuring all the KPIs of the company. That's why the thing works, right? You're measuring so many things. And then in health, we don't. We just it's the most important thing, and sometimes we deal with it as in an almost negligent way. And there's this phrase by Peter Drucker that says you can't manage what you don't measure. And I always apply this principle to my health, and everybody, all the students that I have, all the clients that I have, I apply the same thing. If we want to improve health or fitness, first we need to measure. We quantify, see how things are at, and this informs direction. And so this is what we're talking about here. This is one of the opportunities that Viome is offering everybody, the technology that they have developed of quantifying, measuring your body in a very precise way. So what they're doing here is that they are not measuring only one biomarker. Like I measure my blood glucose, right, is one biomarker. I measure my HDL and LDL, other 2 biomarkers. They are measuring 100,000 because they're measuring all the different chemical reactions happening in your body as they can identify what your DNA is doing. That's what they call by RNA. What this gives you as a advantage is that you can look at you can create a dashboard of your health and have more than 50 health scores that will look at your digestion, you will look at your circulation, you look at your heart health, you look at inflammation, look at all these different aspects of aging. But then not only that, they don't only give you these results, they have all this very well developed AI algorithm that can identify, based on everything that is happening in your body, what are the foods that will work the best that will make your body rejuvenate, what are the foods that they are good, you can have in abundance. The ones that say, try to avoid those ones, and the ones to stay away from, because for you they are inflammatory. And have you had this situation that you eat a healthy food and it just doesn't sit well with you? Everybody says that almonds are amazing, nuts or whatever, and then you eat and you start bloating, or a type of vegetable or beans or chickpeas, right? A type of healthy food, but the next day you wake up and your face is swollen, and this kind of things, right? We are talking about precision here. If you take the Viome, if you have, there's a QR code here on the screen right now. Alongside with this with the summit, Viome is offering everybody a promotion on their full body intelligence test that will give you all these 50 plus scores, all these foods of the customized list of foods for your own specific body, the access to their own application. Also the opportunity of later upgrading, if you want, to the personalized, precise supplements, the supplements that they make for your own specific body. After you take this test, if you want, you can upgrade that as well. And they are making a promotion for during the day 1 and day 2 of the summit. If you buy the full body intelligence test today, not only you get the full body intelligence test at a discounted price, but you also get the recordings of the summit if you don't have it yet. Now, if you don't have, some people are saying, I would love to have the recordings or the transcripts, or maybe the audios to listen to this later. All of that plus some bonuses programs that some of the speakers are offering only to people who get the recordings of the summit are included as a bonus to the full body intelligence test, usually for a $300 only today and tomorrow, day 1 and day 2 of the summit, for $299. If you are in the US, shipping is free because it's a kit that they send you home, and then you take a stool test, a blood test, and a saliva test. And if you're outside of the US, they ship to the entire world, and there's a fee of about $35 for shipping. This is valid only until January 20th, which is tomorrow, Tuesday, at 11:59 Pacific time. So it's the promotion that Viome is offering to each one of you. And if you want, you can just scan the QR code on your screen right now. Will be here until the next speaker starts, and you get access to this promotion. Now, we are going to the block 2 of the day 1 of the Health and Longevity Summit. On day 2, on block 2, we're going to have 3 speakers. The first one is the medical doctor, Michael Bass. He is a gastroenterologist specialized in treating gastrointestinal conditions like IBS or GERD or IBD. If anybody is part of the sensitive gut group club like myself, you're going to enjoy a lot the session with Dr. Michael Bass. After that comes Dr. Swami Venuturapalli. And I rehearsed this name a couple of times so I could say in one go. A fantastic doctor and researcher in autoimmune and inflammatory diseases. So you talk a lot about lupus, rheumatoid arthritis. It has leading authority in the studies of autoimmune diseases, and we'll talk about how to prevent those things, how to treat those things. Wealth of knowledge. And then finally comes Sir Venki Ramakrishnan. He is a Nobel laureate. He won the Nobel Prize in 2019 in the chemistry branch of the Nobel Prize. And he's a molecular biologist. And he's talking about why we age and how to prevent aging from a molecular biology standpoint. It's not every day that we get a summit with a Nobel laureate just in our screen at our homes. And so let's enjoy, ladies and gentlemen. And same thing, after this three, I'm going to come back and I want to close the day with you. So take notes of the quotes, take notes of the main ideas, the things that land. And then at the end of the day, I want to ask you, what are the action point, the action step that if you're ready, after listening to a whole day, something will ring, something will say, this will turn into action. Take notes of that and you'll let me know at the end of the summit today. Let's do this, ladies and gentlemen, with you now, our block 2 of the Health and Longevity Summit.
Everybody, my name is Guru Barnawar. I'm the founding CTO of Viome, and welcome to the Viome Health and Longevity Summit. Today, I have with me Dr. Michael Bass, MD. He's a gastroenterologist and a friend of ours for a while now. Actually, I met Mike, I think a few years ago when we did a podcast together. He invited me about talking about AI in the context of molecular testing and gastroenterology and so forth. And more recently, he has given us a significant amount of his time thinking through many of the Viome capabilities and how that can be applied in the gastroenterology space. So, Mike, welcome.
Thank you, Guru. Thank you. Thank you for having me.
Of course. So let me introduce Michael by saying that he is not only a leading gastroenterologist, but also I would call him maybe a social media influencer because he's one of the top voices on LinkedIn. And you can actually check him out on many of the thoughts and articles and videos and everything else that he's shared on LinkedIn, which is amazing because he not only practices medicine on a daily basis, it's also his passion to, I think it's a hobby and a passion to get much of this knowledge and information out to the community. So that's really commendable. Thank you. I would like to, first of all, start off by talking about longevity. Longevity is one of the big topics these days. Lots of people are working on it. This summit is all about health and longevity. So I would like to get a sense of how you think about longevity, Mike, and how you define it.
Guru, thank you. So first of all, thank you for the extremely nice and generous intro. You and Viome and your work in AI and the health space is something I've been following for years. So it's really an honor for you to have me on your show today. So longevity, that word, it's a buzzword, but I think there's kind of two separate topics. So there's lifespan, which is how long you live, and then there's health span. So what's that quality of life? And so I think sometimes the focus on lifespan, live 130 years at the time, that's the focus. Whereas health span, in my mind, is the much more potent, much more important metric there. So how healthy is that person? What's that person's quality of life? So those are the two kind of broader topics I would have for the longevity.
Yeah, clearly, you have been focused on the health span side of that, and because you talk about prevention, you talk about risk management, you talk about continuous testing and all of that stuff in many of your posts and all of the conversations we've had. So let's first talk a little bit about you personally, right? So how did you end up getting into the whole field of managing your health span and getting into the preventive aspects of care? And in particular, let's also, I'm very interested in knowing how you personally follow some of those practices yourself. So can you please tell us about not only your nutritional habits, your lifestyle habits, your testing habits, all of those things that contribute to understanding yourself, understanding what are your risks, managing it, and being healthy throughout your life?
Yeah, that's a great topic, Guru. So, I think for me personally, really all of this started for me as a child. So, when I was a kid, I would say probably in about sixth grade, seventh grade, I was actually an overweight child. So I had a poor diet and just kind of was not health optimized. So as a very young child, I would say probably about maybe eighth or ninth grade, I started looking deeply into my exercise patterns, diet, things that I can actually modify to help me get back into shape. So I think over the summer of my eighth grade into ninth grade year, I dropped about 40 pounds.
Wow.
And
that's amazing.
So, and this was prior to any of the dietary trends or kind of topics. Then it was just
how did you manage to do that, Mike? Is it mostly exercise, or was it also some kind of dietary changes you made?
Yeah, so I mean, mainly back then, I was a kid who ate a lot of fast food, a lot of sweets, a lot of processed foods, played a lot of video games. I think probably from like ages 6 to 12, I spent a lot of the time right in front of that screen playing every like version of video game.
Yeah.
So really, it was just to essentially cut out that screen time, get out, exercise. So for me, basketball was my saving grace. So
cool.
I am a huge basketball fan, and so I started playing basketball just for fun, and 4 days a week, five days a week, just kind of got out there, vigorous exercise. It was fun. I used, I got to hang out with my friends, so there was that social bond there also. But just in increasing exercise and just simply cutting out the processed food, sweets, fast food. And
that'll make a huge difference right there.
That was it. And I didn't follow any regimen. It was just this is huge. Ultra processed foods is a killer. So yes, I can totally understand. Cool. So and then in your professional world, how did you get into? I guess as an MD, right? You're taught the usual. I gotta tell my audience, right? People think of the American healthcare system as more like a sick care system, right? You're taught how to address all the pathologies after you see them, after people come in with all these presentations of symptoms and everything else. But changing that mindset into more of a preventive healthcare system is not something that people can, or even MDs have done very often and very easily, right? You're one of those two people who has kind of taken your mindset from the sick care world to the healthcare world. So how did that happen? Yeah. So I went into medicine residency, and then afterwards I focused in GI. And so in GI, we see patients that have GI issues like irritable bowel syndrome, Crohn's, functional issues where there's a brain gut axis link there. And so what the kind of standard paradigm of care has been. I mean, it's definitely changing now, but how it was when I first started training, was more to focus on, how do you treat symptoms? So if somebody is constipated, let's give them a med that helps constipation. Or if somebody is bloating, let's give them a med that focuses on that bloating symptom. Or if somebody has acid reflux, let's give them a acid reflux medicine. So I started to see very, very early that form of treatment really was not working, because we would have patients that came in, month after month, and we would simply start them on a different medication, or do some other tests that might rule out some type of structural problem. We're very good in medicine these days to tell people what they don't have. We're great at telling them that they don't have cancer, or they don't have a blockage. But we're not great at telling them what the actual problem is. And so when I started to see our standard way of medicine, which is basically excluding things and then treating the symptom, wasn't really working, that caused me to delve in a little bit further and just kind of look what other treatment paradigms are there to tackle these functional issues. And so that's actually what led me to Oshi Health. So I'm the medical director of Oshi Health, which is a digital health platform that focuses only on GI problems. But how we treat people is in a multi-disciplinary fashion, where we're looking at people's diet, we're looking at exercise, looking at their weight, and looking at stress. And I've seen people once treated in that multi-pronged fashion that get better within the span of 6 to 8 weeks. Whereas, there's people that are years and years and years just suffering with these, chronic IBS symptoms and just not getting better. So, I mean, really to kind of summarize that, it was mainly just me seeing people with functional issues just not getting better with the standard paradigm of care.
Yeah, I mean, makes a lot of sense. I mean, I know, now in Viome, we know thousands and thousands of people who are going through the same type of issues that you're talking about, and of course, our goal is to try to get them as early as possible off of all of those, the things that cause the irritable functions, and then get them onto a really good path. So let's talk a little bit about the gut, spectrum of diseases, right? So one of the ways that I kind of look at the gut spectrum more as a layman, not as a practicing doctor, is the irritable bowel syndrome, and then the inflammatory bowel disease, and then colon polyps, and then colon cancer, right? So these are all sort of progressively more serious diseases, and of course, each one of those areas increases the risk of the next one, right? So higher, irritable bowel syndrome makes your risk for IBD higher, and inflammatory bowel disease increases your risk of colon polyps, and so on. And colon polyps increases your risk of colon cancer, and so forth, right? So what, in the very early phase of the progression of these diseases, what are some of the risk factors that you have, honed in on, and what you see in your practice, Mike?
Yeah, that's awesome question, Guru. So there's so many different things, but I think for me, a pattern that I see time and time again is stress, diet, lack of sleep, alcohol, cigarettes. So, and usually those factors can kind of merge. But I don't know how many times a patient will tell me that they're going through a stressful period in their life. Maybe there's some personal issue, maybe there's some issue at work, and life is super stressful, right? And that leads to issues with their gut, whether that's IBS, symptoms of IBD flaring up, or even somebody who had no symptoms prior, getting new gut issues. And so, and I think all those factors are kind of linked. Whereas, when people are stressed, they tend to eat poorly, they don't exercise,
Yeah.
Sometimes that does come with alcohol use, cigarette use. So, but I think stress and diet and just kind of general lifestyle, I think is one of the biggest factors that kind of precede some of these gut issues.
Got it. And if we have to detect and react to these kinds of risks soon, I mean, not risks, but early markers of any of these diseases we talked about, irritable bowel syndrome, inflammatory bowel disease, colon polyps, all of these different, stages of gut diseases. There are certain kinds of tests that are available today, right? You can potentially take some. I think there's the standard is that when you turn 45, you need to take colonoscopies, and do colonoscopies, but also you can take some stool tests that are somewhat okay. I mean, I wouldn't call them great yet, right? But give us a sense of what are the tests that are available for people who are worried about these advancing diseases, and how good are they?
Yeah, great question also. So, yeah, I mean, so in terms of colon cancer screening, so for average risk people, screening typically starts at age 45, and so you have basic stool tests that look at stool DNA. There's tests that look at stool RNA, stool tests that pick up blood, and so all of those kind of have varying accuracy. Stool RNA, stool DNA tend to be the best, whereas blood can be non-specific because you can have blood in your stool, and that doesn't necessarily mean that you have cancer or polyps. The one kind of gap that we have right now in current science is that there's really not a great stool test that picks up whether you have colon polyps or not. So polyps are the precancerous lesions. So they're not cancer, but they're growths that essentially, if you leave them in there over a period of time, there's a chance they might turn into a cancer. So, basically all of the major stool tests we have now currently are not that great at even picking up highly advanced precancerous polyps. So, so that's why as of now, an optical look inside your colon, doing a scope, that is the best test now for most people that are average risk at age 45, because not only does it pick up whether somebody has cancer, but it's their best way of looking at whether somebody has polyps or not. So the functional issues like irritable bowel syndrome, that is a little bit harder because there's no specific test that actually tells you whether you have irritable bowel syndrome. There's tests that can determine whether you have inflammatory bowel disease, which is IBD, that's Crohn's and UC. But with IBS, it's more of a clinical context. So symptoms, and then also we do want to make sure they don't have any red flag features like bleeding, weight loss, anything that might point to it being more of a structural cause like cancer or Crohn's. But there is a pretty big gap right now in patients trying to figure out whether they truly have irritable bowel syndrome, which is a functional issue, versus some of these more structural issues.
Got it. And that's kind of the gap that, of course, Viome comes in, right? Exactly. There's a lot of things that are going on in your gut that are, of course, impacted by your human cells that are the lining is either damaged or there's inflammation and all of these things going on. But there's also a lot of microbiome activity going on in the gut. So I'm curious to know how you first came across Viome and how you thought about Viome and what you think about it today.
So actually I think this is probably about 4 to 5 years ago. I had a series of patients that brought in Viome tests to me, and the first patient, because we have patients that bring lots of things online to us, and we have to validate them. But there was a period of time where I think I had probably about 4 to 5 people in like the span of a month bringing me their Viome tests. And I'm like, there's clearly some type of signal there, right? And they were telling me how they made dietary changes based on the Viome test, and they feel significantly better. So I think after the 4th or 5th patient that month, I was like, I've got to hop online and check you guys out. So hopped online. I delve in deeply when I look at anything. So I spent hours and hours just kind of combing over data, and I was really impressed by you, and then just the amount of rigorous data that you have.
Thank you. Yeah.
And there are so many companies there that are peddling supplements and microbiome tests, and with frankly zero data. And Viome is head and shoulders above everybody else, just in terms of science.
Thank you.
And of course, yeah, and secondly, I think how Viome speaks about the gut microbiome, just kind of going back towards gaps. I think how people talk about it, especially in just standard GI practice, is it's more of a what bacteria is there versus what is not there, right? So what is the actor as opposed to what is that actor doing, right? And then what is that ecosystem that is happening in the midst of that one specific strain of microbe. And so, all of the data that we see here is that, you can give somebody a strain or one specific microbe, but that same microbe might not have the same effect in one person as it might have in me, right? Because everybody has different ecosystems.
Exactly.
And how Viome kind of talks about not only giving you the strain, right, but telling us what is that ecosystem, what else is there, and then what is the microbe doing, right?
Exactly.
So what is the action of it?
Yeah.
There's not a good understanding of that concept in standard medicine now.
Yeah. Actually, that's that's one of the critical points about understanding your biology, right? It's not just about the potential of the genome, for example, or the all the possible mutations that you may carry with you, because those are all potential. Those are all available if something triggers it. But the question is, what are the triggers for these?
Exactly.
For these different call it expression of these different potentials, right? And so your nutritional, your stress, your sleep, your exercise, all of these things make a difference in your lifestyle. How in about triggering these various aspects, right? So the way we think about it, and you and I have talked about it a lot, is we can look at the pathways that are activated because of some of these triggers from your food and your microbiome and so forth. Like we've talked about many pathways that are in your gut that are relevant to something like IBS, for example, right? So, we've talked about, methane gas production or sulfide gas production, or, we've talked about bile acids. We've talked about lots of different things that are all, biochemical reactions and activities in your gut, which is like a cauldron of biochemical activity constantly, right? That can impact these diseases and either take them in the healthy direction or in the sicker direction. So there's lots of things you can do once you understand these pathways, right? So before we get into the pathways, and I do want to spend a little bit more time on the pathways, because I think there's a lot of interesting points there for people who have taken Viome tests and for people who are interested in taking Viome tests. Okay, but before doing that, tell me a little bit more about some of the complex symptomology that happens even in a functional disease like IBS. I remember you mentioning that it's not always obvious, right? But if somebody comes to you with abdominal pain and bloating or constipation or something, you might try a variety of things, but how do you actually, in standard of care today, right? How do you actually hone in and say, okay, here's what's going on, here's what I need to do about it? Or can you even do that?
Exactly. Yeah, and it's so it's GI care is so nuanced, just in the sense. So take a very common symptom like bloating, right? So there's about 150 different things that can cause that. So whether it's Crohn's, whether it's dietary, whether it's visceral hypersensitivity, whether it's bowel spasm. There's so many different variables that can kind of come into play, cause that same symptom. And so and I'll just give you a very common example of somebody who has irritable bowel syndrome. So there's really three main subtypes of it. So there's IBS with constipation, there's IBS with diarrhea, and then there's a mixed subtype where you kind of bounce back and forth. Somebody who has, we think at least has IBS-C or IBS-D, it could be the exact opposite. So in the case of somebody who has IBS-D, or we think that they have IBS-D, so they're basically coming to the office telling me that I'm going to the bathroom 7 or 8 times per day, constant flow. So just based on clinical history, your mind's going to think that you obviously have IBS-D. So let me treat that symptom. Let me give you a medicine that will basically slow down how that gut moves and address that IBS-D part of it, because obviously your clinical symptoms match up with somebody who's going to the bathroom too frequently.
Yeah.
In close to about 10% of people, you can have something that's called an overflow incontinence, where actually the main problem is that you're constipated. So you're so backed up with stool, the hard stool stays there, but then the liquid stool comes right past it. So if you're just treating the symptom and not looking at the overall picture, then what you're going to end up doing is you're going to give that patient a medicine that actually slows down the gut further. They're going to get more constipated and their symptoms get worse.
Yeah.
Right. So that's the big problem when you're just kind of treating IBS without a roadmap, right? So if you're basing it simply on clinical symptoms, it can be tough. And patients can go, weeks, months, even years sometimes, being treated for that wrong thing, right? So, and then, they'll typically we'll get like some type of imaging study, like an X-ray or like a CAT scan. And then on that X-ray and the CT, we'll see that they're full of stool. I'm like, we spent the last 3 months trying to treat you for diarrhea. Yeah. When we should have been talking to you about, let's get you going to the bathroom better.
Wow.
So, that, and with these functional issues. So if somebody has a functional issue, it's an issue with how the GI tract functions. So, either that gut is going too quickly, or it's not moving fast enough, or there's an issue with the nerves that are actually sensing things in there. So with those functional issues, there's not good tests that we have right now to tell us like what specific issue is it. So that's a big care gap we have right now.
There you go. So that's really how we started getting into the pathways idea in Viome, to be honest with you. So it's looking at the underlying, let's call it the mechanisms or the pathways that are eventually resulting in some of these symptoms, right? So you don't want to just look at the symptoms, you want to get to the root cause.
Yeah.
So one of the things that you get to see in the Viome test when you take a gut intelligence test or a full body intelligence test is the status of your pathways, right? So for example, you can see the methane pathways, the methane production pathways, the sulfide production pathways, the ammonia production pathways. You can see some of the short chain fatty acid pathways and so on, right? These are almost like giving you a little bit of a mechanistic underpinning of what is going on biochemically in the gut, right? So if that same patient who you just described, who was complaining of IBS diarrhea type symptoms, but you eventually figured out and discovered that it was actually constipation, if that same person had their Viome test taken, and they came in with all of these pathways where some of the pathways are out of whack and the other pathways are doing fine, my question to you is, would you have done things differently?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. Not only would it have saved, let's just kind of break it down step by step. Cost wise, right? So cost wise, patient visits, tests, labs that don't really kind of trying to exclude things that we know probably aren't the case, but so it would improve cost, time also. These are having very, very severe symptoms, and maybe the symptoms aren't bad enough to kill them. Like, it's not going to kill them, right? But it really impacts quality of life. I have many people coming and telling me, look, I'm afraid to go out and travel. I'm afraid to go out to dinner with my family because I have to go to the bathroom. So their quality of life is not great, right? So with that type of test, it would save cost, it would save time. It would just make our jobs significantly easier, right? There's huge value for that.
Excellent. And if you knew that a particular one of those pathways was broken, would you actually change your therapeutic or treatment protocol also?
Definitely, yeah. So in the case if we localized that somebody was making more methane, right, and they were more in this IBSC, we would kind of focus and target on that. So whether that's doing a med that would try to decrease the gut bacteria that form more methane, or even talking to them about basic dietary patterns, right, in increasing your fiber and increasing fermented food, drink more drink more fluids. I tend to start more, even if we know I could give you a medicine for that thing, and it would, ultimately we still have to do that. I try to focus more on, let's look at your water intake, let's look at your fiber intake, let's look at your sleep, right? And it's kind of tough for me to say what the actual fraction is, but probably about 60 to 70% of people, when we're focusing on those elements, we don't have to necessarily use any extra meds.
Wow.
But definitely does, right? So if somebody who I'm thinking has IBSC, if we can localize a specific pathway, then we address what that pathway is, through diet.
Yes, absolutely. And yes, most of the time, like you say, the diet can actually help them. Maybe some supplements, prebiotics and stuff like that might actually get most of the way there. But in some rare cases, you may end up using some pharmaceuticals as well, right? If things are not looking great and so on, right? Okay. So that takes us to sort of the next step. It's like, if you were to look at your like the GI profession, and broadly your entire community of gastroenterologists, and see some of the sort of the myths and misconceptions that are going on that is not helping the whole, let's call it the mission of proactive and preventive type of care. What would those be? What is stopping gastroenterologists from doing what you just described, which is to look at things as early as possible, look at things preventively, and then try to do something to not get into these very difficult situations in your gut health?
So yeah, there's kind of a few things. I think just at a very basic level, we as doctors, right? So we see the worst case scenarios. Mm-hmm. So I've seen people who have had pancreatic cancer, who have colon cancer. So even if it's one case out of, say, 1,000, right? Somebody that kind of comes in with these symptoms, in my mind, there's always something going to that worst case, right? What if I'm missing something? What if this person has pancreatic cancer, and I'm treating him as like a functional issue? like what's going to end up happening, right? So I mean, I think so very, very basically, I think that's probably something that kind of triggers me to get back in that old school paradigm where I'm ordering labs, I'm ordering studies, I'm ordering tests, just to make sure that with a very small chance this person has like something bad. But so I mean, I think that's a big thing, right? And one is that doctors in general, we don't want to miss things, right? One, we don't want the patient to have something that's really bad, and we're thinking it's not. There's a medical legal aspect of it, right? So if we miss something bad, then doctors are liable, like we can get sued. So essentially we're kind of set up in the system where we're practicing more defensive medicine as opposed to preventative medicine, right? So
trying to avoid the false negatives, yeah, right.
Avoid the false negatives, right? And as we've seen, I think that doesn't work, right? So it gets us into the system where we're not really benefiting anybody. We're treating patients in like a way where we're exposing them to way too many testing, right? And not really getting them better. So I think that's part of it. I mean, third, honestly, is that we don't have training. So even as a GI doctor, I have not had formalized gut microbiome training since medical school, right? So we're not taught about what is the microbiome doing now? How can we do interventions that might change that gut microbiome? We're not taught about diet. We're not taught about mental health, and we've had training in these topics, but kind of as like a cohesive element. I feel that training is kind of lacking. So, I mean, I think those are probably the biggest factors there, is that how we kind of view it at this point is to let's kind of wait until somebody comes in like a little bit later stage and are sick, then let's start throwing them meds and then doing tests. But if there was a way to kind of monitor that early, right, and see what's changing, when are things looking a little bit different, when are things looking off, getting to that issue before a symptom happens, I think that people just kind of generally would benefit. And I mean, thirdly, also I think how we view the gut and just diet, it's like a one size, like a one intervention fits everybody.
Yeah.
And that's really not the case. And you've seen this with your data that I could give a patient a specific diet or a probiotic, and in one patient they do amazing on that diet, and then you give that the same intervention to somebody else and they do poorly, right? And it's just kind of a matter of people have different ecosystems in there, right? And if you're not measuring that ecosystem, and if you don't know what that ecosystem is, the interventions are blind.
Absolutely. Yeah, I was going to touch on that personalization, individualization aspect as well. The same food or the same treatment protocol, which is great for one person, can be really terrible for another person. And so you cannot just do a one size fits all and hope to get the kinds of results that you're looking for, right? So in the personalized nutrition and the individual variability of the metabolism, the microbiome, the genetics, and so forth, do you see that movement being recognized by the GI community? Is it something, what can we do to make that more recognized in the gastroenterology community?
Well, I mean, I think, Guru, I think with what Viome is doing now, I think that's exactly what we need to do. Just publish more studies, partner with major academic centers. Like, you have Scripps, you have Mayo Clinic, you have Stanford. I think just, doctors are very kind of cut and dry. Like, we want to see the science. We want to see partnerships with major centers. We want to see the clinical trials, right? And I think the more we can get that out there, more we can see data. I think that it kind of leaks down to us. And there's this entire evidence-based movement, which is largely, that is a good thing, of course, right? But I think sometimes, there's also a common sense element, right? If you're making some type of dietary intervention is making somebody, feel better, there's no downside to it, why not try it, right?
Yeah.
Why not tell somebody, hey, let's eat more fiber, let's exercise more, let's sleep more, let's have more friends, go out and enjoy your life. There might not be a randomized clinical trial on it, but clearly, like, we know it works. So, but still, I mean, just in general, just like Viome's doing right now, more data, more partnerships, that's going to help that word spread.
Amazing. Yes. And are there any big, interesting evidence-based trials that you are particularly happy to see, or, that you wish there was more of, just going to the science and the clinical trial side of it? Do you sort of find any particular evidence that is very useful for you in a clinical setting? Any particular study that you want to highlight?
Well, so for me, Viome's partnership with Scripps and the RNA test and polyps. So like I had mentioned prior, the big gap that we have now is that we can tell you whether you have cancer or not with a pretty high accuracy. I think there's multiple tests out there that do that.
Yeah.
But with a non-invasive stool test, you can't, or even a blood test, you can't tell whether somebody has a precancerous polyp, right?
Yeah.
So kind of going more to that preventative sign. I want a test that tells me, does somebody have a polyp, right? So I know when somebody has that polyp, so we can go do the test to take out the polyp to prevent them from having something bad. So, that's a test that I saw, you guys publish some initial data on, and I'm watching that extremely closely because I think that has the chance to revolutionize how we screen. I think also just the fact that knowing, like, risk is not static, right? So, risk for getting polyps, risk for getting colon cancer, it's not like that's the same over the course of somebody's 50 years life, right? So it changes, right? It changes in response to periods of time where a diet's not great, and periods of time where maybe there's more stress, maybe we're not sleeping, right? So any test that kind of helps us look at that gut microbiome in like a way that factors in how it changes, I think for us is a huge plus, and will really kind of change how we screen.
Great. So for those in the audience who may not have seen this, Viome recently put out a press release on a study that we're doing with the Scripps Scientific Research Institute, where we look at gut testing as a way to identify very early stage colon polyps. And that can lead to some of these advances that Mike is talking about, where once you detect that, you may not need to do the kinds of colonoscopies and everything else that you spend most of your day doing, Mike, and a lot of other people do, right? Why send a camera down there and check everything out if you can get an early marker that gives you a risk level that can determine when to do colonoscopies and when you don't need to, right? I think we need to really change the standard of care, ideally, right? In this whole field, where there is the proactive, preventive types of protocols in place. There's testing in place. There's risk management in place. There is a strong nutritional component in place, and of course all the other lifestyle factors and stuff like that. So I think it's a movement that is, I think, getting recognized among doctors and definitely among the general population, among individuals who I'm sure you've come across, or you're probably seeing more and more patients come to you and say, "Hey, listen, I learned about this on the internet or in one of the AI engines or one of the services that they got," and that will probably force the medical system to move in the direction of preventive care for chronic diseases like you're talking about, right?
100%.
So
I mean, just to kind of speak to that.
Yeah.
I mean, so I think, so, you know, screening, like how our screening system is set up right now, you know, it's not personalized, right? So it's guideline based, and, you know, these guidelines are based on population health studies, right? Where you get the average, you know, which, you know, is by no means personalized, right? So
that's exactly right.
You know, I think we need more, you know, tests that kind of focus on the, you know, personal aspect of patients, that, you know, that looks at the personal risk profile of that patient, and then base our screening on that personal risk profile as opposed to population health studies.
Absolutely, you know, and I would say to every person who's watching this summit recording, that if you have a Viome test, you know, take it to your doctor, ask them how to use that information to improve your nutritional and your lifestyle habits. Figure out whether there are some early markers of particular diseases that you should care about more, and you should do something about now, rather than waiting until you start seeing the symptoms and then you have to go to the doctor and then go back to the sick care, right? So let's move that to healthcare. Let's move that to even preventive care, and let's get to a state of health, a great health span, a great quality of life. And that, I think, is the mission that we are on. So, Mike, thank you so much for spending the time with us. I know it's very, very difficult for you to get away from your patient cases every day. But, you know, before I let you go, let me just ask you one last thing. If there's anything that you want to share from your LinkedIn world, or from any other part of your, you know, hobbies or other kind of educational initiatives that you're part of, is there anything else that you want to share before we close?
So, I mean, you know, I'm going to keep on posting, I would say, over the course of the next few months. I think I'm going to, in 2026, I'm going to make a more microbiome move. So, you know, follow me on LinkedIn, engage with my posts. I love hearing comments, by the way. Like, it's, for me, I spend a significant amount of time looking at comments people do on my post. It kind of shapes how I, you know, how I think about this just in general. So please follow, comment, and you know, Guru, thank you so much for having me on. I've been a huge fan of yours for so long, and I love.
And I'm a fan of yours as well. Yes. Thank you so much, Mike. Have a great day.
Thank you, my friend.
Welcome to the Viome Health and Longevity Summit. We have an exciting session coming up. So, as many of you know, there is some kind of a civil war happening inside many people's bodies. It's called autoimmune disease, where the body is kind of fighting itself. And the traditional medical establishment basically says, whenever that happens, you want to use steroids, you want to use biologics, and you basically want to crush the immune system. But my next guest is asking a much better question, in my opinion, which is, why is there a fire in the first place? Who is the arsonist? Who started the fire? So Dr. Swami Venutarupalli is a world-renowned rheumatologist who believes that that spark for that fire is not necessarily somewhere in your bones or in your joints. It's really potentially somewhere else in your body, which is inflamed, maybe your gut. And if you're dealing with this type of inflammation, whether it's brain fog or chronic fatigue, chronic pain, you don't need a stronger fire extinguisher. What you need is to find that arsonist in the first place, and then maybe do something about that. So welcome to the show, Dr. Swami.
Thank you, Guru, for having me. I'm excited to be part of your session, and thanks for asking these great questions.
All right. So first of all, Dr. Swami, I know something about how you have reached your current state in medicine. I know you are a very holistic, integrative thinker in terms of how you look at your patients, how you look at the population of the world, and so forth. But what is interesting to me is you were in a classical medical field, and you took a very different approach, not the traditional approach of an MD. So tell us a little bit about your journey of how you got here.
Thank you. Yeah, so I grew up in India. I went to medical school in India, trained as a Western medicine doctor, and came to the United States in 1995 with the goal of practicing critical care medicine. So for me, growing up, critical care medicine was the epitome of Western medicine, where you could control pretty much any organ system of a patient whose body was failing them. So you could take over their breathing with a ventilator, you could put a balloon pump, get their heart going, you could dialyze them, you could do all these things. And that's what I really wanted to do. But as I went through my training, I had a real epitome where it was, it felt that what we were doing was not actually helping the patients. The outcomes that I was seeing in my patients in the United States in a university hospital where we were using the best possible protocols were pretty much the same as what I was seeing in India. And that got me thinking that I would much rather focus my time, effort, and energy at an earlier time point in the progression of disease, rather than try and work with patients at that point where their body has failed them so badly that they need all these artificial supports. What if we work upstream and try to prevent this condition from actually happening? So I spent the rest of my professional career really trying to understand those root causes of illness and how to address them, how to diagnose them, how to then, once we have diagnosed what the root causes, right, address them so that our patients would have better outcomes. So over the last 25 years or so, I've been practicing rheumatology at Cedars-Sinai Hospital in Los Angeles, and I have a clinical professorship there. And through this whole time period, I have spent a lot of my own personal time in educating myself about what's available to our patients in terms of preventative care. And so I've developed a unique protocol, and I try to help all my patients. And we try to reduce the medicines that they're using by actually addressing other lifestyle factors and other things that could be contributing to their illness.
Let's talk about that, Dr. Swami. So, if you see a patient who has inflamed joints, right?
Yes.
The signal may not be directly in their joints or in their bones, like we said before. It may often start with something like leaky gut or something where you have inflammation that, there's bacterial metabolites that may be crossing the border wall into the bloodstream and creating many other problems, including the joint pain and stuff like that. So is that the kind of approach that you generally tend to think about?
Absolutely. Yeah, that's a critical piece. And, there's certain streams of medical evidence that have also developed concurrently with this sort of thinking. So, for example, in our field of rheumatology and rheumatoid arthritis, one of the seminal papers from the early 2000s that came out was that smoking was a major risk factor for autoimmune disease, particularly rheumatoid arthritis. So then we started looking at why is smoking such an important risk factor, and we realized that there was mucosal barrier dysfunction, which led the damage from the mucosal barrier allowed our body and the insides of our body to be exposed to external proteins, which we normally would not be exposed to. And then we also found that gum disease was associated. And lastly,
Wow.
The emerging data is that the microbiome itself is probably dysfunctional. We have a condition called dysbiosis, where there's an unhealthy microbial diversity and certain types of bacteria, which could be pathogenic, are overrepresented in these patients. Particularly this one paper from 2014 that showed that Prevotella species was much more abundant in patients who develop rheumatoid arthritis. And that got me thinking, okay, how do we start incorporating ways to address these issues, which are maybe as important as you said, extinguishing the immune attack on your own body. That's one way to approach it, and certainly excellent to get control of a disease when it's rip-roaring, active, inflamed person. You want that, but then you want to address the root cause, and that's kind of dictated my approach ever since.
Yeah. So Dr. Swami, when I look at the prevalence of autoimmune diseases and so forth, I see generally speaking, an increase, right, in the number of cases of autoimmune disease.
Yeah.
But that doesn't come from your genes, right? The genes themselves don't change very fast, right? But your environment does, your practices, your lifestyle does. And so you are kind of a detective, right? You're looking at what's going on, why did something happen? You look at the science, you look at the patient in front of you, you look at all of their lifestyle activities and so forth. So what do you see among your patients that tell you that these kinds of factors are impacting their immune system? You mentioned smoking as an example, but more broadly, what kinds of things do you see across the board?
So to answer your question, I mean, first of all, you're right that autoimmune disease is much more prevalent now. I think we're seeing a lot more being diagnosed. So the other point you raised was genetics is important, how important it is. And we actually have good data. So for example, we did a lupus study where there's identical twins, and we studied the concordance rates between these identical twins in getting lupus, and the concordance is actually only 25 to 33% or so.
Wow.
So that means that, yes, the 2/3 of the cause is actually not genetics, it's something else. And we believe that that's epigenetics, or the role of the environment in turning on or turning off genes. And what are these?
Gene expression, as we call it, in Viome and other transcriptomic things. Yes,
absolutely. Yeah. So gene expression is probably more important. And coming back to your original question of, hey, what are the causes of this? So yes, smoking was a big one that came out. Epstein-Barr virus. Recently, there was an amazing paper in 2025 by Bill Robinson's group at Stanford, which actually mapped out. And we know that 100% of lupus patients have Epstein-Barr virus exposure. We've known this since the 1990s, but we haven't known how does this happen. And recently, they published this paper which shows that Epstein-Barr actually takes over the cell called the memory B cell. And it basically makes the memory B cell an activated cell instead of just being a cell that helps your immune system fight off a infection that it has been exposed to in the past. It now becomes an active part in engaging and activating the immune system against your own body. So we're understanding that that's a risk factor. We know that the gut microbiome and gut dysfunction, particularly you raise the point of leaky gut, which is also known as intestinal hyperpermeability, which then allows, so there's tight junctions, as you know, between all the cells of the gut lining. And when they become more porous, food particles start getting through that layer and are seen one layer below, which is where your immune system lives. If you recall, 70% of your immune system resides in the gut, actually. The gut. Yes. So, your immune system is now getting exposed to a lot more things that it's not actually supposed to be exposed to, and that activates it. And then third thing that we should talk about is this gut joint hypothesis. Even though we see the inflammation in the joint, what we are now understanding in this gut joint hypothesis, which is the leading hypothesis of some of the forms of autoimmunity, is that the immune system residing in the gut, those cells get primed by certain antigens that are coming through this intestinal layer through food, and then they migrate and go and live in the joint, where they now start secreting chemicals, attracting additional immune system cells and causing the joint damage. And that whole process, by the way, can take as long as 10 to 15 years. So this is all a process that's evolving. And if we have 10 to 15 years before it actually becomes a rheumatoid arthritis case, what can we do in that time to improve it? And I think that's the question you were trying to hint at.
Exactly. When you go to traditional medicine, right, you get this diagnosis, right, of rheumatoid arthritis or lupus or anything else. But what you're trying to do, I think, in your particular approach, is to look at all the upstream inflammation.
Exactly.
And whatever other factors there are that are driving towards the disease, right? So do you see this this calming of inflammation as one of the crucial tools we can have for managing these kinds of immune diseases?
Yeah, calming inflammation, I cannot overemphasize the fact that, hey, traditional medicine has made a lot of advances. we have all these medicines. We have about 10 to 12 biologic drugs that have now been approved for rheumatoid. Similarly, we have drugs in lupus and other autoimmune diseases. And what they do is that they give our patients who come to us with all these terrible symptoms, they actually give them a new lease on life. And I definitely incorporate them in my paradigms. I work with my patients. We get them cooled off, get their joints under control so that they can live, they can work, they can do what they need to. And then we also introduce these concepts that, hey, this is great short term, but all these medicines can have potential side effects. We're mostly immunosuppressing you. And so we should find other methodologies. So some of the analogies that I use are, it's a forest fire, and you using a hose and all of your fire fighting tactics to calm down the forest fire, but there's still embers under the ground that can flare up at any point in time. So let's find those embers. Let's figure out what's going on, like what is actually driving this whole process so that it doesn't come back. And that's where lifestyle really comes into play. And I think that we can make a lot of inroads in helping our autoimmune disease patients with lifestyle changes.
Amazing. So I want to ask you, how did you first hear about Viome? Because I know when you and I first met, you already had some view of Viome and
Yes.
the potential for using it within your practice and so forth. Tell us, please, how did that happen?
Yeah, I mean, I came across Viome, I think, in 2018 or 2019, when actually I was really digging deeper into what is the universe of players that is looking at the microbiome with some seriousness. And Viome definitely came up. What I loved about Viome and what differentiated from every other test that I had seen was that it was focusing on the connections between the microbiome and your own cellular metabolic pathways.
Yeah.
And that was a very different approach. What I had been exposed to and had learned about until that point in time was doing testing for the gut microbiome, which basically is blowing up the whole microbiome using 16S ribosome sequencing and just seeing what exactly are the taxa of microbiome. I'm sorry to use technical words, but it's basically what are all the types of bugs that are available in this patient's gut. But knowing what all the types are and knowing what relative concentrations are higher, I was not getting the kinds of results that I was hoping. So I wanted to dig deeper and see, okay, even if a microbiome is not expressed overtly in actual absolute numbers, what's really important is even if it's not in high numbers that reach the threshold to be found, can it still be causing a problem? And I think understanding this dynamic from a functional perspective, that means what exactly is being turned on, what's being turned off. And I saw that Viome was doing that. I got really excited. I actually did a test for myself. I incorporate some of the dietary recommendations and supplement recommendations for my own health. And I actually found a lot of benefit for it. So over the years, I've been playing with it. And then, you were kind enough to reach out to me and say, hey, who's this doctor? Why are you using it? We want to know more about you as well. And I appreciated that interest and from you. So, which is when we started talking more seriously.
That sounds great. So, you deal with all these complex immune functions, but let's kind of map your intuition to the kinds of data that you can see in a Viome report, right? Because you've now been using the Viome test and the Viome report with several of your patients. And so, for example, right, if a patient has high inflammation, you can see that in the report. If a patient has a gut barrier that is compromised, you can see that in the report.
Correct.
Maybe through, like you said, the functions, right? Like the lipopolysaccharides, which are pro-inflammatory molecules that many kinds of bacteria can produce, right? These are kind of bacterial toxins that are coming from the inside. So that can happen. Or there is, if there is an immune system that has been activated but is not able to, resolve, right?
Yeah.
And it just stays activated over a long period of time with chronic type of activation, that's an issue as well, right? Those are kinds of data that we know, we provide from the Viome test. So my question to you is, how do you use this information? How do you incorporate that in your methodology when you talk to your patients?
Yeah, so I really enjoy the new reporting structure, which is geared towards professionals like myself being able to utilize the visualization that comes with your test results in the professional version. So with that, I'm able to go and give the patient a snapshot and say, hey, on this test, we found that there are issues with your oral microbiome and some of the health that you should have in the oral microbiome. Diversity is low, or if the diversity is low, these are the steps that you take to improve that. Similarly, in the gut microbiome, we'll say that, hey, you have lipopolysaccharide increase, that pathway is really activated. Here are some supplements that may actually help that. And so we tailor this. We actually are in the process of now figuring out exactly what role does Viome play vis-a-vis some of the other functional medicine testing that we offer in the clinic. And what I'm finding is that the insights that I get from Viome are very different from other testing that I'm using. Because there I'm just getting a numbers of bacteria, or I'm getting a number on, okay, this is your intestinal permeability score. And that's great. What I'm getting from Viome is very different. It's telling me that these are the pathways that are affected. And by extrapolating and given the science behind your work, which is really impressive, I was so impressed when I came over and met your science team about those connections that they've already made. And these are evidence-based connections, and it's highly impressive. So understanding that, and then you've actually simplified it a lot for us as professional doctors to tell our patients, listen, if you follow these dietary recommendations and these supplements, you should get success. And so we're in the phase of now incorporating the suggestions that Viome's giving us, incorporating some other insights that we're getting. For example, by doing a VO2 max study and understanding the metabolic health of my patient. Metabolic health is as important for immune system function as gut microbiome. So incorporating that information, taking the patient's sleep scores. We have these wearable devices that are excellent now. They can give us sleep scores. They can tell us quality of sleep, quantity of sleep, etc. Incorporating that, and then personalizing a treatment plan for the patient. That's what our approach is at the moment. And Viome's a really integral, good part of it.
Awesome. So let's talk about the treatment planning that you do. I want to kind of just get a broad view, right? So your first line probably incorporates lifestyle changes, nutritional changes, all kinds of other things before you get into pharmacology and all of the other techniques that you use in traditional medicine, right? Give us a sense of how do you think about this broad array of possible approaches you can put in place once you understand what's going on mechanistically in somebody's disease.
Yeah, so one other element that I did not touch on is the autonomic nervous system. So over the last couple of decades, we realized that the autonomic nervous system, which is part of the nervous system that controls all the bodily functions that you don't think about. For example, I'm talking to you, but I'm actually breathing at the same time. That's happening on autopilot. And what's controlling that is the autonomic nervous system. And there's some really amazing data that has emerged. For example, there's this implantable vagus nerve stimulator that goes into the neck, and that's the first FDA-approved non-pharmacological treatment for rheumatoid arthritis. It's actually effective. It cures rheumatoid arthritis in a lot of patients. So understanding this and what role it has in stimulating the immune system is also important. So having said that, going back to your original question of, hey, what is the gamut of techniques that we use? So in order to have a healthy immune system, your metabolic health has to be good. Insulin sensitivity has to be good. You shouldn't have insulin resistance, and high sugar levels over prolonged periods of time are not good. Sleep is critical. And at the time of sleep is when a lot of the immune system kinks are being worked out. And over periods of time, our patients, I often see that my patients who are not sleeping well for long periods of time, they end up having broken down immune systems. So we focus on that. Of course, nutrition is critical, and unfortunately, the diets that we have embraced in favor of our crazy lifestyles where we're multitasking and doing 50 different things all the time and eating bars on the go and eating snacks and processed foods from boxes. All of this has a downstream effect. And part of that is creating a bad, unhealthy gut microbiome. So working on that, going back to basics of let's pull back some of the processed foods. Let's go to a whole food diet. Let's maybe do intermittent fasting. That's the other thing that we focus on in our clinic. And then we do a test for the autonomic nervous system. And based on where the problem is with the autonomic nervous system, we actually give a tailored, personalized recommendation for how to fix the autonomic nervous system. And of course, we go with exercise recommendations also. And a lot of our patients who are actually ill with autoimmune diseases, they can't tolerate just exercise. We can't just say, hey, go and exercise and come back in 6 weeks. We actually have to build up the exercise regimen, because we use this protocol called low and slow, where we guide our patients to slowly increase their exercise tolerance so that they're not feeling so worn out by just exercising. So I think I hit the major. And then there are supplements, of course, that we also recommend. There's some key supplements. I think vitamin D is a big one for the immune system that we should really focus on. And I'm a big proponent. I think there's tons of data that's very convincing to me that vitamin D is very important. There's some, gut fermented foods, for example, are great to help your gut microbiome. So we incorporate some of those suggestions as well. Fluid intake, and that's another big one that we're finding, particularly for autonomic nervous
Thank
system.
you for reminding me.
Fluid and salt intake are big, and we see a lot of benefits. I think we're under hydrating ourselves as a society and as a whole, and that's something to pay attention to.
Amazing. Yes, that is a pretty broad spectrum. And of course, you have to understand the specific circumstances of each individual before you can figure out, how to navigate that collection of potential actions, right? So you mentioned something about evidence. I want to go into that a little bit. What are the studies that you generally rely on for these kinds of interventions, especially the ones that you think are landmarks in the field that you have come to use as a baseline for your treatment purposes?
Guru, that is the million-dollar question in our field. So I'll take a step back and explain to you that evidence-based medicine as a paradigm has become established as the leading paradigm of Western medicine in the last 20 to 30 years. Typically, when most doctors think about evidence, they think about, it's a randomized controlled trial. And extrapolating that to where we are in terms of this wellness and lifestyle medicine, the number of lifestyle interventions that have been tested in randomized controlled trials are sparse. So we have a lot of mechanistic stuff, things that I quoted, for example, the twin studies, the Prevotella excessin that causes rheumatoid arthritis. We have studies that show that patients who have PTSD are 3 times as likely as those who don't to have lupus down the road. So we know a lot about the mechanisms, but the interventions to get patients better, the studies are not at a huge level of big, large randomized controlled trials, which make us feel very confident that this is the right thing. Having said that, my approach is a very practical one and pragmatic one, which is if something is safe, something like deep breathing, meditation, which I didn't mention, and that's also part of the interventions that we do, in addition to the exercise, mindfulness meditation is so important. Those are not toxic at all. They're not going to hurt anyone, even if they don't have the level of evidence of an RCT. So answering your question in a very circuitous manner, what I'm trying to say is that I think there's a lot of common sense interventions that can be done that are lifestyle changes. And there are decent enough evidence that they help. Vitamin D, for example, numerous studies showing that it can help prevent lupus flares. Similarly, RA flares, gum disease, taking care of that helps rheumatoid arthritis, leaky gut, fixing that through intermittent fasting or through certain supplements. There's data for that. Again, these are not like massive trials. So what I'm trying to really focus in here is that when patients go to their doctors and say, hey, I want to try this lifestyle medicine, and their doctor is not that keen because they're saying, but there's no evidence for that, or there's no randomized controlled data for that. I don't want the audience to feel discouraged by the fact that their doctor is saying there's not enough data. I think the counter question and the follow-up question to the doctor is there any harm if I do this? And if there isn't, are you okay if I do it as an adjunct? And I think most doctors are very open to that approach.
Mm-hmm. Excellent point. Excellent point. I really like that. And there's then the personal or professional experience that you have, where you have tried a variety of interventions on different types of individuals, and you have seen various types of results. So can you talk about that? I mean, you must have treated thousands of patients in your career. So
I have. And I'm thinking back to the early 2000s where this patient of mine really taught me about the role of diet. So she had red-throating lupus, and it had affected her organs. Her kidneys were failing. She almost needed dialysis. We had to give her all these strong immunosuppressives, steroids, pull it back, and she started functioning a little bit better, where she got back to a semblance of normalcy. And she came to me and said, Doc, I have heard that this paleo diet is going to help me, and I really want to do it. At that point in time, paleo diets hadn't become fashionable, or certainly not established as medical interventions. In fact, it was the opposite of what we would tell our patients. Hey, the heavy meals with a lot of meat and protein of this nature could actually exacerbate inflammation. And I tried to talk her out of it, given my knowledge at that time. And she was pretty adamant, and she was, pretty excited about doing this. And I knew that if I insisted, she would probably leave, find another doctor, maybe do it on her own. So I actually made a deal with her and said, listen, we can do this, but you have to be monitored by me. You have to submit to blood tests regularly, keep following up with me. And if I see that you're harming yourself, you have to agree that we'll call it at that point in time. She agreed. She took the deal. And what I learned was fascinating. In a couple of years, her lupus had gone. She was off all of her medications, and she was living very well. And that was one of the first instances where I said, okay, there's powerful this is a powerful intervention that we should not ignore and say that this was just random and luck. Rather, it seems to have done something, and that something is probably the microbiome changing as a result of changing diet. And I still wonder if the paleo diet long term will have the same effects. I did lose contact, unfortunately, with the patient after a few years, but
I mean, the other thought I wanted to bring in over there is that there, in the data that we are seeing in Viome, so there's obviously no such thing as a universally healthy food. I mean, there may be things that are universally unhealthy, but there's no such thing as universally healthy food. But for certain people, beef would work, or heavy meat diets would work very well. For certain other people, it would just not work. And even the most healthy things, like your best green leafy vegetables, is generally considered good, but there are people for whom it just does not work, right? So there's a whole element of personalization here. So you have to know who that person is, what's going on in their body, and then maybe for some people keto is the best thing, but for other people maybe it's a terrible thing.
Exactly. That's personalization of medicine, and that's exactly what you guys are doing, which is giving me a very personalized report that's relevant to my specific patient, which then allows me to construct a plan for them. I think that there's real value and power in doing that.
Perfect. And I interrupted you when you were talking about your patient experiences over your career. So thousands of people. So what other,
Yeah, I mean, others come to mind. I mean, just finishing up on that point of the paleo diet, ultimately where I landed with dietary interventions, because I tried a lot of different diets for my patients. There's, literature dating back to thousands of years in Ayurvedic medicine, which shows fasting as a really good tool for actually controlling autoimmune diseases. I've tried my patients on that when they're really flaring and not doing well. I've tried my patients on anti-inflammatory food. So what we ended up doing was we ended up doing a lot of these elimination diets where you get rid of most of the pro-inflammatory foods from the diet for a period of a couple of weeks, and then you slowly introduce one food at a time. So in a clinical manner, we can get really good insights. And now with testing and like Viome, I can actually be a little bit more precise and not have to be that extended in doing these fasting or even elimination diets and things like that. I can get a quicker answer. I can get to the answer quicker using these tools that you're providing.
Perfect. So, when you look at all of these examples from your patients and from maybe your colleagues and so forth, I'm sure you see a lot of sort of myths and misconceptions and things like that as well, right? So, people will say, hey, if I do this, right? If I become vegan, everything is going to be solved, or, whatever it is, right? So tell me, what are the common misconceptions you hear in the world of autoimmune diseases, and, how do you get past those misconceptions?
Yeah, it's hard. We're in the era of social media where everybody's got a product to sell and an opinion to express, and some people get very famous and popular on that, and they'll come up with all kinds of protocols. I think I think the important lesson I have learned after 25 years is that anything that my patient wants to do, they've invested the time, effort, energy to actually learn about it and feel that it's worth a try, as long as it's not ridiculous and toxic, like somebody tells me I'm going to consume this product which has been known to be contaminated, it's not a good supplement, I will be against that. But as long as they're invested in it, going along with it, building trust with our patients, that hey, this doctor is open-minded enough to work with me and engage with my own desire, that's very powerful. There's a healing potential, right, in the therapeutic potential of doctor listening to the patient and vice versa. Some of the myths that are big is, the drastic changes in diets. Yeah, the vegan diet, I think, can be helpful too. Where I landed with diets was that, it's really a change in whatever you're doing. Let's say you're on a paleo diet and you come to me, I'm probably going to say, okay, let's change that because it's not working for you. And you may go vegan. But after a period of time, it's all going to come back unless we actually identify what are the root cause of your problem and fix that. So and there's no one diet, I think, that we can prescribe to everybody. Exactly. It's all about personalization. It's all about understanding what brought them to that point that they came to my office in this condition. Now you go back from that and say, okay, these are the things you have done. So we know that these are probably not good. Let's create a program that's different, approaches this from a different angle. So that's the clinical approach that I use. I don't know if I answered your question. But
I think this idea that the fad diets work, right? That's a myth or a misconception, right? Fad diets are fad diets because of, like you said, influencers and social media personalities and so forth. But it's not likely to work for everybody. You need to know your own biology. You need to know your own physiology in order to really know whether a particular diet will work. So the best way to do that, obviously, is to first go to your doctor, get a good test, figure out what your system is telling you, and then figure out which diet works best. So that's definitely a misconception, right? I mean, there's another one that I heard that the other day, right? One of my colleagues was saying, when you have joint pain, right? It's because you're cracking your joints a lot. Something like this, right? So this is probably, I'm just guessing, this is probably a misconception, right?
Absolutely. That's not been shown to be a problem at all.
So, I mean, I don't understand why people crack their joints, but definitely that's probably not gonna result in arthritis of the joints and so forth, right? So those kinds of things. So part of our job, I think, as educators as medical professionals is to also teach people and tell them that certain things are not really true. You need to be more rational about why things are happening. And yes, there's many angles to it, and it's not always easy to figure it out, but let's go through them systematically, figure out where the root cause is, and then go after that, right? So that's part of the point I was
Absolutely. Yeah, root cause medicine, I think, is really important. And I think it's actually becoming a big thing nowadays. We're seeing so many doctors getting much more open-minded to this. It's heartening. And of course, the patients are driving this because they want to do better. They don't want to be stuck on medicines the rest of their lives. They want to solve the problem, and they are a huge source of inspiration for us because they come to us with different ideas. And as long as we're open and work together in a collaborative manner, I think we can really get a lot of people better.
So, Dr. Swami, you have also mentioned to me in some of our conversation that you are looking to, start a new approach to medicine, right? Not your traditional approach, but really get into a full-fledged sort of integrative view, a holistic view, and so forth. Do you want to tell us about what that entails?
Yeah, definitely. So a lot of the principles of what I talked about, I'm actually distilling them down into a practice that I've created in my own practice right now. It's called Attune Health Span. And it's a new practice which brings together all of these ideas, and it leverages the advances in technology that and different sorts of measuring tools. So for example, we have an AI-based EMR that can pull data from a patient's own wearable device. We can get sleep scores, we can get exercise scores, we can understand their hydration, we can understand their autonomic nervous system, we can do a baseline scan, we can see them over time and see what happens to your autonomic nervous system. We can follow their gut microbiome, we can pull data from biome, we can correlate it with other ways to check the gut microbiome, and we can give a very scientifically rational dietary approach. We can add mindfulness therapies. We can track whether a patient is actually adherent to their mindfulness strategy. We can track their exercise. So that's the practice that we've created. We've launched in January of 2026, and
congratulations.
Thank you. And hoping that we can actually do research on patients who come to our clinic using this approach, and we can compare it to standard treatments. And we want to show that having a personalized lifestyle-based approach can actually lead to better outcomes in our patients, and that would be the holy grail for us. And once we do that, I think being able to disseminate this information to a broad audience, as many people as possible, so that they can do these things in addition to just getting their medications. I think that's the mission that we have created, and that's what we hope to achieve over the next few years.
Amazing. That aligns very much with how I think about medicine. I would be a patient, but in your experience, why would a lot of people be interested in coming to something like this?
It's pretty overwhelming in my practice, the interest in using lifestyle. I think we've reached a tipping point in 2026. There's so much information out there that supports that healthy lifestyles are critical for long-term health outcomes. I think there's so many people. I mean, we're starting back in the 1990s with Deepak Chopra and Andrew Weil, who were the pioneers at that time, moving on to people like Peter Attia and people like Mark Hyman, et cetera, who really spread the word, and they have huge followings. And if you see that people actually are my patients, at least in Beverly Hills, they come to me and they're asking me, usually their first question is, Doc, I know you're going to give me a medicine, but what else can you talk to me about? So I think in terms of interest, I think it's sky high. I think I think it's a societal push that started in the 1990s and it's reached a point, primarily driven, honestly, by patients themselves who want to take control of their own health. Mm-hmm. And they're the ones pushing us to become innovative, become creative, be a little open-minded, take their perspectives, understand what they can do, what they cannot do, and tailor our own approaches to them. And I think that's the future of medicine.
It definitely is. Definitely
Yeah.
is. I agree with you completely. And a lot of people do many, I think, important, interesting types of practices at home, right? It's not just in the clinic, right? At home, people, medicine has to be delivered at home. I mean, food is medicine, and medicine
Yes.
happens at home, right? It's in the kitchen, not in the clinic, right?
Yes.
And so you got to have this lifelong view of what can happen everywhere you are and maintain your preventive.
Yeah. I mean, I'll add that getting a diagnosis of an autoimmune disease like lupus, rheumatoid arthritis, Crohn's disease, multiple sclerosis, all of these are life-changing events in a person's, trajectory. And it could actually lower your life expectancy and actually cause a lot of suffering. And I find universally, as soon as somebody gets this sort of news, they're immediately online and they're starting to search for, okay, what can I do? What responsibility can I take? And I think that movement has now become the norm, in fact, in my patients. I think this paternalistic model of medicine, which we used to practice prior to the 1990s, where, doctor had all the knowledge and we're imparting it to the patient, saying, do this, and do that. That model is no longer relevant in my practice, certainly, and I think most of the practices across the country. So I think we're just seeing a full frame shift. And of course, with the advances in technology, including LLMs and AI, everybody, previously people would say, I'm sorry, doc, I Googled this. Now they're like, sorry, doc, I have chat. I'm sorry to annoy you, but I've done Chat GPT or Gemini, whatever, brought this information. I'm like, no, welcome it. Let's bring it on. Let's talk about it. Let's evaluate. Is this right? Is this wrong? Is your AI model off? Let's refine that. So I think we've democratized knowledge. Yes. And at this point in time, it's super easy to get the help you need and to engage with alternative ideas and viewpoints. And, there's a good side, of course, to technology and a bad side. But I think overall, I'm very positively inclined towards incorporating these technologies into our decision making.
Excellent. So as we wrap up the session here, I will end with some questions that has more to do with your personal lifestyle, right?
Okay.
What practices do you yourself follow to stay healthy? What practices do you yourself, tests and treatments and everything else that you do? I mean, doctors are notorious for not taking care of themselves. I think it starts from your college time, right? But what do you do to stay healthy, Dr.
Yeah, it's been. Thank you for that question. I mean, it has been a struggle because as doctors, we're hardwired to help people, and it usually is at the expense of our own health and well-being. We put ourselves through crazy, rigorous training where you're staying up all night, and then you're still functioning the next day. All of this is not healthy, and it catches up to you at some point. Usually, most doctors have some health event that really engages them and that takes their attention. And for me, by the time I was in my 40s, I started noticing some lags in my own energy and gaining weight and just not feeling as energized as I had been before. So I started incorporating a lot of changes. Personally, I try to follow as low a grain diet, so grain-free diet as much as possible. I get healthy fats into my body. I use a lot of omega-3s, a lot of avocados, plant-based foods. I've incorporated fish because I also have learned the importance of protein. I take a supplement called creatine also, which is now emerging as a major supplement for maintaining muscle mass, which is also linked to longevity. And what I also do is a limited time feeding or intermittent fasting, which I found to be extremely helpful, especially when I actually changed the time that I eat my dinner to much earlier. That has really helped me a lot because not having to digest food while you're sleeping then allows your pathways that the cellular clearance pathways and the autophagy pathways that are so important to clean up all the cellular debris and all the toxins and all of that to happen at nighttime. That's important. Keeping the insulin level really low is also important. Exercise, of course, is critical. I try to get walks in. I walk outside in nature, I think is really important. So those are things that I've done. And mental health is so important. Lastly, the importance of social connections. I cannot emphasize it enough. Having that social life that allows you to share or experience the human experiences with other humans, that's so critical to our health. So I try to incorporate all of these, and I, speak from a position of experience when I talk to my patients, and I tell them what exactly it has done for me. So that's what I do.
Excellent. And I'm really happy to hear all of those practices, because it is now becoming a very consistent chorus from people such as yourself, leaders in your fields, to state the kinds of points that you just did, to say, listen, take care of yourself. It's not just one thing, it's not one drug, it's not one injection, whatever it is. It's really a holistic view of your life. You start with the sleep and the exercise and the stress and the food and everything else. And when you have everything going well, it works, right? And so that may be the final point that we want to make here. The old way was to suppress the immune system if you start getting these kinds of autoimmune type diseases. But the new way, which is this integrative, holistic way, is to kind of give our whole body a kind of a peace treaty. Don't go to war. And that peace treaty is kind of written in the language of very basic lifestyle things. And it's and very occasionally you bring in the big guns to do the pharmacology, but most of the time you're just at peace. And you're just taking care of yourself, and people like you are advancing this type of treatment and helping people live long, healthy lives, which is the theme of our summit. So thank you very much for joining us. Really appreciate your time and all of your insights.
It's indeed my pleasure, and thank you for having me.
Hello, everyone. We have a very special guest this time. This is a Nobel laureate, Dr. Venki Ramakrishnan. He grew up in India, then moved to the United States in 1976 to pursue his scientific career. In the late 90s, he was one of my graduate school professors at the University of Utah, where he conducted his most seminal work towards solving the structure of the ribosome. Nothing to do with me. Since 1999, he has been a scientist at the Medical Research Council in Cambridge, UK. He was awarded the 2009 Nobel Prize in Chemistry. Recently, he has picked up longevity as a serious hobby and published a highly regarded book called Why We Die. We're going to dive deeper into his scientific career, his work, and his longevity hobby. So welcome, Dr. Ramakrishnan.
Hello, nice to be here.
Great. So I think we should definitely start first by explaining your work that led to the Nobel Prize, and especially talking about the function and the importance of the ribosomes. So can you please walk us through a bit of a journey there, not just scientific facts, but sort of give people a flavor, what kind of commitment and effort and years lead to a Nobel Prize?
Yeah, so I think the work really started in 1978. I came to America in 1971. And my PhD was in physics in 1976, and then I switched to biology. And 2 years after I made the switch to biology by going to graduate school again, I became a postdoc in Peter Moore's lab at Yale University. And Peter Moore was a student of Jim Watson, who, as you know, died about a month ago. Jim was known not just for DNA, but a lot of his subsequent work had to do with mRNA, which is how the code is copied from DNA to an intermediate molecule. And this molecule contains instructions on how to make proteins. Every gene has an mRNA. I mean, not all genes, but most genes have are converted to mRNA and then are read in order to make proteins. And the thing that does the reading is this very large molecular machine called the ribosome, which all life forms have it, and bacterial ribosomes are quite a bit smaller than ours, about half the size of ours, and ours has about 500,000 atoms. So it is really an enormous machine in molecular terms. And I went to Peter Moore's lab, and that's where I first started working on the ribosome. That was 1978. At that time, the technology and the sort of know-how to try to visualize in atomic detail what this machine looked like simply wasn't there. But we were chipping away at the problem in various ways. And then when I went on sabbatical to Cambridge, I came back with an idea. I was still at Brookhaven Lab. I came back with an idea of how one might be able to solve atomic structure of this ribosome, which would tell us really how it did its function. And that's what I took with me to Utah. I was in Utah for 3.5 years, but as you pointed out, I began the ribosome work that led to my Nobel Prize. I mean, I'd been working on ribosomes for 15 years at that point, but the part that really led to the structure of the ribosome was begun in Utah, and the initial breakthrough was made there, but really the bulk of the work was done after I moved to Cambridge. And that really led to understanding in atomic detail how the ribosome latches on to the mRNA, which you can think of as a long ticker tape or a tape that contains instructions, a long string that contains instructions. And then it moves along the mRNA and adds amino acids, which are the building blocks of proteins, to stitch together the protein that's specified that particular gene. Now, all of the thousands of proteins in your body are made using exactly this process. Each of those proteins has an mRNA, which is a copy of a gene that resides on DNA, and the ribosome marches along the mRNA and, according to the instructions, joins up the building blocks of proteins, which are amino acids, in just the right order. The protein chain then folds into a specific shape that gives it its ability to carry out its function. So that was the whole process. And of course, a fringe benefit of this is that many antibiotics that we know of can block bacterial ribosomes without blocking human ribosomes. And by knowing the structure of the bacterial ribosome, we could figure out exactly how these antibiotics worked. And that has allowed us to design potentially better antibiotics. So, and then there's the whole business of how this protein synthesis is regulated. For example, viruses will hijack our ribosomes to make their own proteins, or protein synthesis can be switched on and off depending on whether the cell needs it or not. And that process can be deregulated. And when you lose that ability to regulate protein synthesis, you can get cancer on the one hand, or you can get aging on the other hand. So the whole problem of protein synthesis is actually very much tied into aging. And that's sort of what led me to write my book.
Very nice. Okay, I would like to add a little bit. That's a fascinating story. I'm sure we could spend a lot more time on it, but the takeaways are that it took decades of work to get to the point where you knew the structure. And you said it's a very large structure, but it's actually just a few nanometers. Is that correct? What is this?
It's tiny in everyday terms,
right?
But it's huge in molecular terms.
Right.
Okay?
Right. So there's this molecular machinery. It's basically 500,000 atoms grouped together from a few molecules put together. And I just want to maybe bring it home to people who let's say, have a drink tonight. So let's say your liver cells all encode genes called alcohol dehydrogenases, but they're static. They're not doing anything. They're just physical objects in space. DNA is completely just a static object. Now you drink some wine, and your liver cells recognize that you have brought alcohol into your body, which is a toxin. So the liver cells make copies of those 6 genes for alcohol dehydrogenase. They're making copies, meaning they're making physical molecules called messenger RNAs very quickly, within minutes. And then those messenger RNAs go to the ribosome, and the ribosome reads the sequence of the messenger RNA, and based on that sequence makes a very specific sequence of amino acids that makes a protein called alcohol dehydrogenase. And this protein folds into a 3D shape and is released into the blood, where it basically destroys ethanol or alcohol. And so that's sort of the process. And the same thing happens when you build muscle. If you go work out in the gym and your muscles need to actually build more muscle, they're going to need to synthesize protein. Basically, every single cell is producing proteins all the time, correct?
Yeah, but it doesn't even have to be in our own genes. For example, millions of people a few years ago took a shot of mRNA in their arms. Now, what was that mRNA? It wasn't some weird alien thing. That mRNA basically contained the instructions on how to make the coronavirus spike protein. Now, why would you do that? Well, if you injected that mRNA, it would go into your immune cells. The immune cells would make the ribosomes in the immune cell would make this coronavirus spike protein from that mRNA and present it on the outside of their cells. And because they were the right kind of cells, the immune system would recognize it and would say, hey, wait a minute, this is a foreign protein we haven't seen before on a cell that's signaling that this is foreign. So we better mount a response to it and start making antibodies to it and T cells to it. And then what happens is when you get really infected by the coronavirus, it sees the spike protein on the surface of the real coronavirus and says, hey, I've seen this guy before, but we're ready. We've got antibodies, we've got T cells. And so it mounts an immune reaction against the coronavirus, which is why you don't get as sick when you're vaccinated. So these people who are talking about, this vaccine being weird or strange. No, this vaccine was not something that came out of the last year of the COVID pandemic. It built on 50 years of molecular biology that was all very well understood. It's just that we had the tools ready to go when the pandemic hit.
Yeah, and it uses a completely natural process. It literally just provides a message to the ribosomes as to what protein to make. That's
exactly. It's a thing that's going on thousands and thousands of times in every one of your trillions of cells all the time. So it's not really new.
It's amazing. Okay, great. Thank you for that. So let's now transition into the longevity space. So you mentioned that it was your work on the ribosomes which are involved in aging or cancer and so on. Can you comment on your but your expansion of your scientific hunger towards longevity and aging?
Yeah, I mean, one reason that we got interested in it is that over the last decade, especially one postdoc that I had who's now a faculty member at Stony Brook, who, by the way, was a grad student at Utah. His name was Vish Chandrasekaran. He was Wes Sundquist's graduate student.
Nice.
Anyway, he was interested in quality control and what happens when the cell is stressed and needs to shut down protein synthesis. And it turns out that what he ended up studying is something called the integrated stress response. This integrated stress response is one of the ways in which the body reacts to like an overload of proteins or misfolded proteins or something that's going wrong. And what happens is that as we get older, this integrated stress response doesn't get properly regulated. It's either there's too much of it or too little of it. And that causes problems. It causes problems with the proteins we make, the quality of the proteins we make, and so on. And so that was sort of my connection. But the real reason, I mean, not real, but there are many reasons why I felt like writing a book. I didn't have to write a book about it. The reason I did write it was manifold. One is there's a tremendous interest in longevity, and part of it is because all developed societies and even poorer countries are all facing an aging population. This has to do with the fact that our life expectancy has grown in the last few decades, and birth rates have dramatically declined, especially in developed countries. But even in countries like India, birth rate is declining. Okay, and so what you would say then is that you have an aging population, and if you have an aging population that is also unhealthy, that's a serious problem for society. It's a problem for the older people. They have to live long years and not very good health. That's not very pleasant. It's also not great for society. It's very expensive. There, economic burden of support of a smaller and smaller workforce supporting a larger and larger cohort of older retired people. So all societies are spending money on longevity research to try to see if you can keep people healthier while aging. At the same time, there's a huge amount of private investment in longevity. There are 700 million 700 startups with many tens of billions of dollars invested in longevity research. And that's not counting big pharma, which is also interested. And a lot of this work is based on very legitimate research, but there's also, as you might expect, when there's so much money at stake, there's a lot of hype in the field. And that also is a big issue. And unfortunately, many scientists also have a skin in the game. They've often written books. They have very particular ideas of how to tackle aging. Some of it is based on some science, but they don't ignore contradictory science. So the field is a little bit of the Wild West. Okay.
Yep.
And I thought that, I'm a molecular biologist. I work on something that's quite related to some aspects, not all aspects, but some aspects of aging. But I don't have any skin in the game, except that I've written this book now. But other than that, I don't have a company that works on longevity. I don't have, particular thing I'm selling, etc. And so I thought that I could afford to take an objective and critical look at the field and just, call the shots as I see them. Not that I'm necessarily always going to be right, but at least, I don't have, everybody's biased, okay? There's no such thing as a complete objectivity, but at least I don't have any obvious biases.
Okay, that's fantastic. Your humility comes through really nicely. So yeah, let's talk about your book. So it's called Why We Die. I looked it up on Amazon last night, and it's very highly rated and highly reviewed. So yeah, let's go down that line. But can we start with just what you think of as aging? How do you define human aging? What happens going from 20s to the 80s?
Yeah, so aging can be defined in many ways. I was at a meeting, I think, Momo, you were there too, in Italy, and I noticed, there were a bunch of speakers, and there were like almost as many definitions of aging as there were speakers.
Yep.
Okay. And so aging, I come from it from a molecular biologist perspective. So for me, everything ultimately has a molecular cause, and then that manifests itself at higher levels.
Sure.
So to me, aging is the accumulation of damage and changes to the molecules in us, which in turn affects the cells that they live in, which affects the tissues they live in, which ultimately affects the animal they live in. So this damage can occur in many ways, and it's not all damage, by the way. Some of it is changes that you wouldn't think of as damage. For example, our DNA, which contains our genetic instructions, can become damaged. And that means that the cell mounts a response to that damage, and that in turn causes aging. But even if it doesn't mount a response, the damaged cells will contain erroneous instructions, and that could cause dysfunction. So that's one kind of problem. But you might not damage the DNA at all. You might simply modify it with time. And this is what happens. We add tags to the DNA with time called methyl groups. And that process is called methylation of DNA. And what these methyl groups do is they change the way in which a gene is expressed. In other words, is that gene copied into mRNA to make proteins or not copied? Or is it silenced? So it changes the pattern of genes that we express, and that pattern results in aging. So, and then, proteins have sugar groups. Now, these sugar groups in early age, they're essential for function. But then as we age, the system starts adding sugar groups, randomly where they shouldn't be. And that causes proteins to misbehave or trigger the immune response or, cause the immune system itself to malfunction. So you can see both damage and changes in our molecules causes a system to not behave properly. And that manifests itself in many ways. So the cell no longer carries out its function. The tissues then don't work the way they're supposed to. And in the end, we see it as the sort of global symptoms of aging, which is, we have reduced mobility, we have, aches and pains, our hair falls out, we don't work as well, we have cognitive loss, we lose grip, strength, we can't sleep as well. So all of those external manifestations of aging are caused by our underlying molecules misbehaving.
Okay, great. So that's a great description, and I completely agree with it, but that sounds also very complicated, and it sounds like to a common person, first of all, difficult to understand because we're talking about many different kinds of chemical modifications of proteins, DNA, lipids, and so on. But we're also talking about many, many different kinds of mechanisms that sort of randomly emerge over time and accumulate. So the viewers of this Longevity Summit would like to know what can they do to slow that process down. So what controls those processes and what can we do on a daily basis? Because we also have time. If we're young, if we're in our 30s, we also have decades to slow it down. So
yeah, so I would say, there are a number of things that individuals can do. And I particularly would advocate, and which is completely borne out by everything we know about the biology of aging, is this particular trio. And the trio is diet, exercise, and sleep. Okay? Now, they're all interrelated. So for example, if you exercise, you will also tend to sleep better. And if you exercise and sleep, then you will be less stressed, and stress is related to bad eating habits. And so you will also be more inclined to eat well. So there, and of course, if you eat well, you will have also the energy to exercise and so on. So that these things are linked. Now, what do I mean by diet? Well,
right.
All studies have shown that if you calorically restrict animals, they tend to live longer and healthier in old age. Now, what does that mean? What they mean is they're comparing animals where one animal can eat all it wants. It's given this very rich diet and it can eat as much as it wants. And they're comparing that to an animal that's given just the bare minimum number of calories it needs to maintain its physiology. that means it's not starving. It's not losing weight and going and eventually dying. No, it's steady, and it's just at the lowest possible level. Now, that's an extreme comparison, okay? And some people have argued that all you're showing is that a all-you-can-eat diet is bad for you. So, yes, if you go to one of those all-you-can-eat buffets and gorge yourself every day, not going to be great for you, okay? But is there a happy medium? Well, maybe what you need is to eat moderately and eat a healthy mixture. In other words, do not, eat a huge amount of fat and carbohydrates, but eat, a fair amount of protein, and eat, lots of fiber and fruits and vegetables. So it's that mixture that gives you a healthy diet that I think is probably ideal. And of course, not too much. So I think, who was it who said, eat real food, not too much, and mostly plants. Okay, I think it's Michael Pollan or somebody. Okay, and
real food, not too much, and mostly plants.
Yeah, and so that was that I would say is a great idea. So that's diet. Now, what would I say about exercise? Well, I think exercise should be a mixture of cardiovascular exercise and weight training. You need cardiovascular exercise to keep your blood vessels and your heart in good shape. That's a very important part of good health. But you also need weight training because that maintains muscle mass, maintains stability. And as you get older, muscle loss is actually a big issue. And in fact, there are people who now are losing weight on GLP-1 agonists. Those people, one of the side effects is loss of muscle mass. So those people really need to also work out to try to maintain their muscle mass, So that's one thing. And then sleep is greatly underrated. A number of Why We X books, like my book is Why We Die, but there's a book before mine called Why We Sleep by Matthew Walker. It's a great book. And it goes into how important sleep is. People underestimate the importance of sleep. They don't realize that a lot of the repair and maintenance mechanisms that keeps us going and recycles the garbage, repairs damage that accumulates over time, occurs during the sleep phase, or at least the sleep phase is crucial for it. And so sleep is also important. And if you cut short on sleep, you will have consequences. And in fact, it leads to all sorts of diseases, not just aging. And so I would say these three are good, and they also have knock-on effects because they can also reduce stress, which itself is a driver of, potentially accelerating aging. And, I think those are sort of the three pillars, I would say.
Okay, that's great. So let me summarize that. Aging is accumulation, chronic, long-term accumulation of molecular damage. What we can do to slow down the production of that damage is to eat healthy, which you highlighted. But in summary, what are the three rules? Eat
real food.
Eat real food, moderate amounts, and
mostly plants.
And mostly plants. Okay. Yeah. And so that kind of an approach, a generic approach, will help you slow down that accumulation of molecular damage. Exercise will enable you to also slow down the molecular damage.
And because of it has regenerative properties.
It has regenerative properties.
So the thing is, with damage, you can either slow it down or you can repair it and regenerate things. So you can do it either way.
Well,
and so that's one of the ways.
And then last but not least, during sleep, we can actually repair or reverse that damage that occurred during the day. And so if you forfeit that for one night or 2 nights, you're not going to notice anything. You're not going to age rapidly in a few nights. But if you do that chronically for decades, it will definitely have an impact on your aging process.
Yeah, absolutely.
And so that's the key. Time is the enemy, but also you can use the time to chronically do positive things and help yourself.
Yeah. And frankly, these are not onerous things. You can have a very enjoyable life and live it this way. It's not like, some chore that you have to do. It can just incorporate it into your life and it becomes, second nature.
Yeah. I mean, it's an interesting thing because a few generations ago, people couldn't wait to go to sleep because they were tired. They were physically tired. And so they looked forward to sleep. And today, people are not physically tired and they have so many exciting things to read about. And so I think it's a societal change.
It's a societal thing. And I also think, we don't get as much physical exercise as we used to because our jobs have become sedentary.
Yep.
Many jobs involve sitting in front of a computer screen or doing some office work.
Yep.
Even otherwise, even truck drivers, they're sitting behind a wheel. They're not actually, doing physical labor. So I think, the number of, we've become a more sedentary society. At the same time, food has become plentiful, but it's also, a lot of it is junk. Okay. I mean, quite honestly. And so I think that combination is bad. And we have a lot of distractions. I myself am guilty of this, which is that in the old days, you would read a book or something, or maybe listen to the radio or something, switch it off and go to sleep. Now, we have all this internet stuff. We have gadgets that we can just take to bed with us. And those things are not conducive for sleep because we're wound up. Also, the social media's goal is not to keep you happy, it's to extract attention from you. Attention is a form of currency. And so you're essentially wound up right at the time when you're trying to sleep, and it disrupts sleep, actually.
That is so well said. Social media are there to draw your attention, and attention is a currency. That's amazing. Okay, so now let's switch topics a little bit to the next one, which is there are many people who think aging is genetic and there's nothing they can do about it or should do about it until they see test results that can scare them. So can you comment on your view of testing? So what kind of tests people should ask their doctors to do, and that's lab tests and imaging, and should they do it? When should they do it? Which ones they should do it? What are your thoughts on that?
Yeah. So let me first of all say that aging is genetic, but only in a limited way. So the best studies comes from identical twins in Denmark, and they look to see how close are identical twins in longevity compared to non-identical twins. Okay, and what they found is that they estimated that only about 25% of aging is heritable. Wow. In other words, now 25% is not a small number. It's a reasonable number. Okay, so that means there is a genetic component, but it also means 75% of it is not, and so it means that everybody can benefit by doing something about aging. It's not like you're doomed, because
that's a big takeaway. I think that's a major takeaway from this conversation, is that for the most part, you can control your aging process. And I think that there are a lot of people who didn't know that.
Yeah. So that is one thing. I forgot what the second part of your question was.
Well, my question is, what are your views on going to
get the testing? Yeah, I remember.
Once a year, you do your lipid panel,
yeah,
your metabolic panel, your hormones.
I think well, in the UK, testing is less common than in countries like the US, where I live, and the UK, by the way, has actually slightly higher life expectancy than the US, but that's a whole. We could argue about the reasons for that.
The correlation. I don't think the tests in the US cause.
No, exactly not. But what I'm saying is, it's not made it. What I'm saying is, if it had been really, really effective, you would have seen a difference. Okay. But I do think that as we get older, there are some tests that we really would benefit from.
Okay.
One of them is your blood lipid profile, to look at your lipids and cholesterol. Because if you have high cholesterol, it's something that you can treat and slow down atherosclerosis, which is a leading problem for heart disease and stroke and so on. So that's one thing. The other is everybody should get checked to see if they're becoming diabetic or not. This is a very common thing as you get older. Your risk for diabetes goes up. Your risk for atherosclerosis goes up. So you should also be checking for diabetes. Okay. So I would say
Go ahead.
these are quite important tests because one of the biggest silent killers is high blood pressure. So your blood pressure should be monitored. And I would do this from, you can do this once a year as soon as you become an adult, and actually definitely from middle age, which I define as, say, over 40 or so. You should be doing this. And the reason is these three things are easy to detect and very easy to treat. And they will keep you healthier as you age. So people ask me, am I taking any anti-aging medication? Yes, definitely. I'm taking high blood pressure pills and I'm taking a statin. Okay. Now people don't think of those as anti-aging medication, but the effect is exactly what you want to keep me healthier as I age. Okay. And so I would say these three are key. Then there are certain kinds of cancers that you can always test for. For example, cervical cancer in women or prostate cancer in men, or certain kinds of, you can be tested for various like melanomas and so on. So those are things that you should try to get tested for, or colon cancer for both men and women. So those are things that, if you have periodic testing, early detection can really, help you as you age because they're treatable. Now, you wouldn't call that really a problem of aging per se because you're talking about cancer, but I should say the likelihood of you getting them increases with age. So in some sense, it's a kind of aging problem.
Okay, got it. Great. And so do you have any recommendations for people in terms of specific anti-aging supplements to take, and in terms of the hyped anti-aging supplements that they should reconsider based on your reading?
Well, okay. Here's the rationale behind supplements. The rationale behind supplements is that we make important biochemicals. We take food, we convert it to the building blocks that we need, and from those building blocks we make lots of chemicals, biochemicals. And our ability to make some of those biochemicals declines with age, and so the level of those biochemicals declines with age, and as a result our metabolism doesn't work as well. We don't function as well because of that. And so the idea is that if you were to give supplements that would allow you to make, say, some crucial chemicals and restore them to the level that they used to be when you were young, then maybe, it would improve health. Okay? And there's a fair amount of evidence that, a number of these things will restore the level to a higher level from what you have when you age. And there are some limited experiments that show that they do something. For example, one of the big, fashionable chemicals these days is called NAD. Okay. Now, NAD is a very important molecule. It's involved in lots of very important reactions, including our ability to respire, to use oxygen to produce energy, and, to burn fuel and produce energy. So the level of NAD goes down as we age. And if we can't take NAD itself because, there's a problem with absorbing it and it has, side effects and so on. But what you can do is you can take some building blocks that are just immediate, that the body can just put together and make NAD from it. Okay, and one of them is called NMN and the other is called NR. The people who sell NMN swear that it's absolutely the best thing. And the people who sell NR say, no, theirs is the best thing, okay? But the data show that either way, you can restore your NAD levels. Now, the real thing is, do we need that much NAD, or do we have a reserve built in to allow us to age? So yes, the NAD levels go up, but does it have any effect on health? Okay.
Right.
The evidence is there. There is some evidence, but I wouldn't, as a scientist, I wouldn't call it strong evidence, because strong evidence would mean you'd have to take a group of people that, you'd have to sort a random group of people randomly into two groups, okay? So they're almost identical in every way. And then you'd have to let one group not have NAD, the other group have NAD, and ask over a period of time what happens to them.
Long time, right?
Possibly long term. And the problem with short term is, how would you measure if something is working? And we could get into that, about how to measure aging. But that kind of experiment is not actually, has not been done to my satisfaction. Although if you read many of these companies' websites, they will tell you that there is evidence, and they'll point to some studies. But so that's one kind of supplement. And another, people recommend, some people take metformin, okay?
Yep.
Now, metformin is a drug that's used to treat type 2 diabetes. It reduces your sensitivity to glucose and prevents spikes of insulin and so on. Now, the problem is that if you're a diabetic, it's actually not a good thing to be. And so if you're a diabetic, there's absolutely no question you should treat it. And so it's a no-brainer that you should take metformin, right, or whatever else the doctor recommends, along with, diet and lifestyle changes. But if you're not a diabetic, you're a healthy individual, you're just aging along, should you be taking metformin? Okay? Because metformin does have some side effects. It's not entirely, like nothing happens. It's just that if you're diabetic, on the whole, the benefit rate to cost ratios is in your favor. So there's been a study proposed called the TAME study to look at metformin. That study has been approved but never funded. I don't think it's been actually carried out yet. So the idea that you would test a bunch of random groups, one group of people without metformin, another group with metformin, and ask, how does their health and aging progress with time? That study needs to be done, so that's another issue. And then a third supplement, I wouldn't call it exactly a supplement. This is now going more into the class of a drug, although you could think of metformin as a drug too.
Yep.
But it's called rapamycin. Okay.
Yep.
Now, rapamycin is something that, in a rough way, it mimics one of the effects of caloric restriction. Remember, I said if you restrict calories, it causes changes in you that allow you to, be healthier and, and live live a bit longer, 20, 30% longer. So rapamycin mimics caloric restriction in a way by interfering with one of the same processes that caloric restriction affects. Now, if you give rats rapamycin, you do see similar benefits as caloric restriction. Okay, so that's been shown. But rapamycin is a FDA-approved drug, and guess for what? For immunosuppression. Means it suppresses your immune system. Why would you want to do that? That doesn't sound like a good thing. But you do it if you're an organ transplant recipient and you don't want your body to reject the organ because it's seen as foreign. Okay? And so it's given to organ transplant recipients to prevent graft rejection. Now, if you're an organ recipient, let's say, you've lost your kidney due to cancer and you've got a donated kidney or a liver or something, or even a heart, okay, then you would have to take drugs to prevent rejecting that foreign organ, that donated organ. And so you would take things like rapamycin. If you were healthy, why would you take something that suppresses your immune system? Not a good idea, okay? If you're a rat in a lab experiment, rats are kept in isolated cages in a sterile environment, okay? It's not the same as humans walking around, having, going out to dinner with friends, going on a, subway or a bus or an airplane or, whatever, okay? So being a social animal. And so it is different. Now, people who advocate rapamycin, and one of the prominent advocates, I should say, is from Seattle, and would say that you could maybe adjust the dose of rapamycin down so that you get the benefits without the drawbacks. And the other thing they say is that, well, maybe rapamycin itself isn't perfect, but we can make molecules that might be similar to rapamycin that could have the benefits without the bad side effects. And yes, these are rational ways of approaching the problem. But again, the evidence needs to be produced, okay? And I would say what's happening is that a lot of scientists also, and as well as, what I call the longevity aware members of the public, are quietly popping rapamycin without, because I'll tell you the problem with aging is everybody feels they're running out of time because they're aging as we speak. I'm aging as I talk to you, right?
Right.
And so they don't want to wait for clinical trials, that might take 10 or 20 years. And then they'll be 20 years older, right? So they're feeling this sort of sense of desperation. And so they're taking this stuff before the evidence is out. And the fact that scientists are doing it only tells me that scientists, when it comes to themselves, are no more rational than the rest of us, okay? They're human beings. They too are worried about aging and dying. Absolutely. And so, that's what happens.
Absolutely.
So I would say that, the whole area of supplements, there may be things in there. There's certainly scientific rationale for some of them. But, the hard evidence needs to still be produced.
Yeah. I just want to add to that recently this year, the big rapamycin clinical trial was published and showed basically no statistically significant improvement. And then they also wrote in the paper that they made a mistake when they were actually compounding the rapamycin, and that they actually delivered either half or less than half of the amount that was planned. So they in effect did a lower amount of rapamycin intervention, and that didn't show any improvement. And so I think that the Seattle scientist you're mentioning, I think he was cooled down quite a bit by that. So
so that's one thing. I have to tell you a very funny anecdotal story, though.
Sure.
There's this tech billionaire, Brian Johnson.
Yep, of course.
Who spends about $2 million a year, apparently, on his own longevity. He does all kinds of things, has all kinds of tests. He does everything. I'm sure he does caloric restriction and exercising and the whole thing, and takes supplement. Now, he actually did try rapamycin. And on his website or his blog, he said he stopped taking it because he started getting skin infections, and then he lowered the dose, and he still kept getting them, and so he stopped, taking them. So that's, of course, that's not scientific. The trouble with Brian Johnson is he wants to do this. I mean, he claims that he wants to do this to help science along, and he's willing to be a guinea pig. The problem is there's no control, and he's a sample size of 1, so he's not actually helping science. And that's the problem. But at least, in his case, this is what happened.
He has definitely raised awareness of aging and longevity to a larger degree than most scientists.
Oh yeah, and I've watched a YouTube. Actually, I watched a BBC News program about him. He seems like a perfectly nice guy, and with good intentions, I would say.
Yeah, agreed. Okay, Venki, one more topic I'd like to discuss with you, not related to aging, is the scientific enterprise. And so since COVID started, I would say, as a scientist, I feel very strongly that the general public has basically diminished its respect of science in general, and scientists and scientific enterprise as a whole. And that's a multifactorial reason. And my question to you is, looking at how funding is obtained and used, how research is incentivized in academia by publications, looking at the university model and so on, have you given a thought about how could we use the exact same amount of money that we have for research and the same researchers and the same facilities, could we use them in a more efficient way in terms of more translational science and more relevant output? And second question is, how can scientists more effectively communicate to the public? Because the public is unable to read scientific papers, which is a real shame.
Yeah, I think there are many. This is really a broad topic, but let's take the COVID pandemic first, okay? Now, I would have thought, I compare the COVID pandemic with the AIDS pandemic from the 1980s, okay? When the AIDS first was, people started dying of, this cancer, the sarcoma, it took like 2 years before they even knew what was happening. Then it took a long time to identify, the virus. And then it took many years to come up with some sort of cure. And we still don't have a good HIV vaccine, although now there's a kind of a drug that almost is like a vaccine. You could give it twice a year and it's effective. So it's taken a very long time. Now, if you look at COVID, less than 2 months after the first cases in China, China was able to establish that it was by a coronavirus and was able to sequence the genome of coronavirus, so anyone could then start, well, first of all, you could test for it, knowing the sequence. Secondly, you could start making a vaccine against it. And within a year, we had effective vaccines. We had multiple effective vaccines, okay? So I would have thought, the general public, these scientists are our heroes. They've saved tens of millions of deaths by, working round the clock and figuring out what this thing was and figuring out a way around it, okay?
That's right.
And instead of, looking up to scientists as heroes for doing that, because of all kinds of misinformation and disinformation, public trust in science has actually reduced, okay? Now, part of the problem is, I would say scientists share some of the blame for this problem. One is, they started making very definitive statements about the origins of coronavirus when they didn't know what the origin of the coronavirus was. They say, no, it's not a lab leak, or it's not this, or it's not that. They should have simply said, we don't know, and, that's something that will come out. Then they would start making statements like they were worried about masks and protective equipment being in short supply, and they wanted to reserve it for medical people who had to deal with COVID patients in the hospital, like healthcare workers. And so they went and said, there's no evidence that masks work. You don't need to wear masks. I mean, there's a video of Tony Fauci saying, masks don't necessarily work. They're not needed. Okay. Then, a few weeks later, he says everybody should wear masks. Okay. And the public then becomes kind of distrustful. They say, wait a minute, 5 weeks ago, what's changed? Why do you didn't know that? Well, you should have said you didn't know. Why did you say they don't necessarily work? So I think scientists also, and the whole business about lockdowns, about children being vaccinated, or schools being shut down. Now, I think the US, was highly polarized. It kind of weird. Something that's scientific should never be polarized. science should not depend on whether you're Republican or Democrat or whatever. Instead, in America, science became politically polarized. If you're for lockdowns, you're a Democrat. If you're for masks, you're a Democrat. Otherwise, you're not. Well, I'm sorry, the virus doesn't care how you vote. Okay, it's going to behave the same way. So you need a common set of principles. So that's one problem. So I think scientists have to do a better job of trusting the public and saying, look, these are the things we know, these are the things we don't know, and these are the things we think is happening.
Okay.
And this is the way we should proceed because it's like an insurance policy. This is the safest way because even if we're wrong, it won't be as damaging, but if we're right, it'll make a big difference. You know, they could say that way. And ordinary people will understand that. They won't, you know, you should not disrespect the public's intelligence. You know, that's the thing that I would say scientists should do. And the other thing scientists should do is they're being paid a lot of science is funded by taxpayers. So it's their job to communicate to the public, not just during a pandemic, but all the time. Like, why are your Mr. Trucker or Mr. Farmer, you know, why are your taxes going to, you know, pay for my research? Okay. You know, whatever walk of life you're in, why are your taxes supporting my research? You should be able to justify that in a way that people can understand. And the common public, the general public, will absolutely understand if you're doing basic research. They will know that curiosity is important because, you know, curiosity has led to so many amazing technologies, as well as they like the idea of knowing about the universe and knowing things, you know, the fact that this is a human endeavor. Isn't it cool that we know about planets and, you know, galaxies and molecules and all this stuff? Yeah, everything. So I don't think we should be underestimating that, and we should be playing our part as well. So that's one thing. The second aspect you talked about was science funding.
Yep.
Now, I have mixed views about that. My view is that if you want to improve the technologies of today, then yes, you should support applied science and applications. If you want to create brand new technologies that you don't even know exist, you have to support basic science. And that's not going to be done in a translation environment or often in industry, unless the industry has deep pockets, like Bell Labs did when it had a steady income stream, or IBM did when it had steady income stream, or General Electric, or nowadays, for example, Google or DeepMind, which is now a unit within Google, you know, they do often fundamental work. You know, the Nobel Prize for in my area of structural biology was given to two scientists from DeepMind who in London. But by and large, most of that work is going to be done at universities. And unfortunately, there isn't really a substitute for peer review, because otherwise, how do you judge is something good or not? You know, who's to decide? You know, that's the problem.
Yeah.
At the same time, there are places like the lab where I work where we have much more freedom. We have long-term freedom to carry out difficult projects. And not surprisingly, the lab I work has produced 18 Nobel laureates, and many of its alumni have also gone on to win Nobel Prizes. And it's because it fosters a way of thinking, work with small groups very efficiently and focus on big questions that might take a long time. Don't build a huge empire in a big lab, but keep your labs small to mid-size so you can focus on things. So that idea does work. And there are places in the US like Howard Hughes Institute funds investigators throughout the US. The NIH is also trying to do more adventurous funding. You talked about applications and how to fund applied science. I think a lot of that, so of course, agencies should also promote applied science. They shouldn't look on it as like a sort of poor cousin of basic science. It's not that way at all. And in fact, many agencies like NIH and the Medical Research Council are now insisting that you have some clinical rationale for why they should fund your research, even if you're doing basic research. And so I think for that, we need more private money, and we also need a better way for people to go from universities and transition into biotech or tech and into industry, so that they don't see this as an option that, if I don't get an academic job, I'm going into industry. They should see that as a equally interesting and exciting possibility. And one problem is that when you're in academia, when you're a graduate student or a postdoc, the only role models you see are other academics. You don't see the 90% of people who are out there in industry, okay?
Yep.
And so you need more exposure. So I think more interaction between industry and academia through internships, through regular exchanges, visits, and so on.
Love that.
That should happen. Yeah.
Love that. Excellent. Dr. Ramakrishnan, we're out of time. Super, super grateful for your time, and not just during this conversation, but you writing the book and promoting this whole field and really bringing sort of a very balanced view of the whole field. So very appreciative. Thank you, and best wishes in all your endeavors.
Thank you very much, and thanks for having me, Momo.
There you go, ladies and gentlemen. I just saw this comment from Jade. Not this one. This one, Jade 1522. She says, I noticed I've been listening for 7 hours. I'm so pleased I cleared these 3 days. Who else here are the full day warriors? Who is here from the beginning? Put beginning in the comments. And if you're not from the beginning, how many sessions have you got today? 1 session, just this last one, 3 sessions, 5 sessions. Put the number here in the chat. I want to see, hey, Toma McDonald, 7340 from the beginning. We have Tina Altamura, Paul Zanowick, De La Cruto, Sara Saidinia, Kati Arkley, Tina, 7 sessions. Warriors of the day, ladies and gentlemen. I'll tell you something. You will notice that by the end of the day, I'll be speaking in a lower volume. And it's not because I have a secret that I want to whisper to you. It's because this is happening in real life, right? I'm in the office in my house, and just next door is my bedroom where my wife is sleeping. Right? It's already 1:20 a.m. here in Estonia. And so I want to make sure that I can be here tomorrow hosting again. And for that, it's very important that I don't wake up my wife, because you know what happens then. So by the end of the day, I'll be talking a little bit low. Now, our agreement for the end of the day is actions. I want to know what actions are coming out of the day. You are just exposed to a lot of different ideas, a lot of different angles, a lot of different potential insights. What I invited you to do was to take notes of the things that resonate to you, the things that speak to you. Now take a little look of the things that speak to you and see which is the one that you are the most open to act upon, which is from all those insights, which is the one that you feel a little bit more of a pull. Put here in the chat. What is the thing that you feel, I think that's the thing I should do. I think that's I feel called towards, or I feel I should do that. It can be either something to start or something to stop. And you can put here in the chat. If we start, put start, and then what is the action that you are electing yourself. And if it's something to stop, that also came from an insight from today, also type that out. Something that you are choosing. Why is this important? It's important because it is a form of intrinsic motivation. Usually, the main problem with the whole aspect of improving health is because our system relies on somebody telling you what to do, right? We don't come with the manual, with the user's manual of the body. And so we rely on somebody, and our attitude is usually going to that somebody and then putting ourselves in a place in which they tell us what to do. That used to work when we were children. That's how children work. They go to school, and then teachers tell them what to do. They are at home and parents tell them what to do. But as adults, that doesn't work anymore. As adults, first we need to understand why. We need to have knowledge. That's why a summit like this is important. That is learning. But from there, then I need my sense of agency. I understand out of all of these things that I learned, which is the one that I feel I'm ready to do. If I choose it myself, I'm way more likely to transform the learning into action. And this is the action that really will have an impact on your health. After all, your health is a solid manifestation of your way of living. Your health, your body, is a solid manifestation of your way of living, isn't it so? You have certain habits, you do certain things, you don't do some other things, and poof, lo and behold, the health solidifies itself over time. And for me to change my body, I need to be able to change what I do, my behaviors. For that, I need to change my mind. And the best way is intrinsic motivation. So I'm seeing here, for example, Emily saying, prioritizing sleep, followed by more consistent exercise. Maggie, now reduce the stress level, eat well, and get good sleep. What else we have here? Sarah is saying, I read some of the speaker books, more research on Viome, and maybe take some of the tests. Toma McDonald saying, I just got my Viome full body test back today. We do more exercising based on the seminar and follow the Viome food recommendations. Tina saying, sleep followed closely by consistent movement, exercise. Tina saying sleep as well. Teresa, fasting and sleeping hygiene. Yes, wonderful. Here is where we go onto the fact the Viome is organizing this summit, and they have a very good way of helping clarify the actions, right? If at this moment where you're thinking is there are so many things and I want my action to be assertive, I don't want to take action, try things, be trier and error. I want to what I do to become improvement into my life, because you and I, we have things to do in life. We have our families, we have our work, our passions, our purpose, and the main point is that yes, we want to take care of ourselves, but because there's so much to learn, We don't want our actions, our dedication, maybe the money that we put, the time that we put to be put into something that is not effective. I want to be assertive. In other words, I want to be precise. This is when, for example, what Thomas said, he just got his Viome full body test, full body intelligence test today, which we spoke about before. That is something that gives you that type of clarity. Let me tell you this. I am not part of the Viome team, so I'm not here talking about the Viome test because I'm because I'm an employee of the company. No, I'm not. I have no connections with Viome, no professional connections. I don't make any money by them selling of these tests. But this is Christmas 2 years ago. This was my Christmas gift to my parents and to my wife. So we did all for the end of the year, we did our Viome tests. For me, I was a child who took a lot of antibiotics. I was born out of a C-section. I had a lot of different problems with the gut, and it has been a whole journey in my entire life. And so when I heard of Viome, when I met Naveen many years ago, I realized that these guys, they are doing something, they are thinking differently about our health. They are not going to where everybody is going. They are first gathering some of the smartest minds in the world to see how can we decrease it. They are not going to microbiome itself. They're going into how can we prevent chronic diseases. Imagine a possibility, a future in which you and the people whom you love can live a long life without that fear that life is going downhill and eventually somebody's going to get sick and things are going to get very difficult and very ugly. No, that that we as humanity, we master that part of health, and we know that chronic diseases is something that is at the back. That's their proposition. And the people who are working on this proposition are very brilliant human beings who have done very large things before. So they have very capable people there. And so from that point, I said, hey, this what these guys are doing are something that I trust. And so by then I already took a Viome test, and it was very insightful, even when the technology was way less developed than it is right now. And then a few years later, I got Viome tests for my parents and for me and for my wife. And this is something that we keep doing. And my wife and I keep taking the tests and keep understanding the food changes. And I design the food, the meals throughout the day and throughout the year according to these insights. To my students and my clients, this is a test that I recommend. And so because it gives you clarity and precision. So if one of the things that you want is to apply the insights of the Health and Longevity Summit with clarity and precision, then the full body intelligence test by Viome may be something very useful for you. And they are having this specific promotion valid only during day 1, which is ending now, and day 2 of the summit. You can have access right now by scanning the QR code just right on the top left corner of your screen. And this is the main promotion. You get $100 off instead of $399. You can get the full body intelligence test by $299. This full body intelligence test gives you more than 50 different scores. It's like a whole dashboard. Imagine that you move from a place that the relationship with your body is purely clueless in a way, to becoming a airplane dashboard. You have all everything that is happening in your biology, and you come with the instructions on how to operate that. You come with instructions on how to interpret that, and even the set of actions, the right types of food for you that are superfoods for you, the foods to have more, the foods to have less, and the foods to completely avoid for your own specific biology. This is all given. After you do the test, you receive the test at home as a kit. They explain you how to do it. It's stool, saliva, and blood test. You ship it back. After 2 or 3 weeks, you get all the results. You have a app that keeps all your reports, just like Dr. Swami and Dr. Michael Baz were talking just 2 hours ago. It's becoming a more popular practice that you bring this type of results to your doctor, also to understand if you want to go deeper into the interpretation of the doctor, get a professional to work with you. Viome also offers those things. All of that, plus, as a bonus, the recordings of the summit. So if you want to rewatch these sessions, not only today, but the next ones, if you could take the whole day today, but you cannot take the whole day tomorrow, you want to take notes, you want to get the transcripts or the audio files, plus bonus from different speakers, different classes and different courses. I am one of the speakers. I'm giving a collection of 7 challenges that are online challenges that I built as a bonus for whoever gets this package as well. So there's really, really good stuff there. Valid for day 1 and day 2 of the summit. So if you want, you scan the QR code right now. Go to the page. If you're also watching this not directly on YouTube, but on the page that you received through email, you can just scroll down, and you're going to see the button, or the button for the full body intelligence test right there. Beautiful. Good beleza. Beautiful people. Beautiful. Now I want to give you a little logistics. Tomorrow is day 2 of the Health and Longevity Summit. We are going into personalized biology, nutrition, and metabolic health. These are the times that you see on the screen, which is exactly like today. We will start at 8 a.m. Pacific, which is 11 a.m. Eastern Time, which is 4 p.m. GMT, which is 6 p.m. Eastern Europe, and so on and so forth. The same time that we started today, yes, we start at the same time that we will start tomorrow. And it will be for the same duration. We're going to have different speakers. Tomorrow, the first 3 speakers will be the heads of Viome. So Naveen Jain will have a session by himself. Dr. Momo, who was interviewing many people today, he will have his own session. Dr. Guru Banavar, which I saw so many of you in the chat. So, wow, this guy is amazing. He's amazing. I agree with you. He's a fantastic human being. He is going to have his own session. We're also going to have Dr. Walter Longo, legend in the longevity space, Dave Asprey, and many more. The day is fantastic. If you want to rewatch any of the sessions today and you didn't buy the VIP bundle, or you're not getting the full body intelligence that gives you the recording, you can still do so until tomorrow at 8 a.m. PST on the same page that you are visualizing the videos right here, right now. If you are on the same page, after we finish, the recordings are going to be available until 8 a.m. PST tomorrow. After that, we move on to day 2 and everything is live again. Beautiful. And now, to close, our last Brazilian Portuguese expression of the day. Boa noite. Boa noite means good evening or good night, beautiful people. It's been a pleasure to have you here with all of us, dedicating this time to learn more about our longevity and our health. And who is coming tomorrow? Say yes in the chat. If you're coming tomorrow, put yes or put me in the chat. I'm going to be here for sure. I don't miss this for anything. I invited a lot of the people from my community, students and clients and everything else. And so we're going to be here all together. Beautiful. I see a lot of yeses. I will see you guys tomorrow. Boa noite, and see you tomorrow.